This shit's good. Somebody get out here. I gotta share it. What's up, Jimmy? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, goddammit. Y'all have to explain this shit to me. Hello? Can I hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let me get this set up right. Let me get the audio. It's it. Audio testing. Woo! Should be right now. Nope. Sound sucks. Suck. Come on. You gotta get this right, homie. This sound. Hello. Hello. There you go. Now you should be able to hear me. No, it's just I didn't have it plugged in. You should be able to hear me now. Yay. All right. Frank. Enjoy, Frank. Hello, Frank. Frank, you there? They're coming in, Frank. What's up, Frank? Can't hear you, bud. Frank. 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 Y'all hear
What's
me?
up? Yeah.
Hello? Nope, Frank. Can't hear you. Anybody out there? Yes, Johnny. Be good. I am training. Holy crap! Just blew me out my chair. Why? Blew you out of the chair. Stop! People talk to me. Hello, Lonnie. Why is my sound missed? don't hear me? Oh, yeah. Hey, my name.
Hey,
What's up,
how you
kid?
doing there? Hi, how you doing today, Dennis?
Uh-oh.
Hello? You there? Can you get me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Taking a little stretch walk. Have to walk out my sciatic nerve, man. Sat in that truck too long today. I'm out here in Palm Springs, off the 10, right here at the pilot. How you doing? Where are you at today?
My goodness, this goddamn thing. I'm just messing around. I'll peach him in.
Yeah, I loaded for Phoenix. I'm heading to Phoenix.
Connect.
Yeah, I just wanted to tap in real quick, say hi while I'm taking my walk. I'll catch you guys here in just a minute on the stream.
Okay. Bye.
All right, talk to you.
Well, we left. This thing's not working. Frank, you back on?
Hey, there I am again. Hey, how do you read the chat?
Hold on. There we go. You there?
Yeah,
How do you what?
I said, how do you read the chat?
I think you hit the chat mark. I think you can see the chat, but you got to toggle in between it.
Yep.
Or you can open another device and take a look at it on Facebook.
Yesterday we had nickel-sized hail up here.
Where you at?
Talk about free. I'm in Wisconsin. I'm about 40 minutes north of Green Bay.
Right on. Green Bay. Cool.
Yeah, I got to meet up with Brooke and Johnny about an hour and a half from here on the 4th of July weekend. We took in a NASCAR race at a road course.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Frank, you were the one that went with them to NASCAR?
Yeah, it was like the first time they had the cup cars there in like 40 years.
Ah, that's cool. That was a good time.
Oh my God, I had a blast.
And nobody's here on the West Coast, so I don't get to meet anybody.
Right.
Well, if I go to LA, I can meet up with Marjorie, but and you got Meredith and Albuquerque, Gallup, and then you have some people in Albuquerque and then some people down in Phoenix, but that's about it.
I was telling Brooke, I got a friend of mine that drives truck. He drives for a small company up here, and I used to go out quite a bit with him, but not too much anymore. And when winter comes, he heads to Florida. He was staying down by Jacksonville and Ocala and Savannah, Georgia.
Right? What's up
He
with this
got tired
ring? You know what's up with this ring? This is the first I've heard of it.
What?
Everybody get married.
Yeah. Oh, I did see her ring. Beautiful. I told her to try to stay under 10K.
What?
I told her to stay under $10,000 for the ring.
$10,000 ring? The fuck?
Maybe. Yeah, it's she's gonna post. She says she's gonna post pictures.
Holy shit! $10,000 ring.
I don't know if it was that much. I told her to stay under 10,000.
Fuck that! You can buy me a car. Buy a ring.
I could buy a few cars.
I got my truck. What's up, Heather? Heather, why don't you guys jump in here? Somebody jump in here. God damn it. Just me and Frank. Me and Frank holding it down. Hey, Robbie. She's got it, Dennis. She's got it. Oh my God, she did get it? Holy fuck. What the hell? You're now good, Dennis. What? Jimmy Cantor? Whatever. Robbie Dollar said, hey, Frank. Hey. What's going on?
Okay, so she was at the jewelers and she did really good with what she chose. I mean, she had like 2 to 4 different styles, different sizes.
$10,000?
No, she did not spend that much.
Oh my God.
Not even near that. Not even near that.
That's too much.
Yeah, and she had a friend with her to help her with staying sane on the selection. So we're all putting our 2 cents in, voting on it as well. But no, she did really, really good. Oh, that's worship. She did really, really good. So
that's cool. I mean, rings are not really that hard to.
Wrong
You
side.
got this style or that style, really.
Well, it's important. It's important. You know, she had a choice of the
You got
style.
to root for him.
It was important for the style of the main diamond, you know, then the band. So these are things that she's going to wear for a long time and invest into. So it's important. Men don't get it. You just have to foot the bill. Can you hear me? Dennis.
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up.
Oh. Well, I didn't move. You're moving. Can you hear me? Hello?
Breaking up. Yeah, I can. You're coming in like a robot.
I'll go out and come back.
Jerk, jerk. No, it's fine. It's just it's a signal around here. Sacramento has shitty signals.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
majority of the hackers of the world are in Sacramento.
Well,
For some reason. I don't know why.
all right. Well, you got the gist of what I said, right?
Yeah, I heard you.
All right.
What
so
is that?
now
Robbie said, you can just call me Miss Dollar and Amanda Miss Dollar when they get hitched. Wow. I mean, do they know about this?
they sent a picture to him of the
I
ring.
mean, has it like officially been like this is gonna happen, or is it just like she's just messing around with looking at rings?
No, this is going to happen.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Picture taken of the ring sent to him, so he knows what it looks like.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Right on.
Exciting times.
Wow. Yeah, I just jumped off this. Literally jumped off the other one and jumped on here. I got both going at the same time.
Oh. Do I still sound like a robot?
No, you're fine now.
Okay, good.
I'm in a good spot. Coming up on Sacramento right now.
Oh.
So you're going to be, by Friday, you're going to be up this way?
Yeah, we're leaving Friday morning to head to Napa. So, what are you doing?
Napa, huh?
Yeah.
So, tomorrow we're going to Reno. So I may get something from Reno back over this way, or I'll go straight back up there. I don't know yet where we're going.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
We gotta, she's going up to Napa for the weekend. Excuse me.
Till heading home on Monday.
Ah. Cool.
So it'll be exciting. I'm bringing the puppy on this big long trip.
Right on. You run out of wine? That's what you got to go up there for?
No, I have plenty of wine. I'm sure I'll bring some home,
Right.
but I have plenty.
Dennis, is there going to be? I have no idea, Helen or Lonnie. I have no idea, dude. It's not even my thing. I don't know.
They're asking you
the
questions.
wedding one? I don't know. Well, I thought we were going to have a wedding with Janine and Ray, but that went down fucking south, didn't it?
Sure did.
I mean, I have no idea from day in, day out what's going to happen on Truckers TV. It changes so freaking much. I mean, you can't plan anything. You really honestly can't, because one day somebody's happy about something, next day they're not, you know?
You can't please everybody. That's just how it is.
I mean, I thought they were going to have in September. I think it was September that they were going to have a wedding / and then Jerry. I think Jerry's still going to do it. It's just I don't know where they're going to do it at. I have no idea.
Oh.
But that went up. So as soon as
I haven't chatted with her, so I don't know. No idea.
Yeah.
So. Anyway.
Yeah. Helen Candy said it's a ring going to be worn for a long time, so it has to be a good one. Yep. Hello, Robert, Faith, Heather, everybody.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. It's a crapshoot. What will happen on the live raw uncut stream? Yep. Right, Telly? Hey, Telly. How you doing, bud?
Hey, Telly.
Where you been, Telly? Telly's been MIA for a while. You guys been in and out.
What's up with that?
Yeah, Telly. What's up with that?
Get your butt in here.
He knows it, too. He knows I'm getting like, where's Telly? Where's Telly?
I need some Telly.
I need some Telly.
We need a jar of Telly in here.
There's Pat. What's up, bud?
Pat.
Hello. Let me look at Dennis real quick. Hold on. So it's been a day or two since the vaccine. Yeah, I see a little green coloration, zombie coloration coming on.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
You see it?
I see it. His eyes are crossing.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be screwed. Yeah, he's going to be.
Oh, my God.
Got my COVID vaccine. I'm feeling great. What the hell?
Tap for sound.
What the heck? What the heck was that? What? Hello?
That's
That's
perfect.
what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you're gonna be you're gonna turn into
This is
animation.
the longest motherfucking game of cooties I have played in my entire life. Where's home base at? I quit, bitches.
Oh, you're so
Oh my god, I just did a melatonin and I'm
Cat.
just like really feeling it right now.
Oh, that's so
You got
funny.
way too much time on your hand.
I know, right? You should see my TikToks. They're like fucking crazy looking.
Oh, jeez. So where are you heading to, Dennis?
Well, Joe is driving. I'm about to go take a nap after we get off I can't take a nap before the bouncy bridge. So we're going to do the bouncy bridge.
Yay!
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
once
Okay,
we do the bouncy bridge, I'm going to take a nap until we get to Reading. And then he's going to drive about 6 hours. And then I'm going to jump on the wheel and finish the rest out, get back to Lebanon, Oregon. And then tomorrow we'll go to Reno at 11. Or start heading
Oh,
towards
so
Reno.
you're going back up to Oregon.
Yeah. What I'm doing is I'm only doing Lowell's for the next 2 weeks. So as many runs as I can in the next 2 weeks. So the first one was down here to Facebook land over here in San Francisco, San Jose. And then I'm going back up now with a Tracy load. And then grab that load from Lebanon tomorrow to go to Sparks, Reno. And then from Sparks, we're going to head back up and then probably come back down to California by Monday or Tuesday. So
Okay, yeah, we were just in Sunnyvale yesterday. We were picking up office furniture from the former world headquarters of Yahoo.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Where are they
yeah, they
relocated?
got bought out, but well, they still have their place in San Jose. They've got a place, but a lot of it is moved out to Minnesota. They
Yeah.
just got bought out by Verizon, and but that building there in Sunnyvale is actually getting torn down because Google bought the land, and in January they're tearing down the building and building a fully state of the art, automated kind of everything, kind of like nobody's ever seen. Google's going to rebuild.
Right on.
So yeah,
Huh.
yeah, that's what I picked. I picked up one of those rising up and down motorized desks. I got 120 of them.
Oh, that's what you got on there right now?
Yeah.
Might win. I'm gonna win.
Yeah,
Let's go.
coming over here to Phoenix.
Wind poofed.
Nope, there's Kenny.
Hey, Frank. Dennis, Pat.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello.
Can we bring people in on here, Dennis? Can we share and bring people in on here?
Whoever wants to come in, they just need to click that link that's posted. I'll let them in.
All right. I got my cousin. I got my first cousin. I told her about this, and
yeah, she wants to jump in here. I don't care who comes in here. There's no.
yeah,
Well, there's only a couple people I don't want in here, but they know that.
yeah, yeah. I think you made that plain the other night.
Yeah, I made that perfectly clear. But no, I don't care who comes in here. I really don't.
Yeah, yeah. She's the one that's ordered 3 hoodies so far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's more than welcome to come here. Whatever.
All right. All right.
Family, friends, cousins, nephews, nieces, uncles of the of the third world, whatever.
All right. Let me go tell her then. And I'll
Okay.
be back.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So you got desks, huh? Is that your current load right now?
Yeah. And then I pick up Amazon over here in Phoenix, take it out to Ontario, and then I don't know where I'm going from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So.
Right on, man. Yeah.
Hello there, Frank.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm sitting outside in my nice comfortable chair. It's a nice day in Wisconsin today.
Ah, there you go.
Hey, Matt.
Real base.
What's up, buddy?
Well, hi.
Matt, when are we gonna jam, bro?
I was working on it.
Oh, are you? Okay.
I just kind of messing around with some shit here on this today. I got a new airbox for the scooter I was putting on, and just stuff around here today.
When do you start work again?
That's what I was going to ask him.
Yeah. The 23rd, it's been extended a little bit, so I got a little more of a break time. I was on the phone with him yesterday, and we were talking a lot, and he's all excited about me coming on board and yada yada. He's like, I don't have to train you for anything, do I? I'm like, Mike, I really don't need any training. I've got enough experience. He's like, good, because I ain't gonna train you anyway.
He's probably backing the only thing really doing a 53-foot trailer.
Well, as far as like making the deliveries, like I've done it before. Making the deliveries is nothing. He said that he'll when things start slowing down in November, he's gonna let me run the tractors around in the yard, and then back and switch trailers around. And he even said that He'll take me out and let me the road a couple of times on a
Slow
tractor.
down. That's all I heard on your stream. Slow down. Slow down. Sorry, Matt.
All good. So,
Can I say hello?
All right, go ahead. I'm done.
yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
How you doing?
Enjoyed that train ride the other day.
Where's the little scooter?
How you
Where's the little
doing?
scooter? Oh, isn't that cute? That's so cute.
Scooter.
Oh, the little scooter. The little scooter's cute. You guys didn't do a video on the scooter.
We didn't.
No, we haven't.
Is
I didn't know if
is
that
that the baby from your Harley?
If Dennis says we can do it.
I'm gonna slap a Harley sticker on the side of that bitch.
Yeah, right.
Hey, you know
It's
what?
a baby Harley. It's an Indian.
It's not fully grown yet.
I got
No.
Cutie.
Harley.
Still in the car seat.
Well, you got
There you go.
a Harley emblem. You got Harley shit up there, but you got a scooter and you.
Dennis?
Yeah.
Dennis, hot it is out here.
It's hot.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's almost like 100 here.
I was just breaking up.
Dennis, you know, first you got to buy the house and then you get the bike after, you know, right?
No, you get the bike first, then you get a house after that.
Hey.
I don't know. I'm more of a scooter Vespa kind of guy. I know it's kind of weird, but
Don't you frickin' dare.
That's not
Don't
weird.
you frickin' dare.
what's wrong with having a scooter?
Nothing.
A scooter's fine, dude. No, scooters are cool, man. They're very, very, what do you call it? Yeah, economical. Probably want to get in the
I
left
think
lane.
it's 105 miles to the gallon.
Go through the city, it's easier to go through in the left lane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Considering I live in a city, this is ideal.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if I lived in like San Francisco, I'd have a scooter too.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hell, we sell them on my friggin' my page, my shop. I'm thinking about buying one of those myself just to have on the truck. So when I get somewhere, an electric scooter, you know, a little, yeah,
too.
you just, instead of walking down to the friggin' thing, you just electric scooter that shit right in. Hey,
A friend of mine,
stickers
friend of
on
mine
it.
just bought an electric bike. Electric bicycle, really cool, quiet.
What's up, fellas? This is like
Hey,
this
Dennis.
is like the guy hangout
Matt,
now.
Frank.
This is like the guy hangout place.
Look what I had to get into today. I
What'd you
hate
do?
doing tarp. Tarp,
Oh,
just to go to Phoenix. I'm like,
so
but
Mike,
it's all, I guess
so
this
Michael
is,
had to work today.
Yeah, this is floor base. I guess subflooring.
Yeah.
So you have to cover it up. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
oh, that's why I look like crap.
Michael had to work
Alright.
today.
Taking her out for a walk. Good old cookie. Come on,
Storm's
man,
coming your way, Matt. Slept there.
Hold on, let me grab my headset. It'll be easier. Come here, Mom.
Okay, Heather.
Nice thing is I get.
So, you know, Michael, your one video of 7 minutes hit 1.7 million people. It was a 7-minute video of you saying hi to everybody. It hit 1.7 million people.
Who?
I'm still
I'm
looking
sorry.
at it. I'm just like, what the fuck hell?
Who?
And it's mostly your video, Michael. Your video.
Yes.
Your 7-minute video. 7 million people.
Yeah. You like that?
I know.
Popular.
And all you said on that video was, "Hi, I'm Giggler."
Hi,
I giggle.
I'm Giggler. That is
It's
so
like some
awesome.
Mr.
I'm like,
Bean shit, you know.
they love the realness.
That was funny. I know. So, and it's still growing and it's still going viral, but it's mostly viral in England. It's going viral in Europe.
Jesus, I'm popular in Europe. Yay! Hey!
No, I didn't. I probably do.
Hey, Cookie, we're popular. We're popular, Mama. We're popular.
Dog, I'm tired, bro.
I know. She wants to be out of the truck, but yeah, it's hot as heck out here. It's like probably 105.
Right.
She's used to it. We're Vegas. We're Las Vegas, so we're used to this heat.
Now, is your dog able to breed, or you can only have?
No, I caught her as she came out of a rescue, so she was already spaded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had offers like crazy. Hey, man, I'll give you 6,000. Let me breed her, and I was like, bro, can't. I'm sorry.
Right.
That would be nice to have.
Yep.
Yeah, because my buddy, he's got a a blue fawn pit. So he wanted to go with her with the bully and make a bully fawn.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I've never heard of that, but okay.
Will's trying to get in here. Will, come on.
Will, I was trying to catch up with you today, but I didn't make it to Phoenix.
And here comes Lonnie.
Yeah, I was gonna try to get him. Hey, Lonnie.
Come on, Snow.
Hey, everybody.
Come around, baby.
Hey,
Oh,
Matt. Hey, Frank.
Heather's like, I'm glad my Gucci cheese didn't go viral.
I can't believe that is so amazing. I'm viral like that.
Is it at 2.1 million now? Holy shit.
Oh, yes.
That's retarded.
Yes. I'm the most popular in the
all he said was hi.
Hi.
I'm giggling. Look at him jumping for joy. Look at him jump. He's literally jumping.
Dang, that is so awesome. I'm so stoked right now. That has got me stoked as hell.
Hey, Dennis.
Adderall. But
oh,
yes, Jill.
Sorry.
Yes, Lonnie. Whoever said that.
Did Arnie tell you about that other model I ordered?
Did what?
About that other model that I ordered.
No, I've seen it though. I think there's two of you guys that are building.
Now I just ordered it today.
Lonnie's is building your truck.
Oh, Lonnie's building
Yeah. He's building an identical Ruby.
Yeah, I just ordered it from Amazon today.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think there was somebody else making one too. I seen.
This is going to be. This is the Peterbilt.
Oh. Did I hear Peterbilt?
This is going to be 4 foot long.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about.
4 foot.
Which truck you making, Lonnie? Whose truck you making?
Well, right now I'm getting ready to do a Peterbilt.
Yeah, whose Peterbilt you gonna make?
So you got a couple Peterbilts in here. You got Frank's, you got yours, Giggler.
Yeah. Frank, Giggler. You got is it Matt's?
Mad Max is a Mack truck.
Oh, that's right. He's on a Mac. That's right. Who else is driving? Who's driving? Doing the bull hauling?
Little Swan.
Oh, okay.
Little Swan's got one. I don't know, man. Could be anybody.
Brooke and Johnny got a Peterbilt.
Oh, Brooke and Johnny.
Brooke and
My
Johnny.
mom would take.
Hey, Kenny.
My mom would take Jackson.
Hi, Dennis. So it'll be here next Wednesday.
Hey, Kenny. I only made it to.
Hi, Michael.
Only made it to Palm Springs, guys.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah.
Hey,
You guys watch my stream? Did you guys see them traffic almost kill me?
The what?
The traffic down there, man. They were trying to run me over, Dennis. They were trying to make me run them over. Put it this way, one popped out of my hood. Right there, the car just popped out of the hood on the stream. I was like, where did that come from?
See, I don't know. I'm so used to driving fleet trucks. I don't think I would get used to driving a big Peterbilt or a Kenworth like you guys.
You would probably hit everything like I almost did the first week or two. I hit the bumper with the pallet, and then the other. Well, I have a car that jumped in front of me. I hit the bumper with, and I'm having to fight that one right now.
Yeah, I mean, I
They're
can't
trying to
see over that damn dash.
I mean, but it's hard to see. Look at this is my view, guys. This is what I see.
Finger in your butt? What?
I don't give very much visual.
$5.
Price between
Dennis. Come on,
Michael.
Yes, sir.
I know some people don't like them. The hood mirrors up there.
I'm sorry?
But the hood mirrors, some people don't like them up there on the
Shit, I
hood.
give you $5, I stick my finger.
They don't.
But
They
they
don't
are
like trucks,
they are
and they see the big
lifesavers.
trucks.
It's so stupid. They say the stupidest shit on the radio. I don't know. I don't really want to know. He's like, "What's your 20?" I'm like, no, you ain't stick my finger in the butt. What?
Hey, Jenny.
I got me a good view today. Nice view of the
Yeah,
mountain.
Lonnie.
He's just like,
I ordered that.
he probably
ordered
bored.
that truck today.
He got
Yeah.
mad, so he's bored.
That's a truck out of Convoy.
You hear
I
that
didn't
shit,
find
man?
that.
That's the kind of thing they were out there on the road. Hey, just jump in there. Hey, Monkey Shooter, what's up, buddy?
Hello, everybody. Hey there, Mr. Carter.
Hey,
How y'all doing?
Shooter.
Monkey
Pretty
Shooter
good.
in the
How
house.
you doing?
We're trying to get this to work.
Monkey Shooter.
Yeah. How you are, Dennis?
Where am I? I am in Sacramento. Just leaving Sacramento right now.
You training a new driver?
Yep. Joe's doing a fantastic job driving. As soon as we go over the bouncy bridge, I'm gonna take a nap. Then I'm driving tonight, so I can finish out and get back to Portland tonight.
Okay.
You can
Train
right there.
somebody new. That's nice. Another person. Trainer Dennis.
Yep, trainer good.
Joe's doing a fantastic job.
They don't want me to train. I'll train them to be ADD.
How you training, Dennis?
I can't train in this. This is kind of hard to train in. You teach them in this, and then they think they own the world when they get in yours. They're like in a car.
How you training, Dennis?
You guys coming in and out. Sounding like a robot.
I'd be safe
I
to
know
say
it's
that
nothing like any of the other trucks. How come there's never a
I'll
truck
see y'all
that
guys
trains-
later.
Okay. Alrighty.
Who's the oldest part on here? See you later, Dennis.
Well, I'm gonna eat something, guys. Talk to you later. Peace out.
All right. See you guys. Yep.
Hey, Gio, where'd he go?
Where'd he go?
Where'd Gio go?
Really shitty service over here.
He done signed off.
All right.
I'll be dip. Yep. Nice seeing y'all.
Hey, Kenny.
Oh man, you guys breaking up on me.
Yeah, go ahead, Lonnie.
I almost got that trailer done.
You did get
Sacramento.
it done.
Almost.
All right.
You want to see part of it?
Yeah, you got more done you did have this morning?
One of these with us.
I'm not talking.
Yeah. Here's part of it.
That's the other part of it.
Yeah, looks good.
The wheels.
Yeah.
Move.
Yeah, Dennis, one of these days we're going to have to meet up.
What? Nothing. Dude, why do they have my fan on the damn?
Dennis, that oven that I'm getting, yes, he's froze up.
Moved your base.
What
Yeah,
did he do?
Yeah, Dennis froze up.
Yeah.
Huh?
Don't belong on the fucking floor.
Robert, are you feeling better?
The reception.
Do what now?
Are you feeling better?
Okay, we're back.
I didn't
Hey,
quite hear
Dennis,
you.
I said, are
that
you
oven that I'm
feeling better?
getting,
Am I what?
Bad.
Feeling better.
A little bit, but
Oh, you jam? Well, if you guys don't like the music, you might want to leave because you about to jam.
yeah,
Can y'all take rock and roll?
we had some tests running, and I haven't heard from the test yet, so it's going to be, I guess, about 3 or 4 days till I hear from the test. Well, we got something going on, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope it comes out good
You gonna
anyway.
jam.
Yeah, me too. Hope they get something done quick.
Hey, Matt, you gonna jam?
Fucking shit.
Man, everybody
Matt,
went
you
off
gonna
the air.
Yeah,
Matt, you
Matt,
gonna
getting ready to set up.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Been waiting this for a minute.
Well, I was gonna do it on the. Want me to do it on the mainstream, or you want me to do it here?
what are you rigging up, Matt?
I think he's going to do a little DJing.
No, I play bass. Get a little funky, you know what I'm saying?
Let's play some Metallica.
Uh-oh.
Let's rock.
Matt's fixing to get funky on us.
Oh yeah.
Getting ready to do us the music.
Matt's going to get funky.
Oh yeah.
Hold
Oh, Lord.
You old folks like that music.
Get up here and play me some old bluegrass there, eh?
Oh, you gonna play
Can you
bluegrass?
do some of that snap bass?
I can. Good, you know. You ever got me in a bluegrass band? I'd be able to play it. Sure, damn right I can.
Doom 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 doom.
Yeah, he's going to play and Dennis is going to sing.
Yeah. I'd like to see Dennis sing when he had his all tooth all messed up.
Beast.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Little sound gear here.
Oh, we're going to get funky with the bass.
Oh yeah, Kim. Y'all plug ears. You don't like it. Get the F out. The plane. The plane.
Do me a favor. I got it.
That's really good. Though. He's really good on bass.
And Matt keeps freezing up.
Y'all ladies can come on back in here anytime.
Yeah. Come on, get that funky sound.
Just take a moment to Yep, like it.
Yeah. Where'd you put the pick? There it is.
Let's get it going, Matt. Can't hear him.
Oh, we're about to rock to the bounce bridge. Oh shit! Here we go, the bounce bridge.
I'm just playing. Tell you
Oh,
what.
you have some left? Yeah, bro. Watch this shit. Here we go.
Hey, y'all. I'll back at y'all later.
Well, why don't you hurry, Lonnie? What's Phoenix go across the bridge?
Oh, the freaking bounce
Hey, go
bridge.
get something to eat.
Oh,
Come
all
on.
right.
Lucky sound, man.
I don't know.
I
Somebody
need
said,
all day. I'm hungry.
Somebody said they couldn't
Well,
hear
I'm
me.
at
You
the
guys hear me?
program.
We're rocking, baby.
I'll back at y'all later.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
See you later.
Hey, 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 hey.
Bye, James. Bye, Matt. Bye, Kenny. Bye, Much Shooter.
I ain't been on the bounce bridge in a while.
Uh-oh. Lonnie disappeared.
You trying to go faster now? Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it.
You didn't know around you. Good loving gone bad. No.
Oh, yeah. Made it to the bounce bridge. Play that or what?
What?
I love it.
You gotta keep it stuck.
I love it.
Okay, I'm done.
What
Whatever.
the hell?
What the hell was that?
Done.
That was actually pretty cool at the end there.
Want to keep it funky? That's what you gotta do.
Playing the fucking drums on it?
It's called slap, man. It's called slap.
Now, if we get a girl to sing like Kay, can you do it where it sounds like it sounds like a guitar, like a like you're riffing on a guitar, but it's actually just a bass line. Yes. like Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz. You gotta know Lenny Kravitz song. This is mostly bass stuff. Man, you gotta turn it up.
If you like Megadeth, you know what song that is.
You know Lenny Kravitz?
Excuse me, I have a request.
Hi, Pat.
I got a request. And Matt, I have a request. At any concert, there's always one guy that says, "Play Freebird!"
Oh.
Yeah, play Freebird.
Freebird!
Let's play something funky.
Better yet, play the theme song to Sanford and Son.
I have to remember this is on a bass now, so I don't have kind of a little different. But
Yeah, man, bring the phone closer. Bring the phone back. Bring the phone closer to the speaker box.
Hey, Pat, you got some good motion with them fingers now.
yeah, something like that.
There you go.
Look at Dennis. He's like, dude.
Dennis is lost. He's like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
It's all right. Let's see what the fans are saying. Easy top. Nice.
Oh!
Face
Hi,
it.
hi,
Can't hear-
Brittany.
I'm ready to party.
There you go. There's his easy top.
I'm out.
Let's see. Something like that.
Another. Hey, Pat. You need to get that Another one bites the dust.
Michael Jackson.
Yes. No.
Hey,
Okay,
Matt.
whatever.
Matt.
What do you guys? Gosh.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
Do another one bit the dust.
Another one bites dust. Hey, another one. Good. Another one bites dust. Oh.
One bites the dust.
Yeah.
Another one, man. Another one bit the dust. Yeah.
So figured out how.
What song is that?
Billie Jean, Michael Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. No, I'm figuring out. I haven't learned how to play that yet.
That's all right. You'll get there.
Yep. No, we got on here.
It looked like Will was trying to come in.
Yeah. Fans. Can he do the moon dance? Ah!
Oh, God.
God.
Where's Pettis?
I don't know. Well, tell you what.
Hey, Kenny.
Yes, sir.
You ought to see me play the cajon. I'm pretty good at that daggum beating that cajon.
You are.
Yeah, buddy. Got rhythm in my hands.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's always amazed me how anybody can put two spoons together and make music with them anyway.
Yeah. I love them cajones. They got that little twang thing inside of them.
Yeah.
In a snare drum. And boy, you hit that just exactly right. I mean, that sucker really does have the twang and sound really good.
Yeah, I've always loved the sound of the steel guitar too. I mean, I like to hear somebody play a dobro too.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daddy can play a harmonica real good.
I can play one a little bit, but I got short winded where I can't do nothing now with them.
Yeah.
With a harmonica.
You know what song that is?
So you know what I just did? I just linked this to my LinkedIn profile as well.
It sounds familiar.
Radar Love. Come on, man.
You done what, Dennis?
Yeah, I have a LinkedIn profile as well.
Oh, okay.
Red on
Well, what did Joe think about Humpty Dumpty?
Yep. Well, listen, guys. I'm gonna head out. I'll throw something on page. All right, man. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Stopping in. We got.
Catch you later, Matt. Love you, bud.
Yeah, see you later, Matt.
Yep.
Brittany. Bye, y'all.
Yep. Love y'all.
All right, man. Take care. So yeah, I'm interested to see if anybody from LinkedIn comes in.
Dennis, we're going to have to meet up some of these days and have dinner or lunch together.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm all about that. Now whereabouts you at, Monkey Shooter?
I'm in Spokane, Washington, just off of Division Boulevard.
Oh, okay. Over by the
I'm pretty close to the general store up here off of Division.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Right on, man. Now,
you know, like north.
Aren't you the one that? Okay, wait. Let me put the names together here. Monkey Shooter is your road name. What's your name?
My name is Robert Carter, and my
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. You're Robert Carter. Okay.
Yeah.
From Spokane. Gotcha. All right, Robert. Now I got, because you threw me off with Monkey Shooter because I've never seen your face.
Yeah. I'm the Robert Carter. Exactly.
Yes, sir. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're in Spokane. Now, I used to go to Spokane a lot, but ever since I switched over the road, I never go up that way. I'm always going out south.
If and when we get to move, we're going to stop by and see Arnie as we're going on the way through there where he's living at.
Well, that's cool.
And it's not going to be about maybe 100 miles out of the way, so that'll be well worth spent.
Well, whenever you see me in Phoenix, if I ever get to Phoenix, there's either I can take the 17 north and come over to the 40, or I can take that route that I took before and go up straight up through his place where me and Star did. But now I know I can park at that barbecue place, so I'm good. So every time I go up that way, I'll just get a load out to Albuquerque, so I'll be able to see him. I can't wait to jump in that pool, though.
Do you ever go through Fort Smith, Arkansas?
Tom?
You ever go through Fort Smith, Arkansas?
No, we really haven't hit Kentucky or Arkansas or up there. We hit a little bit of Virginia when we were back before in the summertime, beginning of the summertime, but that was about it. I'm going to go to the state of Maine. I think when I pick up Will, I think I'm going to shoot out up towards Maine so I can go see my dad. So I'm pretty sure I can drag Will within that 2 weeks, and we can head up north. Probably hit Pennsylvania, head up there, Massachusetts, and then hit Maine. So I can get some time off of Maine.
That's where we're going to move to from up here is Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Okay. Right on.
So it'd be, closer on the I-40 where you could, stop in real quick and see me.
Well, I tell you what, if I had my own truck and trailer, I would have loaded you up, moved you. You know what I mean? I would have done it for you.
It's a mess, when you get so daggum old, you can't hardly get around and whatever. It's I hate getting this way, bud. I really do.
Yeah. Well, right on, man. Oh, Frank's in the house.
Hey.
Hey, Frankie.
Hey.
Hey, Frankie.
Hey there, Frank.
Hey.
What you up to, Frankie?
Taking it easy today.
Just chilling today or what?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just chilling out today.
Now you look.
No
You
one's
sound like
home.
you're down a little bit. You all right?
Huh?
You sound like you're down a little bit. You all right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm fine. I'm just Hunter. Excuse me. He's got to spend 24 hours in the hospital. He was at he's at school today, and Hunter being Hunter, and he decided to take a head dive off the monkey bars. So they want to keep him overnight. So I just got back from up there visiting. I mean, he's okay. He's good. Nothing broken. No brain damage or nothing like that. He's got like a little goose egg on his head. They just want to observe him for a little while, and hopefully he might be able to get to come home this evening. But the way that they're talking, they might keep him for 24 hours.
Okay. All right on, man.
Well,
yeah, I titled this one "What Ring." They were talking. I guess Amanda was out there looking for a ring for herself to put it on her finger. I was like, "What the hell?" I was like, "What ring?"
Yeah, I caught kind of like towards the ending of it.
So
when I was driving
is Amanda going to ask Kelly to marry, or is Kelly going to ask Amanda to marry?
Yeah, Frank, that's the good news. They'll recover pretty fast being young like that.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter's in good spirits. I mean, he's up there. Of course, Grandma's up there with him. He's up there. He's laughing. He's having a good time. Of course, he's talking about Dennis and where's Dennis, where's Arnie. I said, well, they're busy working. So he kind of got mad at me a little bit. He was sitting there pointing his little finger at me, going, "No, no, no, no." They're not working. I said, "Yeah, they are."
Oh boy.
But I mean, all in all, he's in good spirits. He's good. I'm kind of hoping that they will let him come back home tonight. I kind of miss him already.
I gotta step out of here, people. So we'll catch y'all later.
All right.
Okay,
Robert.
Yeah.
Robert.
He's my pride and joy.
Wow. And there's just 3.
Yeah.
Where'd everybody go? We had like 45 people. Somebody jump on.
I seen Kim while ago telling me to do the moon dance, but moonwalk. I believe I'm a little old for the moonwalk.
Yeah, because I was watching you guys up there. It was coming like in and out up at the hospital. I thought I was going to come on home and relax for a little bit, and just to be by myself, for a little bit to clear my head, for what happened today,
Frank, he didn't ever knock himself out or anything like that.
Oh no! When he fell off, when he, it was an accident. He kind of like jumped off, and when he slipped, he lost his footing. But when he hit his head, he jumped back up. He was laughing. He wasn't crying. Only time that when he started to cry is when when they took him inside to clean him up a little bit from the dirt and stuff. When he seen the goose egg on his head, that's when he started crying.
Did he gash it open or?
Just a little bit. What they did, they didn't put no stitches up there. They put like a super glue up there or whatever they want to call it. To tape it, to glue it back shut. I don't know. I mean, he's in real good spirits. Good hands. You know. Uh, it's like I tell my wife. Hunter's Hunter.
There's
What
Will.
Hey, what's
Will.
going on, Dennis?
Woo, you naked.
Hello. Well.
What's up, guys?
So what's going on, Will?
Day 3 of school. I'm testing out August 26th.
Okay.
I should be leaving here on the 26th. I should be home 27, 28. Star's going to schedule home time for 28th to 31st.
Okay. Well, you guys, whenever you're done with your home time or with her home time, when you're ready to get on the road, it's going to take me about a week to get there. A little less than that.
Yeah, because I was thinking this 31st first, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. So pretty
September.
much the whole month of September, you're going to be with me.
That's kind of what I was kind of looking at and planning on, yeah.
Yeah. So from the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th of September all the way through the end.
Yeah.
Will, are you enjoying it?
Okay.
Sir?
Well, as long as you get tested out before, or as long as you get finished by November, because I'm going to drop your ass regardless. If you're not.
Oh, thanks. I love you too.
Because I'm parking my damn truck and I'm going on vacation. So
I don't blame you.
I'm taking a week to myself. That's it.
Good. You deserve it.
So, hey, plan on us going in September to Maine. I'm gonna push real hard to shoot
cool.
up to Maine to go see my dad. So I think that would be kind of cool.
I've never been to Maine before. That'd be neat.
Yeah, it's really nice up there. We'll eat like kings. We'll have lobster. Can you eat lobster?
I can eat anything.
All right, so we'll have some lobster up there. We'll eat some steak, some deer meat. Kick it with my dad for a couple days, maybe a weekend or something, and then we'll bounce around Pennsylvania. Probably come down. I told him I want to focus on Georgia, Alabama, down there, Louisiana, head over to Texas, then come back over to, around that area. So if we can shoot straight up to Maine somehow, and then do that would be great.
Okay.
Hey, Janet, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I had to wait till I stopped. I was peeping on you guys, listening a little bit, but I had to wait till I stopped so I could try and get in.
Oh, that's
What's going on?
Janet, right on.
I feel like a peeping Tom, not saying anything. So, like, I got a break, and I was like, hi. Yeah, I'm not a creeper, guys. I'm not a creeper.
You're good.
But you guys are really interesting. I'm having a sleepy day. How are you all doing?
Oh, we're good. That's what this is designed for, to keep you awake, There's days that are boring.
Well, they gave all of our trailers to these new hires that are probably going to quit tomorrow. And so I went on a 3-hour trailer hunt.
Oh, wow.
Now the whole thing is messed up. The load could possibly be overweight. I've got instructions of which way to go if I am overweight, for them to take this load off of me.
Oh, boy.
And I don't know what the hell I'm going to end up with. I just came off of home time. I kind of need a little bit of a paycheck next week.
Gotcha, yeah. Now, are you owner or are you driving for a company? I don't need to know.
I work for a company.
Oh, gotcha, okay, yeah.
I'm good. I put in an application, quite honestly. I'm just trying to get the money they owe me back, and I'm considering switching yet again. I just did this one in March.
Oh, really?
The one previous was 3.5 years. I mean, I got good records of 9 years, but this one's just not paying me what I owe, and I don't want to chase nobody no more.
Definitely looking.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to chase them for my money.
Yeah.
So I went in again today, and hopefully got it situated.
Good.
So, and I told the next company, if I do this push me all the way out to the 30-day mark. I'm not going to keep calling you back once a week saying, no, I need another week. No, I need another week.
Gotcha.
You know, I don't want to do that. I'd rather call her back and say, hey, I'm ready to go now. You know?
Right on. So, Janet, are you the one that Arnie was talking about interested in streaming with us and stuff?
Yep.
Okay, great.
That's me. I was in my bathing suit yesterday, sucking up the sunshine. You see this right on my face? This was earned and it wasn't from this windshield. This was time off. See this burn? I'm just saying, that's not from this sunshine.
Well, I'm looking at Will's nipple, so I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
Okay, that's TMI. That's too much information, darling.
Jesus Christ. At least bring your nipples down below the chin. Oh, my God. No. 16 people to 27. It's like, is that Will's nipple? I can't make it out. I think that's his nipple.
That is funny.
No shit, right? Oh. Yep.
I'm just sitting back in the room is all I'm doing.
Mr. Arnie.
I think I was blinded right there. I come on and all I saw was I was blinded. I'm telling you right now, I was blinded. Okay, I had to look away. I couldn't do it.
Arnie, if you had not changed clothes, I would swear that you're still sitting in the same spot from yesterday. Like, did you ever even get up and go pee or what?
This is my chair right here. This is my chair. This is where I'm at.
Well, you gave me the grand tour
I'm
yesterday, so I know when
today.
I'm ready to go solar, I know who to talk to.
All right. Anytime you're ready, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some solar for off the grid. You know, my future plans. My future
It's
plans.
not hard.
So how's it going today? How's everybody doing?
I'm doing
Y'all look
fantastic.
comfy. Y'all look real comfy.
I'm watching my student drive.
I
Kind of
just-
sort of you guys at the same time. I'm supposed to be napping, but it's all right. This is fun. That's Joe. He just farted. And it stinks.
Well,
Joe goes, hey, you smell that? I was like, oh, what the hell?
we can describe you, Janet, as not bashful.
What's up, Amy? Oh, my best friend Amy's there. Amy! Crack me up.
They're all in here.
So, yeah, we'll plan on trying to make our way up to Maine in September. So, it'll be my birthday month. So, go home and see my dad for my birthday.
Yeah, my birthday month too.
So, yeah. I haven't seen my dad, what was it, 2 years ago? 2019 that did, right? No. Beginning of 2020.
That's way too long. You gotta go see him.
Yeah, the beginning of 2020, I think August. No.
Yeah, it was before that.
I'm getting bad
September.
reception.
Well, it was last year, September. 2021 or 2020 September, I think I went. Or before that, April, May, June and July, I think. That's when I went.
Yeah, it was before the 4th of July.
Yep. Arnie, did you see Matt jam on his guitar? He probably did.
That's what I was watching before I came here. I was as soon as I clicked on, I saw he was live. I went over there and looked, and then I realized he had just come from here.
Well, sorry to hear that, Robbie. Who did we lose? Will? Damn it.
Yeah. And yeah, he plays pretty good. I wish I actually had my amp to get him to get it going, because I play.
That was the guy that was playing the guitar when I was peeping on y'all, right?
Yeah, that's Matt. Matt's in Pennsylvania. I love
He went live on his own.
Yeah.
Because when I stopped in this construction 1-lane stop and went to switch, I saw he was on his own station playing his guitar.
Yeah, it wouldn't come in on here, so he went over there and did it.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, that's why I lost everybody. God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got booted out.
Oh. Yeah, for some reason, doing that. It does
I
it to
thought,
me, too.
okay,
I can
he's
do
sick
that on
of
my own
me
skin.
peeping on him, so he just kicked my ass out. Yeah, that creepy little bitch has got to go.
I got
You even sang, Becky? Oh wow! No wonder everybody left my ass. So how long you been driving, Janet?
I'm going on 9 years.
Oh,
well,
you got
actually,
more than
right
me
now, 9 years.
Oh, you got more than me then. Yeah.
I got this measly little itty bitty kind of sort of drive empty for 5.5 hours, a 3-hour trailer hunt, so that'll suck up 8, which put me behind the 8 ball. So I'm going up here, kick off the drive line, kick off online, whatever, put myself in the sleeper, creep around this property, drop my trailer, wait till about 5 in the morning to pick up the loaded trailer. So I'm going to park in the driveway and get some sleep then.
Oh, right on.
And then drive back to Oklahoma City. If I'm overweight, they gave me a route to take.
Oklahoma City.
Oh,
Dare I ask
you know what? Where? It's going to Goodlettsville, Goodlettsville, Tennessee.
Oh no, really? Oh my God.
Yeah, and with it being as heavy as it is, I'm happy to shove it on somebody else rather than me be the one going 35 up the hills.
Why don't you go pay the little $13 and scale it?
There's a Love's right by where I'm going, so I can scale it. They just don't want if you're overweight, they don't want you going 1 block back to the shipper and having anything reworked. They want you to run with it.
Oh, wow.
Speak robot?
And that's strictly for Tyson. But you know those W900s? Those Kenworth W900s? Those seem to be the ones that are always coming up overweight because it's a heavy truck in the first place.
Well, yeah.
And that's not what I have. So I've never had a problem.
What's your truck weigh?
Mine's 34.6, 34.7. Just the truck.
What's with a full belly?
Wait a minute, let me think. 34.7 with the trailer and truck.
Okay.
35. Yeah. I got an empty ticket somewhere in my phone.
What are we doing here?
What are you in? International or Great Mining?
Yeah.
There we go.
So, Arnie, you going to be on here for a bit?
Say that again?
Arnie, are you going to be on here for a bit?
Yeah, I'll be on here for a little bit. Yeah.
Arnie?
Yeah, I said yes. I'm going to be on here. Yeah, I said yeah. Hey, Dennis is having issues.
That's all right.
That's normal for Andrew. Take him out too.
Yeah, he's got to do his thing. That's for sure.
Well, Will, let's hear about school there for the 3 days so far.
Oh, 3 days so far. It's been interesting. There we go. I've had day 1 and day 2 has pretty much been classroom.
Paperwork. Yep.
Not much really going on for that. It was just classroom stuff, modules to do for homework. Of course, teaching the Smith system. And this morning, of course, we go out to the pad in the afternoons and do pre-trip, just plain old CDL pre-trip, which I'm actually knocking out and getting down pretty good.
The pre-trip's all just paperwork so far?
No, the pre-trip's actually been the walk around the truck.
All right.
Open the hood. You're checking the alternator, the coolant. You know, you got to say securely mounted, no broke, damaged, loose, or missing pieces, not leaking. So you're doing that through the engine, the side of the cab. You're going inside. You're actually
where
doing
the
a
battery,
brake.
where the batteries are and the air tanks and stuff, or no?
No battery, no air tanks.
Okay.
Do
You go
some
inside.
pre-trips have that on there?
What's that?
Do some pre-trips have the batteries and air on it?
Yeah, because it's part of your truck. That's what you're driving. But some places don't teach that, and they don't want you to learn that. And that was one of the things I actually had to do with Star once she got in. And they came right here to me. And as soon as she walked around, she just bypassed it 100%, walked right past it, got back to the airlines on the back of the truck, the trailer, that thing right there. And I stopped. And Dennis and her both kept walking. And I'm like, what are you doing? And they kept going. I said, you realize there's something under here, right? And they went, what? And I literally popped the battery compartment and reached in there and pulled the air tank to bleed them. And they were like, what is that?
Bleed it, yeah, let the water out.
And he didn't.
Yeah.
They did not have a clue.
Yeah, I wasn't taught that either.
Yeah, school doesn't teach that.
Right.
We had mechanic classes on Saturday mornings for about 4 hours or something, and he would teach us how to gauge the brakes and stuff like that. You know.
That's what I did with Star when she got here. But by the time it was all said and done, she knew what the ABS was, but she did not know where it was. And so when I took her to the back of the trailer and I climbed up in between the tandems, I said, and you see that little box up there? That little box is where that little light is connected to. And I said, sometimes this little box down here gets nice and dirty, and you got to get down here and clean this a little bit so that you can roll, because you are the one about to get the ticket when that light don't work.
Yep.
And so when I showed her that, I said, you also see that back here on this trailer, there is a couple air cans. I said, one for the front, one for the back. And I said, in between those things is a little valve. And if you don't let the water and the goo out of here, you ain't going to have no brakes on this trailer. And so that's kind of how I walked her through everything that I did when she started her own pre-trip with Dennis. You see? And so I know that some of the places do not teach you, do not want you to know that, because that requires you actually knowing certain things. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I think the system has failed as far as that goes. You know what I mean?
I was told all the time, don't worry about that ABS light. You tell them, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. The next trailer, it went off. It wasn't, it's the trailer. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I got failed an inspection in New Mexico just because of that ABS light back there.
Yep.
When I turned my ignition on, it did not flash. And that's it. And then the next trailer I hooked up to, it worked. And I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's part of the DOT test here in Arizona.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that, see, all those little pet peeves that I do that, I mean, some people do and some people don't, but that's just me. So when she did her pre-trip, and how she started was basically, to pop the hood. And then when she got, you pop the driver's side, walk around passenger side, pop it, lift the hood. And from that point, she started on the pretty much the driver's side, if you want to call it that, and then started looking from that, walking down the side of the trailer. Well, I had walked to the other side of the truck where she popped the hood, and right there is where I started my pre-trip and walked around the front of the truck, and then to the back and all the way around the other side. By the time it was done, and I was crawling underneath the stuff, I said it wasn't like I was crawling under there checking all the welds on your trailer and doing the stuff that I know how to do, but this is what you do. I said, because there's going to come a time to where if they red light you and they pull you in and they inspect you and you're screwed and your trailer sits right there till it's fixed. I said that could be 3 days and you're stuck in a scale house going, now what do I do? So you know, they may
You're
let
doing
your truck roll, but they ain't
I
letting
want to
your
learn how to do the
trailer go.
leveler and the slack adjusters. Those are two things
Slack
I want to
adjusters
learn.
they're easy. Think of it like this: when you release the brakes and for your trailer, and you go back there and you take a look at where your brake shoes are at, okay, they can't be no more than a quarter inch away from your drums, okay, and that is what that is. So the slack adjusters take that slack out to make them closer, so that when you step on it. But if you do that wrong and you put too much pressure on there, you're going to smoke your brakes. You see, so you have to actually have to know what that is, and you can kind of look at the gauge in a sense by stepping on your brakes, sort of like what I did with Dennis the other day. I said, if you release the brakes completely, right, and push the trailer brakes in and pump it, you can actually watch the difference between the pressure between the front of the truck and the trailer, and they should be exactly the same, even though it's a 80-foot distance, difference. They should be exactly the same. So things that I know.
One load, I couldn't get the tandems to slide. I tried the curb. I tried everything. That trailer, those wheels were just turning, and I ran with it the way it was. I was overweight. It was only 2 hours, I-44, no way stations. And I got it back to Oklahoma City, and he said, the slack adjusters, he said, but I had to go around 3 times. You had no trailer brakes. And then he did that, and then my tandem slid.
Yep. Yeah, that is a part of it as far as your brakes go, because that pressure, same time that goes in the air cam back there, that also releases the pin, because it's all tied together back there. You know what I mean? And people don't realize that. They just do not.
Well, that's one of the things I want to fully understand.
Yeah.
Because I can help myself out of a lot of situations. You know what I'm saying? Not try wolf and be on my way, not be going out of route. I can do a lot of that myself. And the level of
I'll tell you. She's in Oklahoma.
Yeah. One of the things for DOT too is they're actually having us look at the slack adjuster push rod. Of course, can't move more than 1 inch.
Right.
We're doing that on the drives. We're doing that on the driver's side steer. We're doing it on the tandem. So you're doing it 3 different times there. So it's a full pre-trip that we're doing, that we're learning.
Yep.
Today, for instance, we did straight line backing.
Yep. Straight line, offset, parallel. Yeah.
No. They're kindergarten step stoning us big time, which is fine. I don't mind.
All right.
Today was, like I said, straight line backing. They actually did a demonstration of hooking and unhooking and sliding the fifth wheel. Yeah, sliding the fifth wheel, and they showed us how to unlock and what it looked like to unlock the tandems as well.
Is it the cab unlock that they're showing you to do, or going back there and actually pulling the fifth wheel pin?
They should be teaching you how to pull fifth wheel pin.
They're hitting the button inside the cab, and then moving the fifth wheel.
All right.
Moving the fifth wheel back and for loads.
Yeah, see, every place is different because it's becoming electronic. So they're taking the actual physical portion of you taking it out, and that's kind of what I say. That is a shortcut, but you got to know how to do it, because if that fails, you still got to know how to move these things.
Manually,
you have
and
to.
How to actually move that fifth wheel lock to lock and unlock.
Right.
And we actually got a chance to get underneath it and actually pull it, lock and unlock it ourselves.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of what I did. The same thing with Star. I had an idea on how they were going to teach, and so that was kind of the specifics that I broke down to her after the fact. Once she was done, I didn't do it like I'm doing with you right now. I didn't do any of that with her while she was in school because I didn't want to overwhelm her and
Right.
start making her think twice. You know what I mean? Because that's not my job. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. And then they said we were doing so good for a straight line backing. For 2 hours, we did offset backing.
How many people you got in your class?
4.
Really? Oh, that's good. That's real good.
That's nice and small. That's nice. Almost one-on-one attention.
Almost, yeah, almost.
That's really nice. Yeah.
Tomorrow's game plan is probably pre-trip for a little bit. Then they're going to pile us in a truck, and we're going to go down to PIR, Phoenix International Raceway, around that area.
Yeah, I know where it's at.
And then we're all going to get a chance to actually drive.
That's good. Because of that right there, and being your third day and already starting to drive, as far as that goes, you're going to get a lot of hands-on. Now, are they going to be teaching you in a stick or in an automatic?
Automatic.
All right.
What did you say? Stick or automatic?
We're driving a Volvo.
I missed the answer.
Say it. What was the question?
What did you say? Stick or automatic when he asked?
Yeah, I asked. He said it's an automatic.
Oh, okay.
Volvo.
Are they newer trucks or just yard dogs, no sleepers?
The sleepers are taken out. They've been replaced with seats.
Yeah, there's a bench. Now, depending on which Volvo that you get into, some of the Volvos will have the Jake brake right there on the steering wheel. It depends if it's an older one that has the manual stick right next to your seat. There's a couple different versions of the Volvo, you know what I mean? And depending on what that is. If you're doing the newer ones like 2016 and above, atypically everything's going to be buttons on the dash.
Yeah, this is going to be a stick right next to the windshield wipers.
Okay.
And it also has the trailer brake lever.
All right, that's good.
It's got 5,000 miles on it.
Yeah, some of those, that's what I kind of had to explain to a few of them. Some of those, that's a Johnny bar, by the way. Some of those do not have the Johnny bars. That is the trailer brakes. That bar is the Johnny bar, right? Which all the old trucks that I grew up in, they all had that. The newer ones do not even have that Johnny bar.
Really?
Really.
Mine's up there on my dash near my radio. This is a 2020. It's up there. It's a big like stick shift looking knob.
Yep. Some of them do not even have that anymore. They do not. They took it, even though it's a required option. They do not even have it.
I don't think I could drive a truck like that. I need that for my security blanket.
That is
You know
one of the
what I'm
things I told when I climbed into Dennis's truck and said, "Where's your?" And he goes, "I don't have one." You know, and I was like, "Oh God!" And then it becomes, what do you do if you lose your brakes? You know what I mean? Because you can't, if they take the manual downshift portion of it away from you, which a lot of companies do, then you can't shift that truck. You can't downshift it to make it slow down. So you're in a world of hurt right there. You know what I mean? And
I can't drive a truck like that. My life is on the line every time.
I've put companies right to the test, and I said, you put that option back in this truck or I'm done right here, right now, because that is a major safety issue to me. Anything that is supposed to come with this truck, I'm supposed to be able to use, because you guys want to save the fuel mileage. You remove it so that we can't manually do and blah, blah, blah. Even though that they have the capability of checking everything you do by the computer, by your ELD, right? They can check when you shift manual, when you do whatever, you know what I mean? That they know by looking at the computer performance of your ELD.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the truck that she's in right now has the trailer brake, or the Johnny brake, as you call it.
Yeah, there might be a time where you need to put both feet on the brake pedal and pull the hand valve down at the same time.
Yeah, if you have to dynamite your brakes, that's never any fun. I'll just say that much.
Sure ain't.
So how long is your school, Will?
I test out August 26th.
But how long have you been at it? How many weeks is it?
Oh, it's 3 weeks.
Okay.
It's 3 weeks, and I started Monday.
Now, what kind of company are you thinking about going with? Are you gonna go with somebody that's gonna have a mentor to continue your training, or?
Yes, I'm actually training through night.
Okay.
Night's doing the training,
All
and
right.
Dennis is going to be my trainer.
Okay. All right. I did a 5-month school. It cost me a lot of money, but I was in there for 5 months. So like 5 weeks was just in the classroom, 5 weeks was backing, and 5 weeks was getting my passenger endorsement in case I didn't like trucking and wanted something else to fall back on.
No, they took you a lot slower than most to break it down for you, is what they did. Some of that I actually agree with, that the schools should be a little bit longer than what they are, instead of, I mean, I've seen them as little as 3 days, you know what I mean? 3 days and you're driving with nothing. And I would like, you know, no offense, even after 30 years, I'm still learning, you know what I mean? Every day, because even if you didn't see me just a minute ago, I was standing up and I was watching a driver that was coming down the road right here, and he stopped in the middle of nothing, and there was cars behind him, but he stopped. And I was like, are you going to turn? What are you going to do here? You know, and I couldn't figure out what he was doing. And I don't know if he just got his addresses wrong and it was telling him to turn or whatever it was, but he kind of started creeping after that. But that's what I was doing when I stood up here and I was watching, because I was like, I can see the traffic from here. You know what I mean? So when I see these drivers, there's been drivers here at the bottom of my hill that pull into the Family Dollar store down here that have literally gotten stuck, from what I've heard. You know, because they can't park on this little dirt road because they're half in, half off the cement, and if they do it wrong, they start spinning their tires. Yeah.
Janet,
So,
where did you go to school at?
I went to Hamrick in Medina, Ohio.
Medina, huh?
It was, yeah, Medina.
I got.
I mean, it was all right. I liked it. It was a Monday through Friday thing. Saturday was videos and mechanic classes. They teach you to do things, and it lasted a very long time. So it actually felt like habits were formed.
Yes, that was one of my pet peeves, because anything that you learn, you have picked up somebody else's bad habits, okay? And that is the problem to break, is somebody's bad habits when they teach you, because if they get stuck on that and that's all they teach, and that's because that's all they know, that's like I said right here when I did a pre-chip doing with Dennis and Star, it's the things that they learn. And it's the things that they need to know, you know what I mean? And so when I look at that, even like you, I mean, I hate to say this, even if you turned your camera around and I'm watching you drive down the road, after a little while, I'll be able to tell when you're turning, when you're doing, and you're backing up. I'll be able to tell what you're doing. And because I've done it, it's like repetitive to me. And so when I'm looking at it from my viewpoint, I know exactly what mirror you're staring in. I know what you're doing. You know what I mean? I know those habits, you know, and those habits, some of them are good, some of them are bad, you know, that kind of thing. And it all depends on if somebody sees it and can catch you and get you out of those. Sort of like the guy today that Dennis is training, when he started backing up, first he's on the driver's side backing up, and then the next thing you know is the trailer's going to swinging to the right, and then he's trying to get back under it. He can't figure out how to do it, and he's stepping on the pedal, literally speeding up, slowing down as he's backing up, and he's so nervous, you know, that he didn't get the concept. Just let it idle. It's gonna go, you know.
Yeah, just let it roll and get back up under it. There's no need to accelerate. I think it's very important that you do, in fact, use your flashers when backing.
Right.
Oh, but you missed it too.
I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Yep, I got you.
Some of these people that are blindsiding, I swear they got cameras. There's no way they whip it in the way they do.
Sorry about that, folks. My phone overheated, so I had to reboot.
That's all right. I'll give you an example of what I did with Will's girlfriend, Star. Even though even though that she went through her training program and the rest of it, I actually drew a figure out with dimensions and feet and all this. I drew it out on paper so that she could actually physically see it in a nutshell. And I told her it will work. Literally, it's in a 100-foot parking lot. You can park this truck anywhere because that is the formula for it. And somebody else came on here that is a driver manager for another company, and they actually took my idea and put it into practice. And basically all of their drivers loved it. They had them chauffeuring the trailers around the yard just to practice this. And they're like, oh my God, there's actually a number in it.
That's awesome. Yeah.
You know, and
I don't know a number. I don't know one.
Think of it like this. When you're pulling into park somewhere, right? Any truck stop in America, I don't care, pick one. And it doesn't matter if you're blind side back in or regular, you know, for the driver's side, but you're always about 10 feet off the front of the nose of one of these trucks when you're pulling in looking for the hole, right?
Right.
And it's the same thing if you were on a blind side back, always 10 feet. And if you think about this, when you start to kick your truck to where it's doing the little 45, you know, your truck and your trailer, right, doing the little 45 to get the angle right, and then you automatically turn, let's say, to the driver's side so that you can see your trailer, see the hole, all the stuff, right, at that. You know, your trailer's at the 45, your truck's basically at a 90 in front of the guys in front of you, but you're still about 10 feet off the front of them, right?
Right.
And so when you do that, that is basically the formula, and you can take that and put that in reverse to where you can do the same thing.
I never thought about doing that.
And in blindside, so when you're blindside, and it's the same theory, but either way, because of the blind side, if your hood mirrors are not set right, your passenger mirrors are not set right, I tell them, I said, you look at the crosshairs on the landing gear from I mean, because that's what it looks like, is crosshairs, right? See the two posts on either side and the crosshairs in the middle. That is, when you get to the point on the blind side to where you can see that, you don't need to turn any farther to get into a hole, ever. Okay, if you can see that center crosshair, I don't care if it's from the driver's side or passenger side, when you can see that crosshair,
would that be the point where you're trying to get back under it? When you see
that you are now past that point to get back under it, and you are literally going to fight this thing every time.
I gotcha.
Okay, yeah. See now how easy it is for you because you've done this for a while, so you understand it. Even Paul sitting there, he's like, "Yep."
Well, I still practice.
I'm just
in empty
soaking
parking
in all the
lots.
knowledge.
You know, I mean, we all have our good days and bad days. I practice in empty parking lots. I want my trailer. You know, I always slide my tandems, and it's easier to back that way.
Right.
I don't have to worry about the tail swing hitting anybody.
The tail swing, you have to think about this, and you probably already know the formula, but one rotation of a tire is 8 feet, right?
Right.
So you already know that, and it doesn't matter if it's a 22.5 or a 24, it's 8 foot from the time you do to the time. So if you think about this and you walk right outside your door, whether it's the cement or a gravel parking lot, and you make yourself a mark, just scratch a mark in the ground with your foot, so you have a center point, you can literally see how far you're going to move your trailer. You can see how far it's going to move. You know those little things, and those are the little tricks that make it easy for backing up, right? And anything that has to do with that. At the same time, even if you're pulling your tandems forward, right, and you look at that mark out there that you can see, and you're just staring at it, you know whether you've come up a foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and you know for the holes from being in the very back how many feet it is up to the California hole, right? Just by watching your mark, and when you figure out where you need to be. No offense, I never scaled a load for almost 15 years. Right. And I'm not kidding. It didn't matter what it was. I never had to scale because I knew where it had to be. Right. That was just bottom
the preloaded trailers, they get me. If I'm going to throw that seal on there and I can climb up in there and I can look at the front and see what they did, it weighs, I'm usually spot on, like awesome. I mean, the 6 hole is magic. You know what I'm saying?
For
on
me,
the big holes,
for
on
me,
the big ones.
For For me, it's between the 6th and 8th hole. It's never past the 8th hole. Even when I get into California, I don't run the California hole ever. Okay, and I know that they want you to, and blah blah blah, but they're not the one carrying the weight. Okay, they're not the one. You know what I mean? So I've fought that a few times in California, and bottom line, that I'm going to drive it one way or the other. So.
Well, they've been sticking me with 26,000 on these preloaded trailers when I gotta, put it at the California line. 26,000 on my drives and 34,000 on my trailer.
Oh wow! Yeah. So you got to come up about 9-10 holes.
That's what we fight with the spread axles. They're always heavy, way heavier.
That's what these chicken loads have been doing.
Yeah.
That's the kind of weird thing that always used to get me because of pulling tandems versus spread axles versus 3 axles. You got that little valve that's in between each axle that distributes your weight, right? Well, when one of those things go out, the other axles are taking the brunt of it, and then you're heavy, and you're getting a ticket when you go through a scale, But
right.
It's those little, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? But you got to know the little things to do to where you can actually help fix that. Because sometimes the little valves are just stuck, and I tell everybody, wintertime, a little bit of rubbing alcohol in the lines, that kind of thing, cleans out your dryer, cleans out your tanks, that kind of thing. Just those little tricks of the trade, that, it takes people years and years to learn. That's kind of what this platform right here kind of does for everybody,
That's awesome. That is awesome. After things become repetitive, like after, I've been out here for 9 years, I don't think about what I learned in class for the pre-trip. So when he's talking about that class stuff and it's bringing back some memories, you know what I mean? Like, got it, yeah. I remember that. But I don't think about it every day, quite honestly. I do not.
One of the things that I told Dennis, I said, you ever been in a parking lot and nosedived into a hole to park, right? Yeah. And then you got a truck on either side of you, right? I said, imagine being in that truck stop, backing up, and pick a hole right next to you, the ones that are right next to you, and back up and put that trailer and that tractor into either one of those holes on either side of you, and do that in one move.
Oh. I'm in the admin chat.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
It's up to you.
Wait, what?
He's talking.
Yeah, I'm on live.
Somebody else on.
Okay.
Okay, baby.
I hear the voice, but.
Okay,
I know. I was like, where's she at? I know she's here.
I'm here. I'm leaving Oklahoma and approaching Kansas. So Verizon's a little iffy for the few minutes, you know, for 10 miles or something. I don't know.
Yeah, before you get to the 435 up there.
Going back to what you were talking about with the automatics earlier. The shifting issue with the shifting and all with the truck that I had now, take it, it's a 2021. My shifter was up on the lever. It was like on the right lever. It's got 2 levers. It's got one for your blinkers and your washer fluid and all that. And then it's got the one on the right for your shifter and drive and reverse and neutral.
Yep.
And what I liked about it is you can put it in manual mode and actually downshift it and upshift it and all, and you don't even have to put it into manual mode to downshift. And
you pull the lever and it does it.
Yeah. Yep. You can push it down or pull it up, to get it to upshift or downshift, whatever you need it to do. Because I went off a cabbage,
there we go.
A few months ago. And that's one of the good things about it. You don't have to find that gear.
Right.
And, when you downshift it, it's going to get the gear, whether, you don't have to worry about missing it. Now, as far as my automatic, I loved it. I think they've gotten most all the kinks worked out of them now.
Yeah, for every model, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. And, I was skeptical at first, because I've heard everybody talk about them. And and had all the issues with them and everything. But after I got used to it, after I quit hunting the gear shifter over here with my hand, it took me about 2 weeks to quit hunting it.
I know that feeling very well. Very well.
Oh yeah, you know, but
and my clutch foot, it always wanted to move, and I'm
yeah.
like, oh no.
Oh yeah, and yeah, I actually hit the brake pedal trying to push the clutch in one time, and done that, but it didn't take me too many of those to learn. Okay, I got to quit picking up my foot and trying to push that clutch in. But
right.
You know, after I got used to mine, and I've drove it on the ice, I've drove it in the snow and everything. I never had any
Time
issues
for them
with
to get
mine. I
here.
didn't have any issues with backing on, backing
Yeah.
up the dock or anything like that.
What?
You just got to learn how to use it. You know.
Yeah, the only thing I ever seen with those is there's
Yeah,
just a
boy.
little bit of lag, in the response basically is what it is. But that's kind of, I mean, that'd be like a stick shift that when you go to release the clutch, it hasn't engaged. You know what I mean? So it doesn't want to move. That little itty bitty half a fucking millisecond or whatever it is, But I mean, everybody, that's everybody's complaint for the most part is, oh, there's lag when you do this, and it's like, well, this thing ain't a freaking race car for starters, and it's
Right.
like, come on, just throttle response. I'd rather have it slow than overwhelm. You step on this thing and it's doing 100, so,
Well, it's like I heard some people talk about they had problems backing up to dock because it kept bouncing off the dock and it wouldn't let them get, stay
That's
on the
the
dock.
automatic I was in. That's what
Yeah.
kept happening. And if you in the automatic, and if you touch the fuel pedal and a little more, all of a sudden, I mean, absolutely nothing happening. And then all of a sudden it just takes off and slams the dock. And it's
Right.
like,
Yeah.
what the hell? Oh my God.
I
Right.
didn't have that issue with the truck I was in.
I've had the same, so I know what she's talking about. And that's what I mean, that little bit of lag thing that's right there,
Yeah.
because you
Yeah.
lose it. And what all that is that there is my buddy had to learn this the hard way, but there are the computer adjustments that they have to do with that computer to get rid of that problem. And what they ended up doing
So
with,
it's not the driver.
no, it's not the driver. It's the actual computer that it's got stupid. But what they ended up did with my buddies is they took a 13-speed update and tried to put the 13-speed update in a 10-speed. So this thing did not want to shift, didn't want to step on the gas, it wouldn't do anything. Felt like it was falling apart. And he came down cabbage right after they had just done this update. And he came down it and he couldn't shift it, couldn't downshift it, just nothing. And by the time it was done, when he went to go step on the brakes didn't want to work because that was the update.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So the computer.
My problem.
Go ahead.
Good. My problem today for straight line backing was my foot for the gas was also covering the dang brake, so I was doing a double there.
Yeah.
Well,
are they trying to make you step on the gas to make it back up faster? Is that what they're trying to do?
They're trying to have us go 5 to 7 miles an hour.
5 to 7. Okay.
Yeah. See, when I went through school back in what was it, 90, we were trained on the fact that they didn't want us touching the fuel pedal because, anytime you're getting on the fuel pedal backing, well, that's that much more damage you're going to cause if you hit something.
Right.
So we were trained, do not step on the fuel pedal. You want to, so that you can do it.
That's your habit.
It's an urge that you got to fight, but
yeah, that was the same thing I told Dennis when on his little video when the guy was backing up. I'm like, let it idle. That learning the pedal thing will come, but you gotta let it idle so you learn what you're doing. Because the slower you go, the easier it is for you. To
control. Yep.
It'd be like you launching a car.
Today.
You get one that's a peg leg, one that's a posi, and the next thing you know, you launch this thing, it's going to do something different. So when you start doing it slow, it doesn't do that. You know what I mean? So, and that's why that's 80,000 pounds. You want to drive it like a crotch rocket? Hey, more power to you there.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the biggest tricks about straight line backing, and Arnie will tell you this too, and this is the main problem that most people do in straight line backing, is they oversteer. Small corrections. Small corrections.
They're saying 9 and 3, and then you just kind of barely steer it.
Yep.
And then you just get small corrections. Small corrections. Yep.
The way that I was taught to back up was when you're driving forward, you hold the top of the steering wheel. When you're backing up, you hold the bottom of the steering wheel, because your brain will get the concept on which way you got to turn this thing. So when you're doing the 9 and 3, your brain is like split, because you're halfway between where you're supposed to be and where you are. And like when you're driving a car going down the road, atypically you're holding it at the top of the steering wheel, right? You're holding it at the top steering wheel, or you're holding it at the bottom. You're not doing the 9 and 3 thing, okay? Right. And you will get to see the guys that are going down the road, and I swear to God, they're holding it 9 and 3, and they're white knuckled like this whole thing's just going to go crazy, okay? And you can just, they're eyeballing the road like it's going to come out up and bite them. You know what I mean? And I mean, you will see this, and no offense, that is a bad thing, because you're paranoid about stuff that you think is going to happen. Not that it's a bad thing to think that, but because of your brain gets in that mode of, oh my God, I'm going to crash. Oh my God, and your eyeballs, you're wearing yourself out is what you're doing. You haven't relaxed and let what you've learned sink in to grasp this, you know what I mean? And so you've got to just kind of take a breather and slow down and realize where your little happy place is there. And, you know, you have to be taught the things to do if this happens, if that happens. And atypically,
they're not teaching that.
What will happen? Most of the time, when you have that mentality, staying in that mentality, you're more likely to overcompensate when something does happen.
I did. And they're teaching, and DOT is expecting us to stay at 9 and 3.
Yes, they will during your test. They will have. They want you to do that. Yeah, because they want to see you do hand over hand is what they want to see you do. Okay.
Okay.
And you've seen the older drivers with the suicide knobs, which I think are stupid, but that's my personal opinion. Now,
I thought those were illegal.
They are illegal.
They are in most states.
Yeah,
I don't know about all states, but most states they are.
Yeah, they are illegal. And the company driver, if they catch you putting one of those things on there, you're done. You know, your owner operators, not so much, because it's a preference. They can't tell you. Because it's internal in your truck, and they can't tell you what you can modify and what you can't. And now, like the hood and the lights and all the mirrors and all the junk, anything that's on the external, they can get you for, but on the internal, they can't.
Yeah, I doing the straight line back, and I actually found 2 little tricks that helped me out quite a bit. Was using my flat mirrors. As long as I could see my tandems and my flat mirrors, I knew I was straight and good. And then as I was pulling through the lane, I was actually cheating, because further back, I was looking back behind the trailer. There was one of the parking lanes. And so I kind of lined the trailer up with that and kept on backing up. So I cheated a little bit going back, but still, you know, once I got that little concept down. Yeah.
That's in essence what you're doing. Pick a spot that's behind you and back to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. And so once I got comfortable, I actually started playing with it a little bit in the lane. They didn't realize it, but I was actually playing. I was actually moving. Okay, I'm going to put my trailer a little bit more that way. Okay, now I want to correct it. You know, I'm actually learning how to correct and compensate for that trailer swing in the back. And I was doing it on purpose after a while, just to see what I had to do and to see exactly how much play I had to do on it.
And that would be a yes, Michelle.
Thing is, you know, like when you're backing up the dock, and most of your docks have yellow paint back there where you'll see, there we go. You'll have yellow paint back there that'll be on both sides of your trailer. So you may be offset one way, and then, you know, you judge how many inches you need to move it over. So doing what you're doing is not a bad thing. That's actually going to help you to, okay, well, I need to move it over like 3 inches. And then you'll learn how to start moving it over 3 inches, 4 inches, whatever you need to do. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I say, I was doing that on purpose to do that exactly that kind of thing. How do I move over in the lane a little bit or in the directions? So I don't know if they actually caught on to what I was doing,
can tell
but
you
I
what
did it.
I used to do, and it was a trick that I learned a long time ago, and for whatever reason it worked for me. But where my tandems were at, where the back of the trailer was, I would literally take my little red rag and I would lay it on the ground so it was nice and red and I could see it, in contrast to the yellow lines. Okay, because a lot of times when you're looking at the yellow lines, they disappear and they're not there.
Yep.
But if you have a mark that is at the back of your trailer, because you can see your back of your trailer, where your ABS light is, you can actually see that. Well, if you got your mirror set right to where you can see the tires on your trailer, the minute you look in your mirror, you can see your little rag on the ground, and then you kind of visualize, do I need to move it left or right of this, as backing up compared to the dock, because some docks will not be in those lines straight. You know what I mean? They just won't be, and even though it looks like you're backing up straight, one side of the trailer is going to be away from the dock and the other side isn't. It's going to be touching, and then when you go to pull up, you think, oh, I got to make a right turn. Well, you may make a right turn to compensate for the trailer so it backs up to touch, but at the same time you make that right, you now have to pull back to the left to straighten it out to back up. You know what I mean? So all these little things that you will learn to do just from driving. It's a long process.
I learned that when we hit the road. So
go ahead, Will.
No, I was just saying, I'll learn most of that when I get on the road too. So that'll be, these are helpful hints for down the road, which I like.
Yeah, when you get out there and you start backing on these docks, another little trick too is when you bump that dock and you're up against that dock, go ahead and put it in forward and pull off of it about an inch or two. Just get off that space, because sometimes a lot of these docks the plate won't raise up. It'll catch on the trailer and it won't raise all the way up. So you're putting just enough gap where that dock plate will actually raise up and not hit your trailer and get stuck. So
you'll see on the back of your trailer. On the back of your trailer, you will have the little bumpers, right? And they will have the same little bumpers on the dock, right? Well, a lot of times you'll pull up and them bumpers are gone that are on the dock. So when you bump up to it, you're actually too close and you got to pull up a few inches so that the plate will open and clear. As otherwise, what it's going to do, there are times to where it'll catch on your DOT bar when they try to do this. They try to lock you in or unlock you, and the next thing you know is you're stuck because of you're parked too far forward, too far back.
Okay. Yeah.
You'll learn it. Because you'll be walking back out to your truck to move it an inch or two, and then you got to walk all the way back there. So, and then some of these docks will be just flat concrete, and they won't even have the dock plate there. What they got is they've got a plate that they sit down, and it's got it'll be a plate like this, and then it's got the little tongues that fit in between the concrete wall and your trailer. So you want to leave a little bit of space for those too, if they happen to have those, especially if it's a flat concrete, something like that. So
I've seen those ramps before. Tricks. So I've seen those ramps before. So okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, another little trick with your backing. Another thing about your backing too, you won't see it there, but when you get out on the road, you're eventually going to get a trailer that's dog-legging to the right or the left.
Yep.
And when you go to backing, that's when it's going to get challenging. But now what I've done is if you get a trailer that's dog-legging, get a good look at how much it's dog-legging and get an idea by looking in your mirror. So whenever you go to back in a spot at a truck stop, you want to put that trailer in the same dog-leg position that it's in as close as you can get it. Because if you got a trailer that's dog-legging and you line it up straight in the back of your trailer, whichever side that trailer is dog-legging to, it's going to turn to that side, and you'll end up being off center. But things like that's going to happen, and you'll learn.
Yeah. Yep.
I can give you a little trick on as far as dog-legging. Think about this of you're pulling this thing, and I'm just going to use the example that it's pulling to the right. So in other words, it's running on the fog line. Okay.
Okay.
And let's say you've got your tandem slid all the way forward and it's dogleg in there. What happens is if you stretch and you move that tandem back, okay, the ass end of that thing is going to move over because you've just slid your axles back. So instead of it being on the right all the way, it's going to move over a little bit because you've slid the axles back. So that makes a longer distance between your kingpin and the tandems, and that is what kind of straightens you out. It doesn't give you a lot, but it will do it. Okay. And if the shorter the distance that you make those wheels, atypically if they bend any of the suspension parts in there, and your pins get bent, whatever the case may be for it to cause it to dogleg, when you start sliding that thing back towards the back of the frame, that it's going to straighten itself out because it doesn't have a choice but to. You see?
But you're right.
That's all it.
Yeah.
That's all it can do, and it doesn't matter how bad. Yeah, because you're forcing it to do that, and because you've put that much, right?
Now,
one
I'll
of the
tell
things.
you.
Go
ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, you didn't hear this from me, and I didn't say this.
There we go.
But one way to, sometimes you can correct that dog leg if it's not real bad. What happens in a lot of the cases, what causes the dog legging is truck drivers get into place and they have to make a 90-degree turn, so they're corkscrewing that trailer.
Yep.
And it causes it pushes those trailers out of the tandems out of alignment. Well, you can kind of do that to correct it, but it's not something that is good for the tandems. But whatever side your trailer is doglegging to, if you can get in a spot where you got an open enough spot, you can corkscrew it, that same side, and it's going to, a lot of times it'll line it back up for you.
Right.
So sometimes it won't, just depending on what's wrong with it. The main thing is if it's doglegging like that, you want to get out and see what's broken. If there's anything that's broken, make sure there's nothing broken on it that's causing it to dogleg. And if there's nothing broken on it and it's something that's just been out of whack a little bit, sometimes you can corkscrew it and get it back in line a little bit. Just depends on how bad it is.
Usually your pins, that is what locks it. And sometimes the cause of that is one pin has locked and the other pin has not. And you might run into those situations, because I've had a few, to where one pin just will not go in that hole. And you literally got to force this thing to go forward or back to make it lock. Okay. And sometimes the pins are stuck, that kind of thing, being iced over, just stupid stuff like that. And it's sort of like I told Dennis, I said, the minute you slide that tandem forward, backward, and you get to know whether it's sticking, whether it's locking, you can feel it slide, whether they've greased it, whatever. Okay, those little things that you learn to how to make something do what you want it to do, that you're talking about years and years experience of to do these things. Okay, so the stuff that we're doing, don't take that to heart when you go in to start doing your classroom. Okay.
This is for the filing. Yeah, this is for the filing cabinet for later down the road.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, the things I would want you to concentrate on as far as backing would be this. When you start backing that thing to, let's say you're going to do offset, right? And you're going to go from where you are to put it to either the blind side or the driver's side. Okay. The minute that your trailer tire crosses that line and you're in the halfway between both tires, right? The minute it is there, you want to get back underneath that thing and trying to start park the front end of it, because the ass end is going to now follow what you do, but you've got to get it in that hole to right when it splits the wheels. When it splits the wheels, that's when you want to start turning. And it all depends on how hard you got to turn it to make it go in that hole, because you are going to have to park this thing next to a curb one day. And you've been in the truck stops enough times. You've seen how things done. You pull into the rest areas. You've seen it. You've done it in your car when you're parking next to a curb and you got to back into a hole. You've already done it. The only difference is you didn't know the steps behind it. So when that trailer splits that line back there between your wheels, I want you to start turning that wheel the opposite way you just did to get it in that hole in the first place. Turn it the opposite. So now that your drives are now going into that hole. When your drives get in that hole, just like the ass end of your trailer did, that is when you're going to turn it again, because now you've crossed that threshold. And the minute you do that, you're going to be as straight as an arrow in that hole.
What they've got us doing is a 6-step process.
Yep, that's kind of what this is.
Yeah, it's a 6-step process. You're pulling up to whatever point it is, turning the wheel hard to the left as far as you can, and you're looking at your markers, your DOT markers on the side of the trailer.
Right.
And it's 2/3, whatever it is. And when you see that, you're going to turn it hard to the right to line up. Then you're going to back up until you see both cones in the mirrors. And then they want you to get out and look and count your steps off, because we got to line up that passenger side wheel well, or a tire wall, the third cone back. So you got to line up, find out how far you are from there. Once you get to there, then you're going to turn it hard to the right to bring the trailer in, and then hard to the left, and checking out hard to the right. You're looking at your marker, DOT marker, second mark on the right-hand side. You want to go third to it. Then from there, you're going to straighten up again, and then straight back.
So
it's a 6-step process.
They're teaching they're teaching you with cones, no lines on the ground.
No, cones and cones down the side. We're actually marking you to doing it.
Okay, right. Got you.
So just like your back, your straight line back, and you're parking between the cones. They're having you pull up and then offset to the right driver's side, into another lane with cones, and they're all going driver's side.
That's basically the same thing. Well, you got to imagine underneath where those cones are, that line. And I realize how they have you pull up about 10, 15 feet in front of the cones, and how they do to back you in. I realize what they're doing. What I'm saying is, picture those cones being gone, and now all you see is those lines. So when you start backing into that hole, that's what I said. The minute your trailer, now you see what I'm saying? You would have to picture that in your brain. Yeah. And it's the same thing. Imagine, like I just said, when you go to back up and you get to that point to where you can see your crosshairs on your landing gear. Okay.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah.
Right. And if you look in your mirrors when you're doing what you're doing now, and you see the second marker, right? I want you to look in your mirrors to that crosshair, because that's what you're going to see, is that X in that mirror.
Okay.
That is what you were going to
tomorrow.
see.
I will look when I do it next time. Most definitely. Yep. I will look.
So, Will, are you at a school that's for this training for the company? Is it the company that's putting you through the course, or is it an independent school that you're going to?
The company has a course.
Okay. So you're doing it in-house at the company then?
Correct. In Phoenix.
Okay. All right. I didn't know for sure if that's what it was.
Yeah, I'm going through night transportation like Dennis.
Okay. All right. So
and the night has a school in Phoenix, and that's where I'm at.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's good.
So I'm at the Phoenix. Really. I'm at the Phoenix terminal, and it's a humongous, great terminal. And they actually have a classroom, and that's what I'm doing the class at, is through them and with them.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna tell you a little story. One of my friends, and I got to know him for a very, very long time, because we worked at the same company for about 6 years together. And he'd been driving about 15 years at that time. In 15 years, he had never ever done a blind back. And I took him in my truck, which at that time was a 2014 Volvo, and it was automatic. And he was used to driving the stick shifts and all that. And so I took him around in my truck, he had just started working for the company and all that came, and we became friends, right? And so after a couple of years of him driving, this is what happened about 2 or 3 months after I had met him. Now, mind you, I met this guy on a bus, is what I met him. And I saw the look of, I need a job. I wish somebody would hire me. I came out here and I can't get a job. And I said, dude, can you really drive? You know, I gave him the little speech and he's like, yeah, I can drive. And I'm like, and I'm looking at him, and you know that look on whether somebody can drive, you know it. I mean, just every driver out here will tell you, and you can tell the ones that can't, right? So I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, all right. So I got him a job, and a couple of 3 months later, I see him again, and he saw me in my truck. And so what ended up happening is we were actually down in Little Rock. Now, if you've ever been to Little Rock, you know that there is a Love's, a TA, and a Pilot, right? And down the road on the 30, going towards Dallas, there is another Love's right there in Benton. And I took him in that Love's, and when I pulled in, there's basically a specific way that they want you to pull in with trucks. If you go the opposite way, you're coming in the exit. Okay. So I take him in, and the only thing that they have available to park is a blind back. Okay. A blind back. Okay. And I pulled up and pulled right back into it just like it was nothing. His eyeballs got as big as Godzilla because he was like, how did you just do that? Right. And I said, you're telling me you don't know how to blind back? And he goes, in 15 years of driving, I never had to blind back once. I would never, ever do it because I didn't trust myself. And I said, you got to be kidding me. This is exactly what I did. I went from that truck stop right there that he's been to 100 times, just like me. I went over to the Pilot that's just up the street from that. And that Pilot has this itty bitty little baby parking lot, right? Baby parking lot. And it's tighter than all get out. And I drove through the parking lot and did another blind back. And I said, there is a theory behind this, and I'm going to show you how to do this. I drove through that parking lot for about 45 minutes, and all I did was blind back.
Oh, wow.
Okay? That's all I did. And every time I did that, I said, you see what you see in that mirror over there, right? You stare in your passenger mirror, and I want you to take a good look at what you're looking at when I do this. I said, because when I do this, you're going to be looking from the driver's seat to be able to do this, right? And I said, when you understand this, it's going to come to you, right? And I explained to him the measurements and the feet and what you got to do. And about 3 years after the fact, and it was since I have been off now, he got a hold of me on Facebook Messenger, and I hadn't talked to him for a couple of years because of all this stuff, right? And he went to work for another company. And he got a hold of me, and we, started talking, and he goes, you want to know something? He goes, after everything you just taught me, he said, in the last 4 years now, I have not scaled one load, and I can blind back like nothing. Right?
Nice.
I'm not even kidding. And I said, you got to be kidding me. He goes, no. He goes, I'm not. He goes, the guys at the company that I'm working for right now is like, who the heck taught you how to do this? Right? Because he's saving the company money from doing the scale. That's for starters. And at the same time, he is no longer fighting for a parking spot. He is no longer, you know what I mean? And he goes, it's so much easier now that he goes, I can't even thank you enough. And I said, yes, you can. Pay it forward to somebody else.
There you go. Cool.
That just made me think. It just made me think about something. People fail to realize what a high anxiety job this is, what it the anxiety level that it puts you on, especially when you're just getting started. So once you start knocking out all these things like what Arnie's talking about, the backing part of it, you pull into a parking lot and you see the only spot that you've got is the blind side backing. Once you learn that, well, that anxiety level comes down. And then once you learn something else, that anxiety, because you can handle it. It builds your confidence way up here. And at the same time you're building your confidence, that anxiety level is coming down. And that's the main thing. And that's the main thing is, you're going to have anxiety through traffic and all that. Some people it doesn't affect, most people it does. You get into bumper to bumper traffic's just irritating. It's not really high anxiety if it's stopped. It's just irritating. But if you're moving at 70 miles an hour going through, a big city, and it's bumper to bumper and you're rolling that fast, that creates some anxiety, and learning little tricks to bring that anxiety level down. That's just going to help you not only for your anxiety level, but you'll be more relaxed. You'll be a safer driver. You'll be able to control, everything, all the environment and everything. You'll be able to handle a lot better. So yeah.
Knight's truck governed at 65.
Well, and that honestly, that in itself can create anxiety because you're governed at 65 and other people are blowing by 5-10 miles an hour faster. So it creates another type of anxiety. But when little tricks like when you're out there, you're coming up on a big city or something, you get some music on that relaxes you, or Comedy Channel, something like that, something that brings your stress level down and helps keep it down. And you're in a better place when you actually get there mentally, and your anxiety level is less likely to go up. It's little tricks like that.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and you don't want to. A lot of people they'll stop at a truck stop and get coffee or energy drinks or something. 30 minutes before they get to a big city. Well, you've just amped yourself up. You're high on that caffeine before you get in the city. Well, you've just took your anxiety level to another level by drinking that caffeine. Yeah,
you sure did.
Caffeine affects you like that. It really does.
It does. Yeah, you're right. It does. It does. Yeah, like I said,
pretty blue sky that is.
That is too. Yeah, I'm in day 3, I'm enjoying.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to give you a little advice. Let's say that you're driving and you're going down a road, right?
Okay.
And since you've already been driving a car forever and a day, you already know what basically most of the off ramps are set at, right? For usually it's speed limits on the interstate 65, 75. You get off an off ramp, it drops to 45, 55, 35, right? All that kind of stuff. I'll say this: there are places in this country where an off ramp is 15 miles an hour. Okay. 15 miles an hour. If you remember this and put it into practice, you will never ever roll a truck. Remember this: if you take every off ramp at 35 miles an hour and you slow down to 25, even if the speed limit is 15, you will never roll a truck. Okay. Not ever, because your brain will compensate for that little 2 seconds that it takes you to slow down from 25 to 15. And it will not matter if it's rain, ice, snow, whatever. Okay. If you think about every off ramp as being 35 miles an hour, right from the word go, I don't care if the sign says 45. If you think of it as 35, you will have that much more time to slow down to be where you need to be. Now, at the same time as that, and you will have this happen, and I don't care what company you're going to go to work for. I don't care what time of year it is. You're going to have this happen to you, and you are going to blow a tire. Okay, you are. That's just a simple fact. You are going to blow a tire. Your first instinct is to head for the shoulder because that's where everybody parks. I am telling you this: if you blow a steer, you blow a steer tire on that truck, you stay in that freaking lane and you ride that thing out to where you're doing less than 20 miles an hour when you hit that shoulder. Because if you hit that shoulder at anything over 20 miles an hour, you are going to jackknife that truck in about 2 seconds. Okay. You ride that lane out. I don't care how much you got to slow down. I don't care about traffic behind you, next to you, any of that. You ride that lane out. You stay in that lane until you are literally crawling. Okay. And I don't care if it's a trailer tire or a drive tire. You stay in that lane because your other tires are meant to be on the road, not on dirt, not on grass, not on any of that. Okay.
Right.
And so you're taking a chance of being in that situation and sinking because of you know, if it's a steer tire, that's obvious, right? But if it's a trailer tire,
Yeah.
you've got all them other ones back there. Now, if you got a super single, because a lot of the trucks now have super singles, right? That super
Right.
single is going to drop to the ground. You are going to ride that rim. That rim is going to start shredding. Okay. So you can imagine if you're doing 65 miles an hour, and next thing you know is you're riding a rim, that's going to create sparks. That's going to create the rest of it. And if you automatically just try to slow down and hit that grass or hit that shoulder, odds are you're going to catch something on fire, sort of like you've seen somebody else on this this here do. Okay. And you know who I'm talking about. And if you
Yeah, I
don't,
do.
all right, then you understand.
I do.
You stay
Yes.
in that lane because that cement is not going to catch fire. The rest of you on the side of the road is going to catch fire. You ride it out in that lane. I don't care if you have to come to almost a complete stop on the highway and stop traffic. I do not care. Okay. This is what you do. Now you think about that in a nutshell. What you just did was you slowed it down and you made that rim cool off because it's dragging on the cement. And then when you hit that shoulder, it's not as hot. It ain't going to catch nothing on fire, burn your trailer down and all the rest of crazy stuff. Okay.
20 miles an
Yeah,
hour. And then
aluminum wheels will cool off a lot faster than your steel wheels will too. And but yeah, asphalt and concrete is definitely your friend. Grass and dirt and all that off the side, that is not your friend. It's not your pal. It's, you know, you want to stay on the hard surface no matter what, you know.
Right.
Especially if it's been monsoon type weather for 3 days before you got there. I've seen them where they're buried up on that side. The trailer will be leaning, you know, almost at a 45-degree angle because one set of tandems is on the concrete and the other's buried all the way up in the mud over there. And then they got to pay a $1,100, $1,200 record bill to come pull you, you know, 50, 60 feet to get you off of that thing. So, but you'll learn all those little things, you know, like what he was talking about, like with your exit ramps and the speed and all, you know, you'll learn like looking at your map, your routing and stuff. You know, like especially if it's an exit, like you're coming off of whatever going and you're going eastbound and you're going to go northbound. A lot of your exits will be on the other side and it's clover leaves. So, you know, look at your map and when you're routing and you see, okay, well, this is a clover leaf exit. Well, you know, with a clover leaf, you got to go a lot slower because it's a hard curve back around. So, you know,
you think of that split when you're coming up from where you guys are at down there, where you live, and you're riding north and you're coming up towards the 20 right there. And when you get to that 20, if you were going to go west, it's a big old on ramp to go across to get back on the 20. But when you make to go east on that 20, it's a real little corner there. Okay. And you ain't going to be hauling ass around that little corner. You see?
No, you're not.
You're going to end up learning the little bits and pieces of the interstates that you drive. And the more that you drive depends on what state you're in. The average exit in Texas is 50, 45 miles an hour. There's only a few in Texas, and it's right by Magic Mountain. The exit is 25 miles an hour. That is the exit. I've had a friend of mine roll his truck right there on that exit, even though he's driven that route many, many times. Your major problem is when you get used to driving somewhere over and over and over, you want to go faster and faster.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's everybody.
Another thing too, like Arnie's saying, if you're going like eastbound, looking at your direction, you're going eastbound and you're going to catch something going northbound. There's a lot of exits that'll come up over and be a long gradual turn to go, or, you know, whatever. But especially if you see like mile markers where it's got the exit number up there, if you see one that's got, you know, say like 151A and then 151B, and if you see that you got to take the B exit, more than likely that's going to be a clover leaf for you. So, You know, just and then when you see something like that, you automatically start thinking, okay, well that's a B exit. More than likely, it's going to be a clover leaf to get back on going northbound or something like that. Then you know automatically I need to start slowing down more. So
Yeah.
I think we lost Will.
Yeah, he got out and walking, doing probably went up in. If he's in the hotel room over there, he probably walked up and lost signal up there.
Yeah. Hey, Kenny, what's going on, my brother? I'm doing good. Oh, I finally got my test results back.
And?
My drug screen test. I failed it, so you know. It's all like Coke I've been doing over the last few days. You know? I figured I'm at home, I might as well party it up, right?
Oh my God, right?
No, it passed. It was just a matter of waiting on it, you know, to come back. So it finally came back this afternoon, and I got to go first thing in the morning and do all the rest of the paperwork, and should get my truck tomorrow, and possibly even a load. I don't know. So I told him the other day.
Go ahead,
I told him the other day I said, now if you have a load that's definitely got to go, of course I'll deal with it, but I don't like being in a rush situation trying to get into a truck. You know, I want to be able to get in the truck, put my radio in, put my clothes away and stuff like that, because, you know, if you throw everything on the sleeper and you got to go get a load, then you hit a good lick all day long.
Yep.
You know, and then when you
Gotta
get ready to go to bed, guess what? You got to do all that stuff at the end of the day. And I said, I've done that, so
I'm
I
gonna
don't
tell
like
you,
doing it.
Since we was talking about this, what doing on home time, I had this conversation last night on somebody's stream about the things that we used to do. Okay, and the topic came up of, you know, some of the drivers do the drugs and some of them do the drinking and all that crap. And I said, you know, I've sat down and had a beer in my truck. There ain't no doubt about it. And I said, and I could be on a 34, I could be doing whatever. I said, but I'll tell you this much. If you're sitting up front in that truck and you got that key in the ignition, that is an automatic, you're going to go to jail and you're going to be fired because you're sitting up front, because that is the business end of your truck. You got to be back in the little sleeper. And if a cop drives by you, I don't care if you're parked in a truck stop. I don't care where you're parked. The law is, if the key is in the ignition and you're sitting up front with a beer in your hand, you're going to go to jail and you're going to get a Dewey out of that. Right?
Yep.
And they don't care if you're on a 34. Atypically, the company's going to fire you because of you drinking in the truck in the first place.
Yep.
But that's bottom line. Now, if you're on a 34 and you're sitting in the back and you're doing whatever and you throw your trash away, I don't really give two craps. But in a minute you start sitting up in that driver's seat going, look what I can do, and you're all big and bad and this and that and the other, it's a matter of time or somebody catches you and you get shut down and you have a bad thing happen to you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and especially in the world of technology today, all it takes is a company driver that you're working with that's in another truck. He's walking by and he sees you turn up that bottle and you're sitting in the driver's seat. Click,
Yes,
click.
sir.
He sends it in. Game over. You're done.
That's right.
You're going home. So,
Yep, you are.
Sir.
And it's nothing for them. You know, if they see that, they'll shut that truck down where it is, and then you got to figure out how to get home from wherever you are that you just got put out of the truck from. So,
yep.
Yeah.
And all you got to do is get in on the passenger side. That's all you got to do.
That was one of them conversations that we was having last night about somebody asked the question on the feed, and that was my answer to that. You know, other than the fact that yep, I've sat there and had a beer, went inside a restaurant, had a beer, whatever, you know, done all kinds of different things like that. But it all depended on what I had going on the next day. Because I ain't one of those to get in a truck, even if I'm remotely got a hungover, you know. I mean, just it ain't gonna happen, you know. And there's been plenty of times, I hate to say it, but there's been plenty of times where, I had to refuse a load, tell somebody I'm sick or whatever, because I ain't get behind the wheel if my faculties ain't all there, you know.
Yep.
What is it, like 4 hours? I think DOT specifies 4 hours after your last drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but 4 hours definitely is not long enough.
It's not enough, right? It ain't long. Yeah.
I've never understood the science behind that.
It depends upon your body weight, height, and size, and when you last ate, and all that kind of stuff. There's a big bunch of factors that goes into all that kind of bullshit.
It really is. But bottom line, if you're drinking, you're going to get drunk. And if you just keep you sitting there pounding them, I mean, going out and having a beer with a meal, atypically nothing. But you're going to sit there and pound a 6-pack. Tell me there ain't going to be nothing. I'm going to say, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be out for 8 hours regardless. So
right?
If I'm 4 or 5 hours into my break and I've had a lot to drink, which I don't drink anymore out on the road. But if I was doing that, I'm gonna be out 8 hours minimum. So you gotta think about it. You got to put this up here to use and start thinking about what you're doing. And people, unfortunately, they're not using this up here.
No, they're not. No.
That seems to be. Maybe Arnie, you can, Arnie and Kenny, you can tell me what y'all think, but that seems to be the mentality of the trucking industry with people coming into the industry anymore.
Yep.
One of the attractants is, well, I ain't got a boss watching them. And then for some reason, they just get this thought process, well, I can do whatever I want to because nobody's watching me.
If they're owner operators, I can see that.
Yeah, you
even owner operators still no.
Yeah.
No. You just
you think about that.
Well, yeah,
if you were an owner operator, even it doesn't matter. You're still going to get the points against your license, and they're going to take it, and you're done. And then all of a sudden, now you got a truck and a trailer. What are you going to do? Because nobody else can drive it because you can't. You know what I mean? And it ain't like they put breathalyzers in big rigs. You know what I mean?
Back in a second.
And so all those little things like that. I mean, in essence, you've actually screwed yourself more being an owner operator than you did if you were a company driver.
Yep.
Right? I mean, company driver, you may have to wait a couple 3 years or whatever for the DUI to clear, same as an owner op. But guess how much an owner op just lost in 2 or 3 years versus a company driver?
Yeah, he's still responsible for truck payments, trailer payments, and insurance payments, whatever. He's still responsible for getting company driver. When he goes home, he's got his house payments, rent, whatever. That's it. Owner op, he's still got anywhere from $1,000 to $2,200 truck payment he's got to worry about. So
you got a lot of other things.
My wife can tell you. Now I quit back in 1992 when I had to get my CDLs, and she can tell you I was a pretty heavy drinker, and I decided then that if I was going to provide for myself and my family, I better quit and straighten up and fly right.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's the reason I don't drink in the truck anymore. Back when I was younger, if something had happened, then I was at a young enough age, and it wasn't my thought process, but I was at a young enough age, I could have went in and done something else, got training, whatever. And honestly, and this brought this back to my mind, with the sugar issue. And Arnie, I know this kind of hits home with you. Once you go and get to where we are now, something happens. There's nothing else really,
Yeah, well, that's the situation. That's what it boils to. I mean, I had a lot of friends of mine that had to be on CPAP machines, that diabetic, that had heart problems, and they got removed. And all I kept saying, man, that's a shame, and I mean, you see some of these guys out here going, man, you need to fix yourself before you wreck yourself, and at the same time, right. I mean, and now with everything that's gone on with me, I don't have the bitter attitude. I don't have, I've never had that mentality though, I just never did. I have never really had that mentality. I looked at it like, it's just another thing, and it's always just another thing. And the way that I came to that, I'll just say this, is when it got to the point of, yeah, you have this, and this, and this, and this is how it, you've been living, and this is, but when it comes time to it, you think about that. What do you got that you're doing all the time? You're sleeping, you're eating, you're watching, you're doing something to entertain yourself. Those are the three main things that you're doing, right? The rest of it, it's all what you do with your time, the material stuff that you're using to do what you're doing. So, it's like when you ain't got the clothes on your back, that becomes a major issue. So those three things, is what always got me. You get up in the morning because you had a good night's sleep, or you didn't, you have whatever you're having to eat, and you just go on with your day. You can't sit here and dwell on, what used to be, I used to could do this,
Right.
I've never been that type of person. I'm always regardless, I'm paying it forward 100% every time, all the time. I don't care what the situation is,
Yep.
And that's the only way that I can look at it, and that's, and with that helps me get out of my rut. You know what I mean? Because I've taken everything that I'm worrying about, anything that I'm thinking about, and I turn it into something else to where I don't have to worry about that. And it ends up taking care of business, if things work out, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, you get into that. You have to get into that, accentuate the positive.
Yeah, exactly.
Eliminate the negative. So,
yep. Period. Yep. Bottom line.
Quick break. Will, Carolyn's asking how school, so we'll do a recap and let you kind of catch everybody up on how school's going for you. So,
school's going good. I'm in my third day. I've been doing modules yesterday and finished them up last night. Today, this morning was straight line backing, and then they introduced us to offset backing. Tomorrow we're going down to Phoenix International Raceway PIR, and going to do some driving down there. They're going to cut us loose with the trainer instructor on board and have us drive down around there. So that's where we are right now. I'm in day 3. I'm enjoying the hell out of it, having a lot of fun.
So how many weeks have you got to go through school, Will?
3 weeks. I test out on August 26th.
Okay, awesome. So that'd be like Christmas for you. So
it will be, yeah. Well, yeah. One of the things that, and I'm not trying to brag or nothing or be a smart ass or anything. I do have a little bit of experience with a pre-trip.
Right.
I do have a Class B, and I was driving school bus for Bastrop County.
Right.
And I was also an instructor for Gold Star.
Okay.
Okay.
So you got a little bit of a leg up on it then.
For the most part, yeah. I was actually the one who would take you as a student, let's say, going for your Class B, and teaching you the pre-trip for the school bus, which would include the straight line back in, offset, and parallel parking.
Right.
Before the test day.
Right.
So I went from instructor to student, which is fine. It doesn't bother me. Actually, I'm kind of enjoying the heck out of it because it's something new and it's something totally different.
Right. What would you say, Will, is the biggest problem for people in pre-trip? Where did they get hung up the most at in doing their pre-trip?
Class A or Class B? Class A?
Either one. Yeah.
Either one. I'm going to say it's going to be the engine compartment.
Right.
Because
with naming.
It's naming the items. The engine compartment for class. I'm just going to Class A. That's what I'm studying. Let's just keep it simple. Keep the mind in that direction.
Right. Right.
On the passenger side, it is the coolant reservoir, securely mounted, no broken, loose, or missing pieces, not leaking. The cap is on tight, secured
Right.
top and bottom by the hose clamps.
Yeah.
Then you go to then the water pump securely mounted or broken, and you got to say securely mounted or broken, loose, and missing pieces. If it's
Yeah.
liquid, it's not leaking. It's the terminology after naming the item that's actually the hardest part,
Right.
because you got to say that after each and every item.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of components that you got to cover under the hood, so I could definitely see that.
Yes, and your components are basically the coolant reservoir, the water pump, and the frame on the passenger side.
Right.
You go to the driver's side, you've got the steering pump, the air compressor, the steering reservoir, the oil dipstick, and of course you got to explain, wipe it off, check it, put it back in, make
Right.
sure it's between add and full. The water pump also has the serpentine belt or the belt. You've got to mention not cut, frayed, and damaged, and all that kind of stuff. And
Right.
it has cannot move any more than 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. There you go.
Right.
And then, like I said, on the driver's side, it was those components, and then the alternator, and then the belt on that one also. So the belt's the same thing. Can't move more from 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch.
Right.
Then the frame, your leaf spring mounts, the leaf spring itself. The leaf spring can't be scissored. Leaf spring to the ABS and air brake line. From there to the brake chamber to the push rod and slack adjuster, which is a mouthful by itself. The slack adjuster, push rod, you actually got to break them apart, and I combined them. They said it was fine. No broken, loose, and missing pieces, no illegal welds. The slack adjuster and push rod are at a 90-degree angle. If I chock the tires, release the brakes, put the truck in neutral, the slack adjuster cannot move more than 1 inch.
Right.
From there to the brake drum to the brake shoes, and the brake shoes cannot have any less than a 1/2 inch of play, or is it 1/4 inch of play? I got to look at my paper. I want to say 1/2 inch of play, or a 1/2 inch of pad left. Excuse me.
Right.
From there, it's the tires on the sidewalls, no abrasions, bulges, cuts, or cracks. The tread is evenly worn. Tread depth can't be any less than 4/32, and I would check that with a tire gauge. Your rim, not bent, not cracked, no illegal welds, all that kind of stuff. To the lug nuts.
Yeah.
Lug
4/32 on the steer tire, 2/32 on the drives, right?
On the drives and the tractor.
And the trailer,
Or the trailer. I'm sorry. The trailer. Yeah. Then from there to the lug nuts to the hub oil seal to the valve stem.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you got it pretty well in a pattern,
Yeah. Especially with pilot wheels, you don't have near the trouble with lug nuts like you used to.
Yeah.
Yep. And then that's just the engine compartment. After that, then you got to do your mirror, you got to do your door, and the door, you got to break the door down too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You gotta
Window,
The
window seal, door seal, all that.
Yeah, well, the window seal, not so much. It's mainly the window, the door seal, the door itself, the hinges. And then with it open, and then with
we
it
had
open,
the window seal.
okay,
They made us do everything: the window seal, door seal, mirror brackets, door handle, grab handles, to get up and in.
Oh,
in and out.
shit.
Yeah, they had us breaking down everything. I mean,
Wow.
if it was on a truck, we had to point at it, explain it, and all that. That's where they were.
And all that,
They were
yeah.
very meticulous. I think one of the
they're-
biggest things that I see people failing over was the air brake check. And the one thing
That's-
that most of them failed at
That's a
was
big
turning
one.
that switch back on. After
Yes,
turning it off,
yes.
they would forget to turn it back on so that you could hear the buzzer and all that. So,
Well, I'm doing a Volvo, so there is no buzzer for the low warning alarm, but there are light indications. Yeah, there's no buzzer. The buzzer only comes on if the engine is running.
Yeah, you just, I mean, you can have either one. Either one is legal, either light or
correct.
Buzzer.
Yeah, see, I was thinking that there had to be a buzzer too, but Arnie probably tell you this one. The older trucks had an arm that would fall down, and I know Arnie's probably seen that before.
Yeah, especially the KWs used to have that
many times.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, these are buzzers and alarms on the buses, of course, but the Volvo, I don't know about Internationals or anybody else, but that alarm does not come on. It's just a light. I've got the low warning alarm light for both.
Guys, I was eating,
both
so I
tanks.
didn't want to eat in front of you.
No,
you're still eating.
And then
that's why I went off a while ago. Eat supper.
Yeah, and then right in the middle of the dashboard, it's got a big old stop sign that says "stop" on you. So, those are that's part of the low warning alarm. But the air brake check, I have to modify it from what I learned as a Class B.
Right.
Because it's the same, but it's done in a slightly different order. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
No, it does.
With the Class B, you've got 2 static tests you got to do.
Right.
And you do your cut in and cut out pretty much at the beginning of the test. Well, here, the first thing you're starting off with is your air leakage test, or what I call the applied pressure test.
Yeah,
Right.
what do they call that?
That's
static air test or something like that?
No. That's gone. That's gone on this one. The static is gone.
Huh.
Yeah, the static where you just sit there, your tanks are full, and you're just sitting there monitoring them. Yeah, that's static. They don't even do that one anymore.
Oh, really?
It's automatic. Yeah, it's automatically to the air leak test, which is pressing on that pedal for 4 seconds.
Applied for.
Yeah, 1 minute, and you can't lose any more than 4 psi in that 1 minute.
Yeah.
Hey, and then from there, it's your warning alarm.
I'm gonna leave my camera running.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I gotta go use the bathroom.
Okay.
Well,
and so from there, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Kenny.
Is the regulator set all the way to 120, or is it between 110 and 120?
120 and 140. They're telling us that for the test purposes is 120 and 140, but the purge of air, the regulator as you call it, actually pops out at about 120.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's part of the after your low warning alarm, you do your pop out, your spring brake check. Then from the spring brake check, once that pops out, you get out and you remove your chock. Then you start it up and you watch your needle move up. That means that you're doing your air governor check. You wait for it and you actually hammer down on the gas. And then from what they're saying is once it pops out, or the purge of air, that's not when it stops. But in actuality it is, and I know that just as much as anybody else. So, but they're saying it's not when it actually stops, it's when the needle stops. But I know that when that purge of air goes, it's about 120 psi, and that's when it goes. So they're throwing shit in there extra, and because of what little knowledge I do have, I'm able to compensate with it a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
And then from there, after that, we're doing the you guys you call it a tug test in a way, but this is actually the brake check. Not a brake check, but the service brake check. You're doing it with the trailer, and then you're doing it with the tractor. And then you move 5 miles an hour, and you do your service brake check. Make sure the wheel doesn't turn left or right, which could be bad steering. Yep. See if it doesn't have any pulling to the left, right, bad steering, bad brakes, whatever else. And that's pretty much your air brake check in a nutshell.
Yep. Every
And then
place,
from
every
there,
company,
and then from there, what they're doing is
does their own thing.
do what?
I said every company will
Do
do
it, Arnie?
their own thing. Every company will do their own thing as far as teaching you how to do the bleed down
Right.
test for your air. And every state has the same similar requirements, but they teach you different. And what I can say is, I've had the same thing in California. It was different than Arizona. Arizona was different than Texas. Texas was different than Minnesota. Minnesota was different than Oregon. So each one of those, because I've been back to school 4 times, each place I went to, it was the same basic test, but they explained it different, wanted you to do different things for each state you live in. So if, for example, you go from this state to that state and you ever have to do a refresher course or take any of the tests again through an instructor, that kind of thing, that even though you will know what they are, they're going to have the different terminology for it, and they're going to want their specifics for their state. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Arnie, Carolyn's got a question in there.
Let me go back and take a look here. All right.
Brenda, hey.
Let's see, Carolyn. Do they trick you and damage pieces to see if you find them?
No.
If you're training somebody, and I'll just say this, I was one of those people that when they got me in the classroom, I actually found that the lug nuts that were on one of the trucks that they were driving, it had a cracked rim. And out of the 3 or 4 different classes that had been in there, I was the only one that noticed it. Okay. And I said, are you going to replace it? And he said, no. And I said, why not? He goes, because this is a training process for people to learn. That is why this truck never leaves the yard. We want to see if you guys can find these things that are broke, because we know they're broke. Okay. But they will never intentionally damage something and then take that out on the main interstate highways. Well, they will leave that truck for training purposes right in their yard. Okay. And how you doing there, Randall?
I mean, it's harder to detect today because, pilot wheels, they don't loosen up like old Bud wheels used to with the 2-nut system.
Yeah.
But the 2-nut system, I mean, if you had a busted wheel, the rust was going to show on the 2-nut system, no doubt.
Yep. We're going through the lug, the 8 or 12 lugs, whatever it is that they've got on the wheels. So we got to check them too.
Yeah.
You just reach up and just kind of check them real quick, and that's all you do. And then you mentioned you don't see any threads, shiny threads on there, and there's no running rust. And that's all you're mentioning on the lug nuts. Nothing hard or deep about it.
Anything I can, the only thing I can say would be just like what you did with the bus. I mean, if you can sit there and you can touch it, they want you to look at it. You know what I mean? And know the parts, know the pieces. Shackles, springs, blah blah blah. They want you to know all the terminology, so that if something happens and you're like, well, this piece is broke. Well, what is that piece?
Right.
That's kind of what that boils to. So I would say it's probably easier for guys to learn that than for girls, because girls usually aren't the ones that work on cars, that kind of thing. So if you just took a normal everyday person and said, did that kind of thing, atypically it would be a guy that would understand the parts and that's sort of how it kind of works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so no offense. I don't mean this in any disrespect. So when you get a lady that learns this stuff and can actually say, yep, it's the linkage, it's the shackles, it's the lug nuts, you got to add antifreeze, got to add oil, water, coolant, whatever, you know what I mean? When they can actually break down that terminology to a guy, and a guy's like, you actually know what this is, you know what I mean? They give you that second look, and that is where my problem comes in, is that second look. Like, why wouldn't they know this? Because they're driving like you are, you know what I mean? And so that portion, that's stereotypical, even like with Star. I mean, I realize she drove a bus like you, and and you taught, and even with her, I had to ask her what you taught, because then I knew what to teach her. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
And
does.
so
Yes,
the
yes.
same thing kind of goes with you. Hearing what you know and just what you explained, I can tell you right now, the things that you're going to be worried about more than anything is going to be trailer swing. That's what you're going to have an issue. But I'm sure you've probably pulled trailers, motorcycles, whatever. Okay, so you have an idea on how that works. The only difference is that little, like I said, the specifics behind it, to where you're the one driving that truck, and I don't care if you got to stop traffic to do what you got to do. That's what it boils to. You just got to know, like, what lanes to be in, how far out you got to go, how far up you got to go to turn. That kind of specifics is what you need more than anything. And then there again, the backing experience with something that you've never done.
No, I've never done it. No, not until today.
From that, right, that portion of it, I can sit there and I can explain it till I'm blue in the face. But when you can visualize what you're doing and you can explain what you're doing, you will be able to do it every time. Okay,
and that's what I'm working towards.
You got to be able to visualize what you're doing and what needs to happen without getting stressed. You just got to relax and like, okay, I'm going to put it in the hole. You know what I mean? And not, oh my God, I got to put it in there. It's the only way I could,
Carolyn had another question too about, do you have to do a hands-on thing about checking these? Well, the belt you do, and the radiator cap you would, and like a reservoir for the power steering, make sure the cap is tight.
The cap's on. Yep. And I'll do that just out of habit anyhow, because of the bus driver experience. So there's some of that experience from teaching, I'm carrying it over, and I'm actually doing some of the extra stuff with it too. And it's just a habit for me to do that kind of stuff.
I mean, your steering rod there, you can grab a whole lid and see how much play it's got in it.
Right.
But rack and pinion don't have no play hardly at all.
Matter of fact, they're not worried about the rack and pinion part about it. They're only worried about the steering linkage, which is your Pitman arm and drag link. That's the only thing they want. And of course, I called it Pitman arm and drag link, and I went, oh shit, no, I'm sorry, it's the wrong terminology. It's a steering gear. They don't want it broken down. And they also want on there that it's secured by the castle nut and cotter pins on both sides.
Right.
So they're yep. So they're nitpicking on a lot of little stuff as well, but at the same time, it's not really nitpicking. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
Yeah, it's not nitpicking, because the more that you know, the more you're able to do. The more you learn, and so that's what I said. There's no easy way for this, and those people that do those shortcuts that don't want to learn these things, whether it's the terminology, whether it's what it does, or that kind of, and I hate to say it, that's why they call them steering wheel holders, because they don't learn these things, and you've heard it how many different times, I've heard it how many different times, and you've heard that super trucker term, and I'm like, I hate to say it, that is what is wrong with the industry, is they stereotype every part of this, because they get so used to doing the monotonous things over and over. When they see something that's somebody that they've done 1,000 times, and this guy don't even know what you're talking about, but you're in the same line of work, that'd be like a cash register, at one place and a cash register at another. They may be a cash register, but they're two different things, And so when you take Kenworth, Kenworth, Peterbilt, Freightliner, International, Mack, right? You start getting all the trucks, and when you got a basics behind it, then you can drive these things, but that still doesn't mean you know the specifics, right?
Right.
Behind each one of these things. So it takes time to learn, and that's the funny part of me, because I've driven so many of these, right? And getting to learn, when the Volvos came out, when the Freightliners came out, everything was automatic, going from stick shift to this, whether it was, a 9-speed, a 10-speed, right? And you just, when all those things started changing and I started learning those things, I still had a basics on, like what the brakes did, what these parts were, how much this is, how much that is, air pressure in your tires, all those little Mickey Mouse things that go with all of these. That's what they're trying to instill in you to get the basics down, and then the more you learn after the fact, that's the better you become.
Yep.
And there again, back to safety. Everything you do has to have that aspect of the safety.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
That is. I mean, when I heard you talking about doing a pre-trip and stuff. Like I've told everybody, I said, when I would stop and I would fuel my truck, I said I would walk around my truck every single time. I would take the little bit extra time to walk around, take a look at my crap, because I'm the one driving it, not you. You may be sitting behind me in a fuel aisle yelling at me to move my truck, but I'm looking at my stuff because my tanks are filling, and when I'm done, I'm going to wash my windshield, and if it need be, I'm going to wash my headlights. All those stupid things, that is what a fuel aisle is for you to do that. And they're all like, oh, no, go park it in a spot and go wash your this, go wash your that. And I was like, no, that's why it's here in the fuel aisle, for you to do this, And, I mean.
And in school, they're actually telling us to do that, too, while fueling. Walk around that truck. Check your stuff out. Check your marker lights.
Right. All of the above.
Check your tires. I mean, take your thumper, thump the tires a little bit. Do a walk around. Check your walls. Check the back door. Make sure you're still locked. Make sure you're still closed. I mean,
all of the above.
All the above. Right. Look at that stuff.
And when you don't is when something's going to happen, and you're going to go, well, I just checked that 10 minutes ago, and I popped the tire, because you ran over something or whatever, you're going to be going, crap, now I'm stuck on the side of the road for 3 hours waiting for somebody to come fix my tire, So where, back in my day, I'd walk out there, grab the tire, pull the old one off, put a new one on, spray some ether, blow it up, I'm going down the road, okay? And all I got to do is make it to a truck stop to either put air in it. There again, I had an airline that I would connect to my trailer and go that way. Okay.
They taught us that today too.
Right.
They actually taught us how to do that today too, which was kind of neat to see.
Everything it just depends on what you know, what you learn, who teaches you, and there I'm back to the bad habit thing. On what you learn is going to be somebody else's bad habits, and it's just a question of whether you go, oh man, this guy taught me how to do this and it's not even right, you know what I mean? Or he told me not to check this, and man, I need to check this, you know what I mean? Those little things like that on what you get schooled and how you get schooled is what you are then able to teach somebody else. Okay. And I'll respond to Chad here real quick, just real quick. Chad, I never wanted to be a teacher, and the reason I never wanted to be a trainer or any of that, because I don't believe that in 3 weeks you can learn how to drive a truck at all. I don't believe with 4 weeks with a trainer you can drive. When you just heard Janet come on here a little bit ago, it took her 5 months of training just to get to where she's at. Okay. I am one of those that I want to put you through a summer and I want to put you through a winter. So that's 6 months of training. And the reason that I want to do that is so that you get the summertime and you get the winter time of training. Because right now, what's going to happen is you're going to go out with Dennis and you're going to go do your thing. I'm sorry, you ain't going to know how to throw chains. Nobody taught you. You ain't going to know how to do these things in ice and snow because nobody taught you. Everything you're about to learn, you're going to learn because you have to. Okay?
Yes.
Nobody's taught you how to drive on ice. You'll see the other trucks screaming by you doing 50 miles an hour, and you're going, well, I can only do 30, and I don't, I want to go faster. And then your brain's going to be, well, how fast can I go? Okay. And there again, that is experience talking to you, looking at your weather maps, looking at your things, looking at the road conditions, looking at the stuff that you have to do to be able to drive this truck. Okay. And so when they ask me, is that long enough? I'm going to say no. Okay. Because even after 30 years, I'm still learning. So you tell me that you're going to learn what I've learned in 3 weeks, right? That took me 30 years to learn. And I'm going to say no. And so any of the trainers that have been out here that I've dealt with ever, I had one guy that went to train me that was been driving for 15 years. There was this kid that came in that was brand new, just like you, but he had never even drove a car, let alone a semi. And everybody in his family drove a semi. And they said, don't come back home until you learn how to drive. And so here's this kid, his very first time behind the wheel. He freezes up as we're rolling to a red light doing 40 miles an hour. Everybody's yelling at him to stop. And I tell the trainer, pop the fucking brakes.
Yeah.
He dynamited the brakes. This kid sat behind the wheel, froze as them brakes are being dynamited. That whole truck is now coming to a stop, jumping all the way. By the time we were done, we were about 3 feet off of the back of this Dodge, or when I think it was a Dodge Econoline van or whatever it was. And by the time that was done, this kid literally could not drive that truck. Somebody else had to hop in the seat to get it to move because he was froze. He could not do anything, right?
Wow.
Me and that trainer got into a big old argument about that. And I said, what you're doing with this kid, you're trying to teach this kid how to float a truck or a double clutch truck. He don't even get the concept of how to drive this damn thing at all. And I said, what you're doing, the way you're teaching, and this was the instructor, mind you, and me and him went round and round. That was my second day in his class, right? By the time it was over, we got done back to the little yard back there, and I went and talked to the head honcho of the school. Okay, and he was he had his 18-speed Peterbilt in the class for everybody to look at, and I was one of those, can I drive that? You know, right, like everybody else. But I was serious, okay. And he goes, no, it's just, you know, that's my insurance for being able to do what I do here, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I get it, I understand. But when I talked to him about what this trainer had just done, and I said, look, I said, this dude is he's got bad juju, you know. And the very next day when I came into class, my third day in that classroom, that instructor said, so you went to so and so, did you? And I said, yes, I did, because you have a major problem on trying to teach somebody on how to drive a truck that's never even driven a car, let alone anything else. And I said, so yeah, I have a problem. He said, good, because right now today, on your third day, we're going to take my final exam. And today is your day, pass or fail. Right now, you're taking my final exam. Everybody else got up in the truck. I did my pre-trip, did the rest of it, got in his truck, started driving. The very first day when he was having everybody drive around, we got to this point, and he made everybody turn right. When we got to that point again, it was on a little incline going up, and he told me to turn left.
Oh, shit.
And I was like, all right. And I'm looking, watching cross traffic come. Cross traffic, you couldn't see the sign on how fast they were going, but the speed that they were coming around this blind corner was 45 miles an hour. I proceeded to shift that truck from second gear all the way to seventh gear before I hit that center line crossing traffic. Right? That's how fast I shifted those gears. And that instructor started screaming at me, you grab one more gear, you're going to drop the drive shaft out of this truck. I said, I don't care. It ain't my truck. Right? That's exactly what I said to him. I got around the corner, went up. Everybody sitting in the back. There was a couple of them that were drivers like me, refresher course. And I am telling you right now, every single one of them is, how in the fuck did you shift that thing so goddamn fast? I said, when you know how to drive, you know how to drive. And as we kept going up this little mountain, he made me turn another left turn. And now I'm going down a road that's an S turn, and I have to be in the opposite lane to make the right turn. And then the same thing when I'm making the right turn, I got to be in the opposite lane to go the other way. Okay, so it was an S turn, and I got to be. So in other words, I can't see around the corner what's coming at me, right? Yeah, exactly. I had to be in that lane to make the right corner, and I had to be in the right lane to make the left corner.
Left corner.
So I'm in the opposite lane of traffic. Right.
Make sure
And,
your off
and
tracking
traffic on
good.
that road's coming at me at 40. Yeah, traffic on that road's coming at me at 40 miles an hour. Okay, and that was his final exam. I get back to the yard, everybody's sitting in the back of the truck, basically bug-eyed, white-knuckled, even though they can't nothing to hang on to, right? And we get back there and I park the truck and I said, "So did I pass?" He goes, "Yeah, you can pass." I said, "Good. What we need to do with this new kid right here, you need to take him down the road. You need to teach him how to float a gear so he understands where the tack needs to be to shift this truck, right?" And I said, "You don't even got to step on the pedal to let it build up speed to shift this truck, right? All you got to do is put it in gear. It's going to build up speed. It's going to max out, right?
Yep.
Every gear is 5 miles an hour in a 10-speed. That's what it is, right? Till you get to 50 miles an hour, and then you can open it up to whatever. Okay, that's how a basic stick shift works. 5 miles an hour shift, right? It's
True. Yeah, that is true.
Shift, right?
Yep, you're right.
And
yep, you're right.
That's pretty much the average of all that. Okay, well, in that same token, when that kid actually learned how to do this, you should have seen the permagrin on his face, right? Of what I had just taught this kid, right? And the instructor goes, "Well, ain't that some shit?" And I went, "Well, I hate to say it, I got a little bit more experience than what you got, and what you just did trying to train this kid is wrong." I said, "And that is what's wrong with this industry of what these people do to them, right?" I said, "Because of how you do this." I said, "I am not that person. So when you want to ask me why I don't train, that is the reason why, because I feel they need more training than what they got. They need to go through a summer and a winter for the trainer so that they know what to do."
Yeah. Granted, granted 3 weeks at school, a month with Dennis, that's only the basics, really. And I understand that and realize that it's only the basics. There's going to be tons and tons and tons of other stuff that I'm going to need to learn and need to learn to do.
So how are you going to learn it when you're out on the road?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, Dennis pops on. He heard all that.
Hi Dennis, how are you?
Yeah, big Daddy D's in the house.
I knew he was in the background. I saw him. I was like, no, he ain't listening. He ain't doing none of this, right?
I'm in trouble. Yeah, I do.
But that's what I'm getting at. If he breaks out those irons, I'll tell you this: I can throw a set of chains in 15 minutes. I don't care what it is. Okay. 15 minutes, the whole thing, all of it done. Okay, because it's not hard. It's not hard. Once you get the concept, whether it's singles or doubles, I do not care. It's the same process, and all you have to know is how to do it. And then once you figure out
how to do chains.
No, we don't do chains in school.
I'll be watching that. Because Will, I've been driving for 30 years. You know how many chains I put on a tire? 0. I've never done it.
I've done twice. I've done
6
twice.
years I've been driving. I have not put chains on yet.
Yeah, and I used to run the West Coast.
Yeah. Having to do it.
Yeah, and I used to run the West Coast. I was for about 10 years.
Oh, and we're gonna go east too, huh? September. Nah,
I'm going to tell you.
There'll be no snow.
I'll tell you
Not
the
yet.
story about one of the times that I threw chains, and I've only thrown them twice in 30 years. Okay, twice. That's all I've thrown them, but I can put them on. I guarantee you that much. I got to this place coming down Interstate 76 in Pennsylvania to go to deliver to this little Amish place. I call the number that they tell me to call. I talk to this little lady, and I'm thinking, I got a lumber load, right? All 2x4s back on the back of this flatbed. And the lady says, "Yep, get off this road, go down this road about 10 miles, make a right turn, go down this road, yay so far, make a left turn, go down this road. And this road right here is going to go from pavement to gravel to dirt. And at the end of the dirt, it's going to have a stop sign. When you get to the stop sign, stop there and honk your horn. We'll be with you in a minute." That's exactly what she told me. Right?
Oh shit!
And so I get to the end of this dirt road, and all I see is a giant hill all the way around me. There's just nothing but a hill. And in the center of that hill looks like there's a pathway, kind of, sort of. And so I stop and I honk my horn, right? I get unloaded. Now, mind you, my brain hasn't even hit the concept yet that I'm in Amish land. Okay.
Oh,
If you ain't never seen Amish, they plow their fields a little bit deeper than most. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've
So
already
now,
heard this. I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
heard this story and he knows. All right, so I'm driving down and I park, honk the horn. As I'm sitting there, over the hill came. I thought it was like a Children of the Corn movie. I was going to be invaded here, okay? Because all I saw was a Amish coming everywhere, and I didn't know where they were coming from. I swear, I did not know. It was like there's a hill in front of me, and they're all coming, and there was like 100 of them. Okay, I mean, literally, it was like, oh my God, you know. And so as I sit there, they proceeded to empty my trailer. Within 10 minutes, I was unloaded. And I'm like, all right, this is cool. You know, they signed my paperwork and I'm out of here, that kind of thing. So I start to turn around on their little dirt thing because it was a little grass on one side. And I figured, all right, I can turn this around. No big deal. Well, I got to turn it around. And because I was empty, I started to sink real bad. And when I sunk the axles up to the drive shaft, I couldn't go nowhere. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, all right, I went and I got out my chains, put my chains on, and I'm sitting there still trying to get out of this hole that I cannot get out of, right? And as I'm sitting there, one dude, he walks over the hill and he's like, stuck, are you? You know? And I'm like, and he goes, just give me a minute. We'll be with you in a sec. You know what I mean? And so I'm sitting there thinking, all right, well, next thing you know, here he comes with these god awful things. I don't know if they were Clydesdales or what they were, the kind with the fur on their feet, you know, that kind of just god awful huge things, you know. And he's walking behind the four of them, and they come up, hooks him to my trailer. And at the same time that was going on, all I saw was the little kids and everybody starting to bring lumber from back that I had just delivered them. And they're laying that lumber in front of my drives, in front of my steers, right? And to pull me up onto this wood that I had just brought them, right?
Oh.
So they get me pulled out. They turn me around, get me pulled, and I crushed all the wood that they put up underneath me. I crushed it. I guarantee you, I crushed it. Okay. And he's like, no big deal. Happens all the time, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, for this, right? And as I get out on the little road when they finally got me back out to it, and I'm sitting there, and the next thing out of this guy's mouth is what floored me. Because what he said to me, he goes, you want to come back for sup? I had never even heard that term before in my life, ever.
Oh, wow.
Okay. He said, you want to come back for sup? And I was like, okay, what is that? You know, he goes, dinner, you know? And I'm like, okay. And so as I walk with him, you know, I park my truck, I walk with him, I go over that little pathway. And as I start to crest that hill, all I see is a row of houses that are in front of me. I see a row of houses with a little walkway right between the very first section. But I could tell that there were two rows of houses, one in front of the other. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when I got to basically the bottom of the very first house, before I had, you know, gone through, I could tell that there was something in the middle of all that, but I didn't know what it was. And as I got in between these two rows of houses, I have never in my life seen a bench as long as this thing was. Had to be 300 feet long, probably 8 feet, 10 feet wide. And what I noticed being at that little bench, that every house was built to where their kitchen faced that bench.
Oh, wow.
So the houses that were behind me, their kitchens faced this bench, and the ones in front of me, the kitchens faced the bench. And as I sat there and I watched them bring out all this food, I ain't never had roast beef so good in my life. I've never had the potatoes, the cornbread, the muffins, all the gravies. I have never had so much food that tasted so good in my life. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I guarantee it all come out of them iron skillets too.
Yeah, they did.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Know, and all I could say is I was so thankful because of all of that, and because of being back then in the Amish portion of it. Anytime I'd ever seen one of these people, you know, you watch them in their horse and buggies going down the road, and you will see them, and they have the right of way over everybody. Okay, but that first time of throwing chains, when that guy come back and looked, you know, and he said, stuck, are you? You know? And I'm like, man, you know what I just done played with for the 20, 30 minutes trying to get up out of here, setting my chains, you know, bouncing and hopping, mud flinging everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Right? And you know, I mean, I must have looked like a complete idiot, you know, doing what I was doing, but to him it was no big deal, you know. And so that was the second time I had ever thrown chains, and the last time, but that was the most funniest out of a lot of things that I've done, you know. But it was cool at the same time. What can I say?
Paul,
your new truck have the red and blue airline, or did it have the rubber black ones?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it
No,
real close yet.
Got out of.
Oh, the one I got out of, it's got the red and blue. It had the red and blue.
Well, you know, a lot of them has went to the black soft rubber. You know,
Some of the older trucks, I noticed that some of the older trucks, and I mean older, like 2 or 3 years older, they had the solid black rubber airlines on it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about busting one of them in the wintertime like you do the hard plastic.
Yeah, I hate them hard plastic ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually had to change those hard plastic ones. I had to change them out up in Minnesota one time. I went to a shop on the way up, and because I blew the airlines, and they put those little curly Q plastic ones on there, you know. And you know what I'm talking about with your pole that holds your right up and a big old spring on it. Well, they were just too short, and I made a right hand turn and they popped. And I'm lucky it was wintertime because I had to drag this thing through a Walmart parking lot because that's where I had to unload. And as I drug my trailer through the Walmart parking lot, all the snow and the ice and everything, I had to go inside Walmart to go grab the tools to start breaking this thing loose to get it changed out. I had met somebody there who actually gave me a ride down to one of their local little truck stops so that I didn't have to call anybody. And it was 26 degrees outside, and I was changing that hose. And if you ain't never had to change out a hose standing there when you're freezing your butt off, let me tell you what, the minute you grab a hold of something, I don't care if you got gloves on or not, you know, that pucker factor comes into play. Okay.
One thing I learned today in school was the other. We had 2 trucks, 116 and 118. That's what this is called, you know, numbers, whatever. 118 truck had the plastic lines you're talking about. 116 that I was playing on had the hard rubber hoses, and they were both black. And so we're like, okay, now how are you supposed to tell them apart? And what I learned was that on the glad hands, the ones you hook onto the trailer, there's a piece in the back of it that you help guide into the glad hand. That was actually painted red, and the other one was painted blue.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so that's how you can tell them apart. So that was kind of cool and neat to see.
Yeah, and Arnie talking about the airline, they don't put them in an easy place to get to up there next to the cab, neither.
Yeah, instead of them being like your trailer. Oh, go ahead.
Now, one of the things I hate having to do too is, like, I had to replace the electrical cord on mine, and
$75.
And you got to you got to weave them back into place, because I had those really long airlines.
Had the shrinky dink around it.
And it don't matter, that electrical cord always ends up being a foot longer because I had to do it in cold weather instead of being able to lay it out in the sun, you know, and let it get, you know, more limber. And I was always ending up with like 2 foot of electrical cord after doing all the serpentine, getting it all twisted together. So I'd have to undo it, pull it back a little bit. Yeah, I hate having to do that. So, you know.
That is an automatic write-up too. AOT if they touching the catwalk.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had to,
everything has to be
18
the
inches.
spring on mine had got wore out, and I had to put some bungee cords up there to keep it pulled up off the catwalk. So
That's one of the things.
And you're right. Everything
Yeah,
has
what-
to be 18 inches.
Okay,
You're right.
I actually kind of guessed a little bit, and the only reason why I guessed about it is because my tandem air houses on our pre-trip, they actually tell us they got to be 18 inches up off the ground.
Yep. How
So I
far do
kind
your
of-
mud flaps got to be off the ground?
8 inches.
Yep. Good deal.
And they don't actually ask that during the DOT test, but I'm going to throw it in there anyhow, just because it's not on my paperwork.
Yeah, well, that's the DOT test. That's why I said the things they teach you versus what you need to know is two different things.
Yep,
and
yep.
that's kind of what that boils to. So you knowing that 18 inches, that kind of, you're like a little ahead of the ball game. Same with the mud flap kind of thing, because you're going to go and you're going to be somewhere and you're going to grab a mud flap, and it's going to come from Love's or TA or Pilot, and you're going to have a couple different styles. You're going to have the real flimsy ones, or you're going to have the big thick ones. Okay.
Right. Yep. Yep.
And I hate to say this, but if you're going to use those little flimsy ones, they are going to break. They ain't going to last 3-4 months. They're going to shred. You're going to hit a rock and it's going to go through it, blah, blah, blah. And so you get the big fat ones. Here's the problem. You pull into a truck stop, and some of these places, and I've had it happen to me a few times. And what happens is you'll have a truck next to you, and it's only the 4 little bolts that hold those little mud flaps on, whether it's your truck, your trailer, whatever it is. Only
Right.
4 of them. And they will take those things off, and what they will do is the guys that own the lowrider Peterbilts, they'll cut those things in 4 pieces, and now they got the itty bitty little mud flaps that are up on their fender wells, their tires, the rest of it. Okay, so they don't have to do that. And you will see that is a commonality, and is one of those things that will happen. If you've been out here driving long enough, somebody's going to see you go into a restaurant, take a shower. You're in there for 30 minutes. It takes 10 minutes to grab that stuff off of there. You know, those kind of things. That is they're again, safety precaution on where you park, what you do, and the habits that you get into. But bottom line, those are the things that will happen. You will see somebody getting siphoned. You will see it. I mean, they'll be out there with a little hand crank, and they're siphoning it from their truck right into somebody else's.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have seen electric pump.
Electric pumps. Wow.
Or the hand crank pumps.
Or the hand cranks. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and
the
you'll
other-
learn this too. If you
Was that-
tail, it plugs into
Yeah.
your trailer. If
Yeah,
the
yeah.
prongs in there ain't spread out wide enough, you light some.
A screwdriver. A screwdriver and open them up a little bit.
Yeah.
Keep a can of contact cleaner too, because they'll get
Or
they'll get that
WD-40,
grit up
they
in
said.
there.
Yeah.
And
Or WD-40. Yeah, they were telling us a little bit of those tricks.
And your rubber brummets on your airlines and your glad hand,
Yeah.
you can put you a little dab of grease on them if they're leaking a little air, and that'll stop them.
Yeah.
And yes, I did,
Dave,
Brian. I'll just add.
to answer your
Brian,
question,
Brian
Dave
asked me
Green-
if I saw.
Dave was asking me a question.
Brian
in the
asked me if I
comments
saw
there.
Amanda's ring. Go.
All right, I'm going
That's what I'm
first,
doing. I'm
Marty.
trying to answer their questions too.
All
right, go ahead.
Tomorrow, I will be going over to do the paperwork and get assigned a truck, and possibly tomorrow. I'm hoping it's Friday instead, but I possibly could be back driving tomorrow. But I figure hopefully it'll be Friday. But I'll be back driving Friday, Dave.
Right on.
Nice. That's good.
I'll tell you this, there, Robert. Most of the trucks will not have locking fuel caps, and I'll tell you why. Because you get a lot of sludge and you got a lot of crap. And if you think about this in a nutshell, and I'm going to use, I'm going to turn my camera around. I'm going to use this as an example. Just bear with me a second. Let me turn my camera around. You see this hole right here? If you put a lock through that hole that has a key in it, right? This lock will dangle and the dirt may go up inside, but you can tap it to get the dirt out, right? When you get a gas cap, it'd be like this. the key is up on top, and there is no way that you're going to spray anything to squirt it to come out. The goo that you're going to spray in there is going to go inside of it. Okay, so when you put a locking gas cap on something that's flat, that is on top of a tank just like this, you're never going to get that open. Okay, and so they do not want that in there. That is the reason that they do not do locking gas caps.
Yeah, what they started doing was putting the screens inside the tank, and it's just deep enough to put your nozzle in from your fuel pump, but it was deterrent. You couldn't run a hose all the way down into the tank.
Run a hose through it. Yep.
So,
Right. Yep.
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 Those I don't know why they went away from those, but I've only seen a few of those in my lifetime. So
I thought they still did that.
So that's why I said some of the things that the people think that would be a good idea. In some instances, they're really, really right. I mean, but the bad things that happen out here. I mean, Paul could tell you, I could tell you, because same with Kenny. You're gonna see it. It's gonna be here. You ain't gonna get around it because everybody tries to do the shortcuts for all their stuff. Whether they're stealing it, taking your windshield wipers, doing all the stupid stuff. You know what I mean? Atypically, it doesn't happen. I mean, it's not like, you walk in there and that's what you see every single, but you will see it. It will be there, and it's just a question of, your stuff on whether your load's secure. You're going to see people taking your tarps and straps, and you're going to, you know what I mean? Your load locks. You're going to see that. It's going to happen, and it's just a question of how ticked off you get. And where you're parked, what you're doing, all of the above. It's how you're going to deal with it. No offense. Yep. I've had a couple of tarps stolen. Yep. I was mad. I hate to say it. I just went out and bought some more because I needed them and went about my business and thought, well, one day maybe I'll see them tarps going down the road because they had my name on them, that kind of thing.
Right.
But, it's all a question of, there again, you got to relax with what you do. You can't be overzealous, stressed. You can't have the animosity. You can't go out doing the atypical things that everybody does. You can't have that way of thinking. Change your way of thinking. You'll change your way of doing things, and it will be a whole lot easier for you. I swear to God.
I want to thank all the viewers they have tonight watching. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm serious.
I hope y'all learned something from.
Yeah, hey Carolyn, hey Robert, Brian, Janet, Dave, everybody that's in here. I've been reading the comments as they come in. I've just been letting everybody talk. I didn't want to interrupt them. But hey, everybody, thank you for all the wishes and well wishes and everything like that. So we appreciate it very, very, very much.
Yeah,
thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for all of the above, I'll say this: for if it wasn't for you guys watching what we do, all the knowledge that we have between all of us here, for somebody being brand new, whether you're watching the stream or you're live on the stream, I hate to say it, but there's a lot of experience right here, and it happens most every time that this platform that it comes on. Something happens in the background, and everybody's always learning something. I can tell you this, and this is what some of you kind of know, some of you kind of don't. Dennis is going to start doing a couple of little cooking shows from his truck once he starts doing his thing, so that you can actually see what it takes to cook. I don't mean just like what he's been showing you. I'm talking about, him going to the different truck stops to buy the things that he needs, to where you can see that this stuff is spendy. It's not like going into Walmart or Costco. This stuff becomes spendy buying it in a truck stop, okay? Because they know you want it, they know you need it, and if it's there, you're going to buy it, because we don't have the option to pull that truck into Walmart to go shop, and we don't have that option to do that stuff being out here on the road. And so what you will see is the things that he will do to show you, the little cook stove that he's got, the refrigerator, the propane, all that. You will see that all come into play, okay? And those are the things that I try to tell everybody. You got to change your lifestyle out here as far as what you eat, because if you don't, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. You're going to be overweight. You don't get to exercise when you're in here and do the things that you do when you're at home. And those are the things you have to
or your
change.
sugar gets out of whack.
Right. You have to change that, because this is a lifestyle change and you have to adapt to it. You have
Yes,
to,
it is.
you know.
Hey,
I've been go, Kenny.
Buy you some Propel. It's made by Gatorade, but it's got 0 sugar, but it's still got the electrolytes in it.
Yeah, that was my main worry, is getting those electrolytes. You know, I had somebody here a while back told me, and I don't know if it's true or not, but they told me while you're working, drink water. And then after you're done, that's when you want to put the electrolytes, because they say if you put the electrolytes in, you're sweating it back out. So you're not getting the full effect of it. So, you know, drink the electrolytes afterwards. And that's what I was doing. I was drinking Gatorade. I had that mentality like I was still young, you know, my body was still young. And it quickly told me, hey, you're not young anymore. So
think of it like a swimmer. A swimmer will get out there and he'll wait till after he's done eating to eat food, because while he's doing what he's doing, he's sweating off what he had in before that, and he's going to replenish it after that. So in the process of that, you just need something. I don't care what you're drinking, but you'll figure it out yourself. What'll make you sweat and what won't. And then when you're sweating, what you're doing is losing the water, but you're retaining the salt that's in your body because you haven't gotten rid of it yet.
Right.
And for not to be medically technical, but when you start pissing, the darker color piss that you do, the worse off your kidneys and your liver and everything is becoming. So the more clear your piss is, the better off you are. Okay, so when you figure out your diet, as far as drinking and the rest of it, you're going to know, because some things are going to make your piss smell nasty and some stuff isn't, you know. But that is how you watch your body. You know what I mean? That is a telltale sign, is right from the word go. Your doctor, you know, takes a piss test from you, a blood test, all those things that go on internally. But, you know, there again, you know, every person is different. You just got to watch you know your body better than I do.
That's right. I'm very fortunate to have somebody actually go through this process before me, which is, you know, Star Beaver. So I actually got to, before coming to school here, actually spend the night in the truck. So I was there to actually help her set up the living quarters in the truck and actually spend the night. So I have a little bit of an idea of what I'm walking into. So I'm very lucky for that.
Not to discourage you, but it's an 8x10 jail cell without a toilet.
You go out 3 walls and a windshield.
You got to remember. You got to remember too that I'm retired Navy. I'm retired Navy, living in a room with 35, 40 other people. So yeah, tight quarters and something like that, it's really not going to bother me too much. It's just the pisser part that's going to come into play.
I've enjoyed it. I'm gonna head off to bed, but I will be listening.
Okay,
right,
Kenny, thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you, Kenny.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate you. I appreciate your help, buddy.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Will.
All right, so not to change the subject, but just real quickly, I read a comment here that I did not know anything about. Let me see if I can pull it back up. So evidently Amanda was picking out a ring today. Does anybody know about that?
Yep, I knew about that. That's what Brian was asking.
Yeah, I seen that on the comments. I did not catch that, so I didn't know anything about that. So congratulations, I guess. I mean, I'm assuming
as far as your
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to answer when, because she's telling you to eat asparagus. And I'll say this with diabetes, because of your diabetes and stuff. I can tell you something that I found that does work, and it's very, very simple. And it's literally buying okra from the store. You take that okra and you put it in a glass of water. You let it sit for 15 minutes. That's all you do. And you drink the water. Take the okra out, throw it away, because what that's going to do, that's going to take the impurities that are in your water and it's going to replace it with the stuff from that okra. Okay. And okra will lower your blood sugar back to normal in about 15 minutes. Just,
Well, that's what I've been
drinking the
eating
water.
the last couple of days is boiled okra, but I had heard that. It's been a long time ago, but I had heard that.
Don't boil it.
Interesting.
Just take the.
I never heard of that.
Just take the okra. Put the okra in a cup of water. Let it sit 15 minutes. Pull the okra out and drink the water. And I am telling you, just that in itself will lower your blood sugar right back to where it's supposed to be. The green vegetables that they help with the diabetes, beets, that kind of thing, help also with that. Same as, I mean, everybody knows cinnamon and the rest of it, but it all depends if it's cinnamon sticks or it's versus crushed cinnamon, because there is a difference. Okay. The cinnamon sticks is the same thing, putting it in tea or, water or whatever, but it's the actual sticks that work, not just the powdered stuff. Okay. Because the powdered is processed. So that's why I said there is a difference on a lot of that stuff. And the only reason I know everything I know about diabetes is because of my wife. She's type 1 and type 2. And when I lowered her A1C from a 12.7 to a 6.7 in 3 months, that's how long it took to do that. Wow. The doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it. And it's working, that kind of a thing. And, she went from taking, 50, 60 units of insulin at a time because her stuff is just gone, And I kept telling her, I said, it's not gone. It's still in you. You just ain't figured out how to make it work like it used to, and there's, oh, well, they said it doesn't work. And I'm like, no, it's in your body. It works. It just doesn't work like it used to. And you need to figure that out. So when it went to where she didn't have to take 50, 60 units, didn't have to do the metformin and all the other freaking crazy pills like what she was doing, it was a different story. You know what I mean? And you can see
I was told by another driver who's diabetic that the metformin, and this is just what I heard. So, I don't want to be sued by metformin, but the metformin was not good on your kidneys. It was very, very hard on the kidneys. He said, do not take that if that's what the doctor tries to put you on or whatever. He said, don't. He said, there's other medications out there that'll help you. He said, but stay away from that. That's what he had told me.
Good deal.
And that comes from another driver. That's not coming from me.
Huh, interesting.
Read the comment there from Frank. He said, here's an update on Hunter. He is back home now, and he's in bed resting, and he's Hunter being Hunter, and that's a good thing. Hunter's my buddy on here. He's the little 4-year-old that comes in here that watches me for whatever it's worth. You know what I mean? I feel really, really honored that this little kid listens to me. You know what I mean? I really, really do.
Cool. Cool.
So, anything I do to help. And no, Frank, I haven't got the T-shirt done yet, but yes, I will get it done. I promise.
All right. So the water from cooking asparagus is a natural diuretic. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. All those medications, I don't care if it's an aspirin, all those things are man-made, and they are all, they do something to the inside of your body to either thin out your blood or whatever. Some of the side effects that those medications, and I don't care what it is, I don't care if it's a freaking vitamin, I don't care. It's the same thing. It's man-made. Those chemicals that are in that man-made product, they affect parts of the body. So if they do a heart valve on you and the heart valve is plastic and they give you a medicine to thin out your blood, one of the side effects is that stuff eats that plastic. Okay.
Right.
There are other, I mean, think about this. If you've got a pacemaker and you got the wires that run inside your heart and they give you something that is like zinc and, all these high metallic vitamins, and you think about what that would do to the little copper lines that would be in there. You know what I mean? You have to think beyond the box of what the doctor is trying to do. Because I mean, he's trying to help you, obviously, but you've
You gotta
got to
help yourself
look
too.
at, yeah, you got to look at those side effects on the things that happen. And it's like when I told the doctor, I said, inside of me is plastic now, and you're trying to get me to take something that eats plastic. I said, I'm not oxy stupid here, but hey, I'm not going to take that. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I said, it's just not, you know what I mean? And I said, if I want this stuff to last inside me, why would I take something that's going to eat it? I said, that makes no sense to me, And so when it come time to it, the doctor's like, well, why are you here in the first place? Well, you're supposed to make me better, duh. But that's, see, there
I
again,
can't read comments, but okay.
That's me. What's the comments say?
Well, I would always prefer to do
I can't read them.
remedies, instead, something that's all natural.
That's the way I am. That's the way I am.
It's a better remedy than pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical don't care what they're putting out there. They just want that money. They
want the money, exactly.
That's right. That's right.
That's
the reason. Like I told the doctor, I told my doctor, I said, what you're doing in reality is you're curing the symptom, but you're not treating the problem.
Yeah. Well, if you look at a lot of the medications that you buy nowadays, most of it's not even FDA approved. It's just put out there, and they have to put it on there, and it's in very small print, not FDA approved. So you don't know what you're getting, really.
I'll give you an example on that right now, and it's a money market thing. Wait, just because that's what that is right now, and that is your CBD oils. And I'm not going to say they don't work.
Yes.
But I'll say this: you do a placebo effect on somebody, give somebody a sugar pill and something else, and you tell me that there's a difference, and they do a study on it, and they show me this, that, and the other. Whether your pain tolerance is this, that, and I'll go there. But I have seen that the CBD oils, whatever they're, gets rid of your headaches, cures arthritis, cures this. There's no studies on any of it. What it is somebody comes on TV and does but wait, if you act now, we'll throw in this one of a kind cure all. You know what I mean? And that's what that is.
There's more.
Right? And they hype your brain up, and they get you thinking that this stuff works. And if it works for you, fine and dandy. But I look at it like this: there's not any clinical studies, trials. There is nothing. It is nowhere to be found on anywhere, right? But the FDA hasn't even approved it. Just somebody came out with it because there's no way that it can hurt you, right? But you think about that in a nutshell. Read the ingredients and tell me what's in it, and then we'll go from there, right? Makes people sick, makes you this, makes you that. But here, if it makes you sick, don't take so much. Hey, wait, but you just take 5 drops instead of 20. You can take 1 instead of 3. And it's like, how far do you go with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And as a truck driver, the CBD oil, as a truck driver, the CBD oil is actually illegal, because they say it'll pop positive on a piss test.
I've heard that too. But I also read an article here a while back, which I don't know how true it is. You know how disinformation is on the internet. But said there was no scientific evidence that vitamins actually work. Well, now I have also read that vitamins don't work as well because most vitamins are put in a hard shell. By the time it doesn't even get completely digested, so it's not working because it's such a hard shell. I've read that, but this study this article came out said there is no scientific evidence that vitamins work. It basically ends up being like a placebo effect, like you said. So that's just what I read. I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. You think about that. You take a pill, and I'll use me as an example. I take a pain pill, and it may take 20 minutes for an Oxycontin to work in my body, right? And that's if I'm standing up, just like what I'm doing right now, standing up. If I'm sitting down in a chair, the blood doesn't go to my legs. So what it does is circulates to the upper portion of me. Well, the upper portion is not what's hurting. It's the lower portion, right? And so the minute I stand up, it's like a freaking head rush, like I was drunk or whatever, you know, and it's all the blood rushing from my head to my body with all this medicine in it, right? And I remember the very first time that I actually figured out why it wasn't working. And by that time I had taken 10 pain pills. Just I'm sitting down, I'm going, oh please God, just let it work, you know, why ain't it working? You know, I got 10 of these pills in my body and it's not working. It's like, what the heck, you know? And the minute I stood up, it was like I wanted to fall down, because there was no way all this pain medicine was not just circulating through my body. That had to be somewhere, you know what I mean? And when it got to my legs, and my legs literally went to jello, and I was like, oh my God, you know, I felt it, it's like a morphine rush when they knock your ass out, you know, and you're just kind of like, oh, I feel the burn in nighty night, you know, and that's what, you know, that's kind of what that is, right? You know, you feel the burn in nighty night, and well, it was the same thing. I felt that burn, and then it was like, oh shit, you know, I can't stand up, you know. And then by that time I'm realizing, wow. And so you can see me now for like, I mean, you can't see me, but you know, I'm standing up, right? Right. And you know, I'm constantly walking around, because I can feel when the blood flow doesn't do its thing, and I can feel all these things that are going on with me. So when I'm sitting there moving and doing all the things that I'm doing, it all depends on whether or not I've taken a pain pill. Now, just recently, doing all the crap I've been doing is what's been hurting me. So now I'm taking a couple pain pills every now and then or whatever. But before that, I didn't take one pain pill for 6 months. I just straight up dealt with the pain. I did not.
Yeah, I hate taking pain pills.
Yeah.
You know,
yep. So sometimes you have to. You got to weed yourself off of that before your body adjusts to it and or becomes immune to it. So
I don't look at it like you get an addiction. I'm going to say this, because I've done all the drugs when I was younger and dumb and stupid, right? So I've done all those things, you know what I mean? And I know what it is, and I've seen the people, oh, they're junkies, and well, it's because they got nothing else to do, you know what I mean? I hate to say it, but if you got something to do, you're not going to walk around drunk, you're not going to walk around stoned, you're not going to do any of that. And those people that get like that, that's because that's all they got to do, you know?
Yeah.
So when you give somebody something else to do and take their mind out of doing the crap, and they'll come up off it. But if you keep it there and they still got nothing to do, I hate to say it, it's like no offense to anybody, it's like a fat person sitting around all day eating chicken, right? You got nothing else to do, so eat chicken. So that's what you're going to do, sit there and eat chicken. You know what I mean? You're going to sit there and eat. Got nothing else to do. You have nothing to do that's making you active to get up out to do the things you used to do. And that's where you got to get your mindset. You got to get out. Like I said, open the door, go outside, look. You know?
Yeah, it becomes a vicious cycle. I mean, you don't, if you start out not doing anything, then you get depressed, you know, from not doing anything, and you're depressed about the situation you're in, be it whatever it is. And then you don't want to go outside because you're depressed. Well, you're not going, you're depressed because you're not going outside. You're not getting active. You've got to, that's where that self-discipline comes into play. You got to make yourself go do the things you need to be doing.
That's what I did right here. When I was, you know, doing the little old man shuffle, and I'm like, no, this ain't going to work for me. You know, and it didn't matter how much it hurt. You know, I hate to say it, just didn't matter. I got out and was like, I am going to walk. I don't care what the doctors say. You know, I'm not losing my legs over this. This is crazy, you know, and I didn't buy the story, you know, well, you can die, this, that, and the other. I'm not taking that as a no, you know what I mean? I'm not doing that. That is not my persona. Right. That is not my character. That is not me. So when I fight the guys, you know, the doctors and all the rest of them, I'm like, you can smile, dude, because I'm going to do the things that I need to do. And that's just bottom line, you know. And I'll be smiling while I'm doing it. And if I'm in here because I'm hurting afterwards, well, let's figure out something, you know, we can do to come to a happy medium, if you want to call it, or whatever. But bottom line, I ain't giving up. You know, I get up, and you can see it. I'm standing outside, and I'm out here walking around. I'm out here doing other than just sitting, you know. I mean, there's my phone. My phone's got like 3% on it, so it's going to die.
I'm sitting here reading these comments, and Wynn said if they figure out to put CDB oil in Jello shots, she's in. So they're all about doing the CBD oil in the Jello shots. So that might be a market for you there, Artie.
Yeah, really, huh? You know.
Yeah. It can go in the Jello shots. So you just got to cook it in a little bit. It's like Jello shot, you know.
Yeah, you
Mix
know,
it with
open
the
up the
liquor.
Jello. Yeah, fold it in there, right? Make the little ice cube thing or something. I don't know. Swallow. I don't know. Hey.
Robbie's asking, when do you go to the doctor for regular checkup, Arnie?
I don't now. I refuse. I don't.
I hear you. Well, you know,
well,
doctors is kind of like mechanics. You know, you got to watch. I guess the only way I describe it, you know, too many mechanics and too many doctors are all about that money. So their game plan is geared to how much money can I make off of this patient instead of being geared towards how can I help this patient to get better.
Yep.
If I can keep bringing him in and getting him on this farm, because you know they get kickbacks from some pharmaceutical companies out there. Hey, we'll give you this amount, even though it's illegal. And if you remember, not too long ago, there were some people that got busted doing that. It made national news. It was some of those agents that were doing kickbacks, and the doctors got in trouble, and they got in trouble, but they still do it. You know, it's just a routine thing for them to do.
I'm gonna tell you what my doctor did. I'll tell you what the last one did. When I got into his there we went. My phone's charging. Yay! When I got into the doctor, and they did all their tests, and then they tried to give me you're pre-diabetic. Is what they try to tell me, right? After I just ate this big old huge massive breakfast, 10 minutes before the blood test, right? So the next thing you know is I'm sitting in his office, and he goes, well, you are getting older. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, right? And he's like, well, we need to do this little test on you. And I'm like, what is that? He goes, well, we need to do a colonoscopy. And I said, the fuck you do? You ain't sticking nothing up my ass. I don't give a shit what you do. Right? Oh, well, you could have this and you could have that. And I said, that's kind of funny. You just did a damn MRI on my ass. Why don't you go take a look at the x-rays and we'll go there, And he's like, oh, no, we need to do the tests. And I'm like, well, what kind of test? A blood test? Didn't I tell you the same thing? Plus the x-rays and all the stuff that you've already done to me for all this time. And I said, and all of a sudden now you think I got something that's shoved up my ass that you need to go take a look at? I don't think so. Right? Yeah. And that's pretty much where I left it, And so when the last thoracic doctor, which is the doctor that does the surgery on me, when he told me, he goes, give me the speech like everybody else, how lucky you are to be alive, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. And he goes, well, basically I wouldn't survive the surgery because of everything they have to do to do this. There's so many chances that they could screw me up worse than what I am now.
Right.
And so I'm like, no, we're not doing this. I'm not going to take the chance on me dying just so you can go in there and try to go fix it because you should have fixed it in the first place. Right. And so, and I'm like, so you think I want to go through this again, right? And then come out worse than what I am now because you think you might be able to fix it. I said that, well, you bring your car over to me and I think I might be able to improve it, and with,
That's gorgeous.
So the minute I said that, you get to look like, oh, you're going to be a smart ass kind of a thing. And I'm like, I'm not being a smart ass. I'm being realistic here. I said, so I get it. There's nothing more that you can do for me except figure out how to control my pain level. And I said, and I'm trying to figure that out myself. I'm telling you what I need, but you're not taking that into consideration on any kind of diagnosis that you're giving me other than you want to keep doing this and this and this. And I said, if there's nothing in my blood work that shows any of these things, nothing on any of the x-rays, why do you want to keep doing this shit? Because I'm not playing with you no more. You know, so when they said, "Oh, you got to come do a follow up," and I'm like, "Why?"
Yeah, if you let them, they'll nickel and dime you to death. You know,
Right.
You'd be like, you know, hey, you know, how do you expect me to pay for this? Will they pull some money out of my ass? And they're like, well, we'll look for that while we're up there too. You know, we'll get every last dime you got. So you have to watch.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about, you know, there's good doctors out there and there's good
Oh, there's no
mechanics
doubt.
out there. You know,
There's no
you
doubt.
just you may end up losing a lot of money trying to find one. You know,
Right.
That's
Well,
the
just
reason.
remember
Like,
this. Remember this. Doctors, it's called a theory of medicine. That's what it's called. So in other words, it's a work in practice. It's a work in progress.
Mhm.
It's a theory, and they've got to have guinea pigs to work on to make their theory happen. Okay.
That's
and
right.
when I gave the I'm not your guinea pig no more, and out of the 95% rate of the people that die from this before they even get to the hospital, the 3% that live while they're on the table and die on the table, and the 2% that are left, I'm in that 2%. So in that 2%, I wanted to know how long people live. That's what I wanted to know. How long? What's the longest that somebody that's had this has lived? Right? You want to know what the answer I got was? 15 years, the longest. Right? You want to know what the shortest was? 6 months. So
that's
in other
quite
words, right.
That's quite
right.
quite a big span there.
Right, a big span. And I went, so what's the commonality in between all of it? Right? I said, if they're all taking the same medicines, obviously it's not working. What the hell's the problem here? Right? If they're all have the same kind of side effects, why can't you fix it from the word go? Right? I'm asking all these questions that this doctor doesn't have an answer for. Right?
No, they
because
don't like the questions.
they have a medical procedure book that they have to go by that comes from the pharmaceutical companies who dictates what the doctors are allowed to do. Okay. And when I put that in question, even with my own insurance, and I called them up and I said, why don't you approve this? Why don't you approve that? I'm supposed to have this. I'm supposed to have that, but you won't approve it. I said, it makes no sense to me. So you're trying to cure me, but you won't approve it. And at the same time, you're yelling at me because you can't get it approved, and you're making it sound like it's my fault. I said, I'm done with the whole entire ball of wax of you. Period.
I completely understand. Completely understand.
So, I mean, I hate to say it. It's not that I'm afraid of dying. I don't want to hurt when I die, but at the same time, it's like I'm not going to sit here and be poked and prodded so you can try to figure this out, and you can try to figure that out, and all you're doing is causing me pain, and you're not the one that has to deal with it at the end of the day. I do.
Right.
Oh, Stars in Laramie, Utah this evening.
Right.
Laramie.
Yeah. Laramie, Utah.
Wow. Where's she headed to?
She's going to be headed to Washington State down to LA or something like that.
Ugh.
Oh, Washington, LA, coming down to 5.
Yeah, coming down to 5.
Which that's not a bad drive, you know. Even when you get into Cali, LA. Good luck with that, Star.
Yeah, she's texting me to let me know.
She'll have it.
Is she gonna try and come down here to Phoenix and do a 34?
Yeah, she's. You didn't hear the conversation that we had last night. Evidently, you didn't see that video.
No, I didn't see the video. No,
you didn't see that video. Let's just put it this way: Star wants a built Peter. Okay, she's an eager beaver looking for a Peter. Okay.
yeah. She's told me that I don't know how many times.
And they better put me down here to Phoenix down here so I can be down there. And I'm like, you better buy some new batteries because your batteries are gonna run out time when you get there.
I hear you. All right, well, it's getting late here, and I got people I gotta make sure I don't keep them disturbed and all that. So, hey, Star's on there. I just seen her pop in. So
yeah, look at. Hey, she been watching. She's
Well,
sitting
she
there
popped
trying to
in
look
basically
at
to see me too. So,
that.
hello, dear.
Oh,
Yes, I'm here. I'm alive. I'm doing good. That's what she wanted. She wanted to see me.
all
I
right.
love it.
Well,
I love it.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
So, Star, it was good to see you before I got out of here. So, hey, Pat, how are you? So everybody have a good night. Glad I got to come in and spend some time with all the peeps in here. Will, glad to see you're doing good. We're always just a phone call away. So
I appreciate it, and thank you very
Yeah,
much for your
seriously.
advice and for talking and give me pointers. And if I need any help, I will definitely be reaching out. That is a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah.
yeah, and the
Doors
same goes
open
for
all
the
the time.
same goes for the viewers. If you've got questions, what better place to come to for an answer than right here? So
Right.
Yep.
Right.
There's a lot of experience. A lot of experience here. Pick the
And
brains.
you've got everything here. You've got the tankers, the dry vans, the reefers, the owners, the lease. You've got the company. They're all here. Any part of this aspect of driving is here. And since we're all from different states, not just one state, not just one company, you've got so many different aspects all in one little platform. And the amount of knowledge, the amount of experience, the helpfulness that you get out of here, you will never get anywhere else.
Yep. It's a one-stop shop for any answer you need. So,
Yep. I'm new,
all right,
and I'm
well,
going to
y'all
be
have a
digging out
good
and
night.
doing. Thank you. Do the
Y'all
same.
have
I
a good
appreciate you.
night. We'll see y'all later. I'm
Okay.
still going
All
to
right,
be
Paul.
watching. I just gotta get quiet. So,
Yeah, do your thing, Paul. We'll see you, bud.
all right, and I'll
Thank you again.
update y'all tomorrow. Let you know how everything's going with me over at the new company.
Yes, sir.
So, all right,
Yes,
we'll
sir.
see y'all. Bye.
Thanks, Rooster. Bye.
All right. What time is your class start in the morning?
Oh, I've been there about 4:30, and that's usually when I start. The pad is open 24/7 for pre-tripping.
Right.
So, and
Well, because you're just for where you're at. You're 180 miles south of me being down here in Phoenix, is where you are.
Yep. Yeah. I know exactly where you are, so you're not too far from me at all. And
Right.
the only thing I don't have access to is keys to the truck to start them up, which is fine by me. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I can go in at any time, and I can do a pre-trip, and I can walk outside, and I can check stuff out. The class starts at 6 o'clock. I'm usually there by 5 o'clock or so, and I'm out there doing a pre-trip and just working everything through and locking it down is what I'm doing.
All right. Well, then I'm going to ask you one more question.
Go for it.
It's the same question I asked Star the same thing, and she can tell you.
Okay.
Because I asked her. Said, "How you doing financially?"
Oh, I'm great. I'm good.
You got enough to get you through?
Oh yeah, I got more than enough to get me through.
All right.
I got more than enough.
Just checking.
More than enough. More than
that's
enough.
all I'm doing is checking.
I know. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got a wallet full and I got a bank full, so I'm not even sweating any of that stuff.
All right, good deal. Because I did the same thing with Star, and then after all the stuff with her, it was the same thing, And then like when it come time for her to get in the truck, and all the GPS and the headsets and all the other stuff that has to happen, that normally takes a driver a long time to get.
Yeah, it does.
You got to think about those little things in a nutshell, because those are going to be required tools once you get behind the wheel and start driving.
Yes.
And there's no way to get out of it. I don't care how you look at it. So with that, just let everybody here know, that kind of a thing, and we'll see what we can do. You know what I mean?
You got it. Yep, I do.
Good deal.
Yep. Like I said, I'm sitting fat in the bank, so I'm not even sweating nothing. And I got a small retirement check coming in too, so I'm not even worried about nothing.
When they put you out on the road and you got to do your own little however many miles you got to drive before you'll be able to team with Star. By that time, she'll have a couple extra months experience on you, that kind of thing. So she'll have an idea a little more than what you will, as far as places that you go, and and you'll have your route, she'll have her route, kind of a thing. And you'll both get to learn the ins and outs of your company, you know, the ins and outs of where you go, places you deliver, interstates, all that kind of stuff. So the only thing I can say is just sit back and enjoy the ride, you know.
Oh,
and,
I'm going to. Yeah.
You know, like I told Star, you got to take the time. You got to get out of the truck. You got to do the things that you got to do. You know, get yourself a motel room. Get yourself, you know, out to dinner once in a while. You got to do those things. You just got to, you know.
Yeah, you do. You do. You got to get out and walk around. Check out the forest. Do a little bit of a nature walk. Get out and do a little bit of exercise and walking around type stuff. Don't just sit and be in a hole.
Yep, that's it. I mean, you can see all the drivers, and if they don't get out of that truck and they don't get to do something, you can see it, that they start getting antsy, they start getting depressed, they start getting all these other things from being in that box all day long, doing the same thing, you know. Even if you get to go to the truck stops and talk to them, you know, standing in the shower line, all that kind of junk, you know, going up to get something to eat at Taco Bell or whatever, you know. You gotta get out of that truck. You just gotta take your brain off it, and you know, your company has its own thing on what your home time is and what they do. And the only advice I'd give you for that is to talk to your DM and work it out with him. You know, whether you put it in writing or whatever. You know, this is what I want to do, and I want to know if you're going to work with me, kind of a thing. You know, I mean, I know what they give you. 1 day basically is what you earn a week to go home. So after 21 days, it's 3 to 4 days, and that's what you get. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
right.
There again, you've heard me say, I would stay out 2 to 3 months, come home for 2 and 3 weeks. It all depends on what they are willing to do to work with you. You know, and most of them, they want the truck to be moving, because if it ain't moving, it ain't making money.
Making money.
It's not your truck, it's theirs. They're the ones that are paying the lease on it from wherever they got it from. You have to look at that in a nutshell and just work with them. You know, that's all I can tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, we plan on doing it. So.
Oh, you're good to go.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna bounce on out of here, because I want to talk to her for a little bit before she gets down. I want to check on the girls too. So.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
I will. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. I appreciate Roosters and everybody else's and Kenny's. And
you're welcome. It's what I do, man. It's what I do. It's all I can do.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, and I appreciate it. And you know, right now I'm in my infancy. Yeah, I'm in my infancy, and I'm just starting to tread water, shall we say? So.
Yeah.
I know where I'm at. I'm not trying to be a superstar, shall we say. I'm just trying to learn it and learn it and do it well, and take my time doing it and enjoy it at the same time.
Well, where else that can you have with a room with a view? You get to see everywhere you go. You know, stopping and visiting may be a different story, but then there again, it's what you do with it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And one of the things I found out too on my bike ride going out was, man, I've been asleep for damn 12 years. Sitting around going, yeah. Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too.
Yeah, you know, I've been asleep for 12 years, going to work, coming home, going to work, coming home, and it's like, wait a minute, look at this road out here.
Yeah,
holy shit! Look at this stuff. You know, it's like, wow, I just woke up, so to speak.
Hey, you wait, one of these days you'll be down in Chattanooga, and it'll be fall time, and you will get to see more colors than you've ever seen in your life. You'll be up in, you know, parts of the U.S. You'll get to see these 30-foot snowbanks, the snow-capped mountains. You'll get to see the rivers that are iced over, lakes that are froze, people out there ice fishing. You'll get to see it firsthand. You know, all these things that you have never seen, you will now start to see. And there again, it depends on where you want to go when you're driving. You know, request to go down to Florida, request to go up to Oregon, request to go to Washington. You know, get yourself around so you get that experience driving, and at the same time you get to see it, and if you're lucky enough, you get to stop. You know.
I want to see all 48, all 48 states, all 40, all 48 states. That's what I want to do.
Yep.
And just for your information too, I'm from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Oh, well, then you know where I'm at. Exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly where you're at. Yeah, I was born and raised in Arizona for 18 years.
All right. Well, yeah. Then you know, I'm off the 61 that is right, basically south of Winslow. So that's why I said
Okay.
Crow flies. I mean, you think where Holbrook exit is, where Winslow is. I am directly south. If you took from where you're at right now, coming out of Phoenix, if you took the 77 up, you'd run into the 180 down there.
Yep.
And where the 180 splits to come to either the 61 or 60, that's where I'm off of. I'm literally smack dab in the middle between Gallup and Phoenix. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Yep, I know exactly where you are. I know exactly where you are.
It's one of those. This is when I get down to the little town that's about 30 miles away. That looks like Phoenix, or looks like Flagstaff, with all the trees and all the rest of it. You know, the mountains and up and down and blah blah blah. And where I'm at, it's more desert out here. But the trees, I mean, they're bigger trees. They're not like little baby shrub things that you typically find in the desert, you know. And I mean, I don't know what the temperature is where you're at, but up here it's almost 64 degrees right now. So
I think I'm still in the 80s. Whoops.
Yeah. See.
Oh, and I'm 94.
I'm
94 right
close.
now.
That close.
Yeah.
Now you And when I was telling all them that I'm out here wearing a jacket and they're over there sweating in 100, and I'm going, I'm sorry. You know, I mean, what do you say, right?
You're on the other side of the Mogollon Rim, and you're about 5,000, 6,000 foot elevation. So yeah, exactly.
This is about 1,500.
Oh, you're 1,500. Okay.
Yeah. So you wouldn't think about that.
No.
You know, just because of where it's at, but that's where it's at. You know.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. All right, brother. I'm gonna get out of here for a bit. I'm gonna need to call the other half and check on her, see how she's doing.
Yeah. Yep.
Make sure she's settled in for the night.
Yeah, go get yourself something to eat too, because I know you haven't even done that yet.
No, I had a good lunch though, but I'll grab a snack for dinner.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say I know a few little places around where you're at to get stuff to eat, but there again, Uber does work.
Yep, and I just went out and filled my fridge too, so I got stuff in there. I got chicken and bologna and salad and a
peanut
bunch
butter.
of other stuff.
Come on, right? I know, I get it. I know. Canned tuna, canned pickles, mustard, ketchup. I get it. I already know. Been there, done that. Do they got the continental breakfast though? Is what I don't remember. No.
It's shut down for COVID.
Did it really? Sucks.
Yep.
Well,
they're doing a grab bag. Yeah, they're doing a grab bag is what they're doing.
Yeah, they used to have the continental breakfast, and they'd have the Roach Coach come out, and then they'd give you that little coupon thing to where you could get a, sandwich or a burger or whatever, that kind of thing. So, but
no. That school don't even do that. I mean, the continental breakfast grab bag is here at the hotel.
Really?
They don't even offer any food there.
Oh wow,
that's cool.
Yeah, it's changed.
You got to go.
Yep,
you got to go around to the back to the driver's side and hit the Roach Coach.
Yep. Well, I knew there was a Roach Coach because I remember. That's what I remember.
Yeah, it's the orange Roach Coach.
Yeah,
it's still there. It's still there. Good food too.
Yeah, as I said, you get the burgers or what they used to give you those little coupons. That's what I said you could take back there or whatever, and that's what I remember. So,
Yep.
Another day.
Yep. Another day. You got it. All right, man. You have a good one.
All right, man. We'll see you.
You see ya. Appreciate you.
So now everybody gets to hang out and play with me for a while. Yeah, you get to see everything out here driving, and it just depends on where you stop and what you do, and you take the time, make the time, it'll happen. You know, you can't, ain't nothing going to happen overnight. You got to do a little footwork first where you get your, you know, to where, you know, they're flying you to work and flying you back home like they, you know, did with me for a little while there. So you got to look at all the bigger picture and everything. Just, you know, like I said, you get into it, what you put into it, that's what you get out, you know. You know, got any questions? Anybody? And you can pop in here live. We can go there. Other than that, I'm just sitting here again, watching the lightning storms in the distance. Because that's what I'm watching. They're out there. And let's see. I might turn my camera around here real quick, and I'll give you a little view. Let's see. Turn my camera. I don't know if it'll pick it up or not. It might not. I just don't know. Let's see. Does it pick it up? A little bit. Just a little bit. All right. That's all your clouds in the background. That's kind of what it is. Yeah. And the lightning strikes are, like I said before, right here. Oh, you can see my finger. Here's my finger right there in front of me. But right here in front is where the lightning strikes are in the background over there. So I'm just hanging out watching. Well, there you be. Yep, lightning again. Let's see, how far? I don't know. Where are you, Brian? Where are you down there? Are you Tucson? Is that where you're at? Tucson? I guess, if I remember right. Let's see, where are you in Lancaster County? I don't remember, Patricia. I do not remember. Every time I've ever passed that exit, it's one of those, you have to be going west on the 76, and it is the only exit you can get off, is what I remember. And then it goes north and it winds back around these mountains. That is what I remember. I don't even remember the exit. I couldn't tell you if it was Lancaster. I couldn't tell you the county, because I'd only ever been there once, and I'd passed by it many, many times, but I don't remember the county. I don't remember. Let's see. Love the chats. Give some people some insight on what the drivers remember. Yes, I agree. Oh, Arkansas. In Arkansas, I'm about 50 miles west of Little Rock. Oh, so you're over by, what is that? Starts with a C. Oh my God. Conway. You're over by Conway. Let's see, from Conway to me is right about 18 hours. That's about what it would be. About 18 hours, I think, from there to here. You got dark clouds and bad weather, but no rain, huh? Well, I don't have any of that. I mean, I really don't have that here. When it rains, it'll pour sometimes. It'll get windy and stuff, you know. You'll still get the, you know, crazy nasty weather, what they call a monsoon, you know. But a monsoon to me is something to where it rains every single day for 3 months. That's a monsoon to me, you know, like Vietnam, South Korea, you know, that kind of thing. To where this is not. This is like a flash flood thing, you know, where this just comes in, rips through everything like a tornado does, and you know, and then all the rain and snow and ice and whatever else falls. So that's kind of what hits the ground, you know. Kind of it, you know, is for being where we're at when these clouds come over the backside of the mountain from like Flagstaff towards me, it's picking up all that cold and pushing it down this way, or it brings it up from the south, and the minute it starts picking up the moisture from the mountains down there, it just kind of lets loose. Well, you know, that hot and cold air is where you get the lightning from. So all I do is just kick back and then watch the lightning, and hopefully it doesn't, you know, start something on fire or whatever, you know. Where's here, Brenda? Lots of thunder and lightning. I try not to remember where everybody's from, because I'd have, you know, 400, 500, 600 people to go, ooh, you guys are from Alabama. Ooh, you're from California. you know, some people I remember because it sticks to me because they're close. Otherwise, unless I look at your profile or whatever, then you know, then I figure out where you're from. Ooh, 93. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a little hot. I think our temperature, I think for here, I think it got up to like, I don't know, 81, maybe 82, something like that. That was probably the peak, you know, 3, 4 o'clock or whatever. And then by then it just starts dropping, you know? So yeah. In between Greenville. Oh, Spartansburg. Oh yeah. I've been back there quite a few times. I actually like, I like the highway that goes through Spartanburg. That little cutoff that goes from like the 85 over or whatever. I like that little, I think it goes to like the 74, goes over towards that direction. I like that greenery, that, I don't know, just, I like that. I didn't really care for, seeing the conditions of some of the, you know, the places where people live, that kind of thing. But I liked the area. I liked that greenery stuff. I liked all that, you know, the Carolinas, you know, I mean, way back when we used to be able to go to like Myrtle Beach and stuff. And now you can't even get a truck down there. They won't even let you down there. But, you know, some riding the coast, you know, through the Carolinas, you know, on the 301, you know, going all the way from the bottom all the way to the top. If you've never done it, you know, starting out, you know, way back down there in more Marlboro country in South Carolina, you know, going all the way up to basically Baltimore, you know. So yeah, 105 and I don't miss it. But yeah, I'll tell you what, I do miss the biscuits and gravy off there, off the 440 there, because that's right there is where I worked out of for about almost 6 years. You know, worked out a part of Dallas down there, just outside of Dallas on the 20 for a little while there too. Oh, Tennessee near Knoxville. Oh, okay, 92 and 70. I know exactly where that's at. Cool, right on, right on. I like to, when you get to Knoxville and you start going up that 81 right there. That 81 is the longest stretch of highway, just up and down all the way, you know, to Virginia's and stuff. That's a long stretch right up there. That is a long stretch. Anything that goes like south out of Knoxville there. I like that area on the southern part. The northern part of it, I don't know. It's like two different classes of people, where the southern and the northern part of like Knoxville. You know what I mean? Wow. Just, but I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like anything having to do with Rocky Top and any of that. I mean, just, you know, I like the Tennessee as a whole. You know, I like Chattanooga. That's my place. I would like to live on the southern side, but more like southeast. That's where I like, you know. Let's see, they put him in ICUs on a ventilator. Well, just pray for him. That's all you can do. Was I pulling a tanker last week? No, that would be a Tanker Yanker. He's the only tanker driver we got on here. That is Jack. He is the tanker driver here for Truckers TV. No, yes, I have driven them, but no, I've been done driving truck now for 2 years. When I got life flighted, that was last time I ever drove a truck. So now I'm pretty much just throwing the little bit of knowledge that I got out there to everybody so they can learn, paying it forward best I can do. So yeah. Now, you got any questions, Donald? I don't know. Yeah, about tankers or whatever, driving trucks in general or whatever. Just pick a topic you want to come on live. The link's down there in the bottom of the chat. So You can come on. I just went through Rocky Top today. You know where when you get up on top of Rocky Top here, they got that exit, and it now has the bridge that goes over top. And when you're up atop of Rocky Top, on the one side there's a little truck stop right there. Years and years ago, we used to be able to park right there, and you could go inside the little restaurant. And then they started making it to where everybody couldn't park. They built the little overpass that goes over the top of that. And when you're going south from Rocky Top going down, if you actually get to the top of that off ramp and you stop and you get out and you park and you can go walk to the one side and look down in the valley, I'll just say this: you ain't the next biggest thing to seeing something like that is going to be either like in Utah or seeing the Grand Canyon. There's no other place in the country that you can actually see that kind of a view, to where like down there on top of Rocky Top, what you'll see is the greenery. And if you ever get to stand up there on top of Rocky Top and look down when it's the fall colors and you get to see the purples, the blues, the greens, the red, the orange, then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Nope. They will not do any kind of surgery. That is Jack, who you're talking about, and he's the one that has the bad back that drives the tanker here on Truckers TV. Nope. What I had was called the AAA, which is a abdominal aortic aneurysm, which is the vein that comes out of your heart that goes to the rest of your body, goes to your legs specifically, looks like a giant wishbone. That's what they replaced inside of me, as well as adding stents in both of my legs just past that. So that's what I've had done to me. Well, do I like owner operators or company drivers? One has more responsibility than the other. Sometimes you can make just as much as a company driver and you don't have to fix a truck if it breaks. Other times, an owner operator can make 10 times what the company driver made in a month. It all depends on what the owner operator does versus what company driver does. You know, even if a truck does 80, 85 miles an hour, he's still only going to go so far in a day. I mean, you think about it. If you could run 80 across every single highway in the United States, you could get 800 miles. Atypically, you have to stop. You have to do this, that, and the other. So you average, 700 and a quarter. That's about what an 80 mile an hour truck will do. 65 mile an hour truck, there it again, 650 miles would be your max. Pushing it would be like 600, 610. Average would be like 5 and a quarter, 575, somewhere in there. That would be an average. Okay. I miss it very much. Very much. I mean, when everything happened, it took them 5 months before they came to get my truck from me when all this happened, because they really, really wanted me to come back. And so that truck, even though it's like a normal everyday company, sat at my house for 5 months before they came and got it, because I was seriously trying to get back into driving. And even if I could now, I would, but I know now that I can't because of everything that's gone on inside of me. So yes, I miss it. And the only thing I can do is watch what these guys do as far as driving, the places they've been, that they're going, because I've been to most of them, been by them 1,000 times, stopped at, different restaurants, different this, different that. That's what that is. Let's see. Tested positive. My son and his girlfriend are showing symptoms. I'll tell you this, Pat. There were a lot of my family members that tested positive for the COVID. Even my gonna-be ex-wife She tested positive, and the majority of them got symptoms. A couple of them said it was like a bad hangover. Um, think about this. If somebody thinks, oh, I'm going to get this and die, that's what you're instilling in your brain. You know what I mean? It's like you're convincing yourself that you're going to die. So if you can convince yourself that it's just nothing but a cold, instead of all the hype that you have COVID, I'm thinking, it's like monkey see, monkey do. You keep thinking all these monkeys are going to die because they get these things, and the majority of them will. When you get the other monkey said, I'm not sick, I just got a bad cold, and he goes on about his business, doing his thing. I look at it from that perspective. At Mel's Diner, yes, I know. I've been a lot of different places, literally a lot of different places. I've seen where they did the WKRP thing. I've been down in LA. I've seen where all the studios across the United States are. I've been down to Memphis. I've been a lot of different places, Florida, everywhere. You know what I mean? I've seen where they have filmed a lot of different movie sets. Where I grew up in California, they had two of them. One was called Johnny Broilers. That's where they filmed the American Graffiti. Grease 2. That was filmed right where I live, basically. I got to meet a lot of different famous people. That's sort of what I was talking to one of the guys that's going to start streaming on here about, of all the stuff that I've done, things that I've done, just my life. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to have a cigarette, by the way, so excuse me. So that's it. I have a friend of mine that works for Paramount Studios and Universal Studios. He is a set painter for all the different television shows, whether it be General Hospital, Days of Our Lives, whatever. He is the set painter for that, as well as some of the movie props and other things that go in there. He owns a boat down in one of the California harbors. So he drives from where that is all the way down to where he stays. That's just some of my friends. Hi there. How you doing, Janet? So yeah, it's just, one of those things, I've had other jobs other than driving a truck. Don't get me wrong. I have, but every time I ever came back, that's all I ever did was come back to drive truck, So now I can't do any of it anymore, period. There's any of it, the work important part of me is done. So, actually, yeah, these ones are, these ones are called pyramids. Most time I smoke Marlboro Black 100s. Yeah, I've had the doctors tell me you need to quit smoking and all the junk. And I did the same thing. I was like, is there something in my blood work that shows that I got this, that, and the other out of the 50 million MRIs, CT scans, ultrasounds, x-rays, anything ever show anything on my lungs, spots, black spots, white spots, green spots, purple? I don't care. Is there any of that stuff that's in me? And when they keep saying no, I'm like, Sue, you eat chicken? Maybe you shouldn't eat chicken with the skin, huh? Maybe you shouldn't eat eggs like they used to tell us 50 years ago. Maybe you shouldn't do. And the doctors don't like that when you turn that back on them. Okay? I'm doing good, Valerie. That's pretty much it. I'm a little sore from last few days, but it is what it is. Takes time for me to heal, sort of thing. It's sort of like this. Imagine if you took a pain pill and you went out and banged your thumb. It's not going to hurt as much as it would if you hadn't taken the pain pill, right? Well, same thing with me. I take a pain pill when I'm hurting, and if I go out and I do something else and I hurt myself more, then I don't really feel it until it's all said and done, right? Oh yeah, I've heard all that stuff, and that was when I asked them. Bottom line, that, what do you think caused this? And their only answer is, I don't know, and I figure for me, it was because of laying on my back when it was 120 outside, 117 in the shade, when I was laying on my back for 8 hours or whatever it was the first time, working on my car, air conditioner, getting up from that ground, leaning over on the hot car, working on the hot car. I'm just pretty sure I was the one that caused it by, basically like baking my insides is the way that I try to explain it. I heated my body up so much, and regardless of how much I drank, I couldn't cool me down internally. And so by the third day of that is when I went to the hospital. And when I walked into the hospital, I had no blood flow coming out of my heart to the rest of my body, but yet I was walking around. Yep, the swimming pool's up. I've been in it 3 times so far. I don't want to go in it when I'm hurting like this, and I don't want to go in it when I've been taking my pain pills, that kind of thing. That's just me. If I'm hurting and I get into the water, I don't want to cause myself more damage, if you understand what I mean, because my midsection and my legs are what was always hurting. Now my legs are not hurting so much, but my midsection and my upper body, because of me doing the swimming, is what has taken a toll on me, if you want to say that. I've heard all the different stories that it'll cut your circulation in your feet, your legs, your this, your that. I don't have anything in my veins, no calcium deposits, and it's not that I don't have circulation. What it is they can't figure out why my veins are now collapsed, to where before I had this, my veins were not collapsed. Okay, so the veins in my legs now look like an hourglass, every part of it all the way down. That's what it looks like, and they can't figure out why. They have no clue why, because I should have good pressure, because the upper portion of me has plenty of blood pressure. I can take my BP, and sometimes it'll be, normal, 110 over 70. Other times I'll be sitting here and I can take it and it's 180 over 110. You know what I mean? And here's the funny part. If it's 180 over 110 and I go out here and start doing push-ups, my blood pressure drops. It drops. It doesn't go higher. Okay? So when I exercise, my BP drops. So when I'm out walking around, my BP drops. When I'm doing whatever it is, my BP drops. And the reason my BP drops is because I'm forcing blood to go through my legs, which is the problem. Okay? And they don't know why that is. They've tried all kinds of different medicines. It doesn't work. Okay? The only thing they can try to do to me is surgery, but I won't survive it. So I'm trying to fix myself. That's all I can say. On your right ankle, where your blood, where your vein circulates around the top of your, on the inside of your ankle bone. That's where it circulates around, and then it comes back up. Well, my body bypassed that vein, okay, because of all this stuff that's happened to me now. So when they check me for a pulse down there, it does have a pulse, but it's like ever so slightly, and they can't figure out why, because I have no calcium buildup. There is no reason that my veins should be doing the things they're doing. When I went in for an ultrasound one time, they actually watched my legs cramp, and the guy that was doing this, he ended up called his boss to come watch what my legs were doing. And when she came in and started watching with him, she called her boss. So there were 3 of them standing there watching my legs cramp, one leg at a time, doing the little ultrasound things. And then when they stuck me in the MRI, and I'm just sitting there, but they're watching my legs cramp, and there's no reason why it should be happening at all. It's not potassium levels. It's not sugar levels. It's not this. It's not that. They do not know why. No, I don't think it was the truck that did damage, even though I've heard some of the stories, that sitting this way and doing this, people get hemorrhoids from sitting too long, and people get vascular disease and all this stuff from not moving their legs and all that. I was a flatbedder for 17 years. I never had any of that problem. Drove, different trucks, different this, that, and the other. And I was never one of those to not, I didn't like parking up in the front row. I always parked in the back row. So I always had to walk anytime I did anything, even with, going to unload and load. Even if I knew the door was right there, I'm still going to park a little ways away from it so that I have to walk that little bit of extra distance. You know what I mean? There were times at night to where I'd sit there in my truck and I'd do some push-ups, or I'd do some sit-ups or whatever, or I'd walk around the truck stops. I'd walk over to go get me something to dinner, all that kind of stuff. That's what I did. I always ate good, still always eat good. I mean, so, what do you say to that? That's just me. So the only thing I think caused it is me laying on the cement, working on my air conditioner, laying on my back on the ground when it was 117 degrees. Turn your water on in your house and think about that for a second, because atypically the water that's going to come out of your faucet is going to be a little bit hotter than 105 degrees. That's how hot the water is going to be coming out of your faucet. And I was laying on the ground or leaning over the hot car, with my stomach leaning against this hot car, working on the air conditioner, because it was a big Ford Expedition, right? So that's the name of it, and I think that's what caused it. There was no ifs, no ands. I mean, when it first happened, all I thought was I pulled the back muscle. That's what I thought I'd done. That's literally because that's what it felt like. To me, is I pulled a back muscle. Well, come to find out, right in front of your spine is where your vein runs. So that is why it felt like I pulled a back muscle, because that vein that is supposed to, your aortic vein is the size of your pinky. Everybody's aortic vein is the size of their pinky. That's how big it is. And mine swelled up to the size of a kielbasa. So basically 3 times the size of your pinky is what inside of me swelled up. Well, they don't know why it swelled up. Well, the only thing I can think of is laying on the cement. It swelled up, it got hot, swelled up, right? I have none of the heart disease, none of the stuff in my family. My mom died from a brain aneurysm because she had a very, very thin blood vessel in her head that she was in the process of getting checked out when she actually passed away. She had a doctor's appointment 2 weeks after she actually passed away because they wouldn't take her, like earlier, you know what I mean? She went in and had the thing done, they did the x-ray, whatever, and said that you have the vein that's here, but they didn't admit her to the hospital. They didn't do anything. So she had an appointment a couple weeks after this. And during that time is when she died. My dad died from stage 4 bone cancer. It wasn't caused by smoking or any of that kind of stuff. It was, I forget the type of, but it was bone cancer. It was inside of his bones, not like leukemia, not like any of that kind of stuff, but that's what he died from. So it does. None of this stuff runs in my family. There's just nothing, right? And I can trace my family all the way back to General George Washington. So that's how far I can, trace my family on far as how everybody died, because there's records of it from then till now. You know what I mean? So that's it. I mean, what else can I say? There's nothing inside of me. They do not know why it happened, and they don't know how to fix it. I mean, other than to go in there and do the same thing they just did, taking all my insides out, my kidney, my liver, my, stomach, they got to take everything out of me to go fix that, So, that's what it is, Well, both my parents are both, they're passed, my mom died in 2009. My dad had died 9 years after that. So, when my dad passed away, it was just a few months after that all this stuff happened to me. So, what do you say to that? It's just the luck of the draw, I mean, what do you say? The way I look at it, it's like I tell everybody, I've done a lot of things in my life. I said, I kind of figure I like abusing my body just a little bit, right? I wasn't the one, I mean, even growing up as a kid, I used to do those, jumping off houses and roofs. I had a skate ramp in my backyard. You know what I mean? I had go to the skate parks all day long. Go to the beach, go surfing. Jump off piers and bridges. And, I mean, that was me. Being in the service, I jumped out of planes and helicopters, and climbed mountains, swum under the rivers, in lakes, streams, oceans. I was never afraid of that. I've broken arms and bones and legs and ribs and fingers and stitches, had teeth knocked out. I mean, okay, I've been through a lot. So what do you say? But either way, I'm still not quitting. I'm not one of those that quits. Just that's not me. Yeah, it hurts, but I still get up and I do. Bottom line. So, any more questions? We can hang out. I'm charging my phone now, so I'm good to go. Oh yeah, I mean that's just my life, You see, what was it? Story time, maybe, huh? I'm the only one on here. I was like, it's a Monday, right? Everybody's like, think about it. Mondays are always the worst, right? Everybody's like hungover and they don't want to do anything. Tuesdays, it's like, right? Well, I can do this. I have the energy. Come Wednesday, it's like, well, do I want to do this or not? And Thursday, it's like, okay, I got one little bit to go before Friday. And Friday is like, oh crap, I don't want to do nothing. I got something I got to do tomorrow because it's Saturday. And then on Sunday, it's like, man, I got to hurry up and do this, right? Yeah, I know. Today's Wednesday. I know what day it is. I'm just saying, it's like a Monday. Every day is like a Monday. You wake up and do it again, right? Regardless of Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so I don't care. It's always like a Monday. You wake up every day just like it's a brand new day, right? Do it every day. Get up, do it, right? All right? That's all you can say. Done all that daredevil stuff when I was young too, all right? And you feel it, right? I mean, I'm gonna say this: I don't have no arthritis. I mean, I don't have the snapping my fingers and knuckles and all that kind of stuff. And my fingers don't swell up. The only thing that ended up happening to me is after the fact, when this stuff all happened, because it's like I told everybody, with the no blood flow to my legs, like I'm sitting right now in the chair, right? With that no blood flow, I can feel that. And what that is doing is actually killing my legs. Okay, so to stop that, I literally have to stand up and start moving. I can't just sit here in a chair, and because my legs will die. Okay, and so that's what it is. It's like move it or lose it, right? That's kind of what that is, right? Let's see, is Frank popped on here? Nope, nobody's popped on here, just me. But what do you say? No, haven't got the engine put back in yet. My buddy actually told me today, he goes, I'm giving you the day off. That's what he said. Right. And he goes, even though we didn't do anything yesterday, he knew I was hurt. Well, he watches his granddaughter every day. He drives, 30 some odd miles to go pick her up, 30 miles to bring her back here. And then he watches her all day, brings her there, 30 miles, brings her back here. So, we've got the parts to put it all back together. It's just we got to have some time. Like today, he went up and dropped. I guess you'd call it something similar to like a distributor, because that's what controls kind of the timing. But even though it doesn't have points and all the rest of it, it has to be in play for the oil pump. So he went up there and did that kind of stuff, Right. Yeah, I know. Well, if you jumped out of planes, you landed on your feet. Guess you wouldn't have anything wrong with your legs, right? No, when you're. I mean, think it's like a runner, right? Because of your feet always touching the ground and slapping the ground, right? Running, you'd think that would do something. Okay. Same thing as the guys that ride bicycles. You know, they sit on the seat, and you'd think they'd have, prostate problems or hemorrhoid problems or whatever. You know what I mean? Different things at different jobs. And for even like carpal tunnel syndrome, working your hands like a piano player or a guitar player or whatever, a manufacturer putting little trinkets together, you know what I mean? It all depends on what you do with your body to keep your body in shape, you know what I mean? Right? And it all depends. I mean, you can sit there, when you don't do anything, that is when you have problems. I mean, think about a truck. A truck doesn't break unless you use it, right? Well, guess what? If you don't use your body, it breaks, right? Because it shuts down. It doesn't do the things it was designed to do. Your body was designed to be in motion, right? Most of the day, sleep for a little while, right? That was what your body's designed to do. Right, exactly. See, 40 years of running a dining room. You know what I'm talking about, walking on your feet all day. Those parts of your body, but you got to think about that in a nutshell. You're always using your feet. So what part of your body are you not working, right? The upper portion, maybe carrying trays, server trays, this and that and the other. And so what you have to do is work the parts of your body that you're not working to compensate for the stuff that you're using all the time. And it's almost like you got to build your core, your stomach muscles, back muscles, that supports your whole body, quadriceps, biceps, all those things that you do. It's a whole package, and you can't just work one side of it and be Popeye arms. You know what I mean? You can't do that. Right. And good night, Faith. I seen you out there. So, right now I'm getting cold because the wind's coming. It started to, it did a couple little sprinkles here. The lightning's in the background. It's like far and few between, so I'm not recording it, but I'm watching it. I can see it, where it happens. But the wind is picking up, so it's like 64 and probably about a 8 mile an hour, 9 mile an hour wind right now. So I'm getting chilly sitting out here. Let's see. I don't know if I can. I got enough go-go juice on my phone. I think what I'll do is I'll turn my camera around a little bit and let's just see if it picks it up. How's that? Then I can just go back to the comments and go from there. There you go. This is my view. I don't even know what's in front of me right here. It's the little kitty toys, but out this direction out here where you see this light would be to the left of the light. What you see, where the little white thing is, directly above that white thing is where the flashers are going on. That's the majority of them that are happening. So I'll just turn it around and go there. When am I going to smoke that cigarette? Pat, I really don't know. What state am I in? I am in Arizona. I am just 60 miles south of Winslow, Arizona. It has a crow flag. And I am about 90 miles from Flagstaff, 180 miles from Phoenix. So gives you an idea where I'm at. And Miss Tanya's out there somewhere, huh? So is she live? Did she pop in here? No, she didn't pop in here yet, right? But you guys know she's there, don't you? Yes, the swimming has actually 100% helped my legs. The only thing the way that I can explain that would be like this. Imagine to be off of the weight of you standing on your feet and just like being able to hold your legs up in the air to where they float and be able to just move them, right? With no pressure on them, no pressure on your back, no pressure on nothing, just like you were swimming, right? And just moving your legs. That in itself, moving my legs and having that little bit of pressure from the water to the resistance, I guess you'd say, made my legs better. So the very next day, the first day that I did this, the very next day I felt real good. And we went out there and put the deck on. Well, holding all those lumber pieces against my midsection while we were building the deck, getting them, holding them level and doing this and that and the other, that took its toll. Well, even that day I went swimming. The third day, after that was all said and done, we started doing other things. And then the very next day, we started pulling the motor. So that very day that we pulled the motor, I only went swimming one other time, and that's when I got up in the morning and I went and jumped in the pool because I was hurting. And I figured that me going out there to float in the pool early in the morning would be no problem. Well, yeah, it worked, but it made my upper body so sore because of working on the car the day before that I ended up having to take pain pills the first day, pain pills the second day, that thing. And I don't like doing that. So you're close into Arkansas to COVID. Okay. I know where that's at. Yep. I know where that's at very well. So yeah, I mean, that's my life, I mean, my buddy keeps saying that, I'm a piss poor pool boy because I haven't been cleaning the pool like I promised, that kind of thing. And I'm like, I want to get in there, but I don't want to get in there because I know what it's going to feel like to me doing the things that I do. Right. Yeah, it actually, I like it when any of the drivers, any of the viewers, when they come on and they're sitting on here with me, and they're yapping, this whole interactive thing that we just did here with this is a good thing. It is one heck of a learning tool in all aspects of that, because we get to have the conversations, and you can see when they start and how they progress and where they go, and we're having basically just a decent conversation, you know what I mean? And I'll agree. It was hard. I'll tell you this. For me personally, it was hard to watch all the drivers that left Truckers TV, to watch them leave and go to the other platforms, right, to do their own thing. That was hard for me to watch because I was the one that helped all of them get into here to do the things that they've done. Okay. So it was hard. And even though, if you saw the lightning in the background, cool. If you didn't, I don't know what to tell you. But it was cool for me to go watch them, even though if I wouldn't come in their chat rooms, that kind of thing, because I didn't want to cause problems with any of them driving on their own streams. I didn't want to cause the problems. And I went to every driver that was ever here and said the same thing. If I'm going to cause problems, I'm not going to be there. Okay. And that's just bottom line. That's me. Regardless of the situation, this and that and the other. So to have seen all the stuff that all these drivers have been through, including Paul, and to have him back, it feels pretty good. All I could do was go to bat for him and throw my 2 cents out there, and leave it at that. You know what I mean? So, how you doing there, Stacy? I'm just kind of showing you. That's my that's my view. I'm just kind of watching the lightning. It's coming every now and then, but it's where you see the light in the background. The lightning is happening right above all that. That's where it's coming from. So it does light it up every now and then, but I'm getting cold sitting out here. So there, I'll just explain, and I'll tell you again. When Paul had his own stream, it was the same thing that happened here. That everybody else took control of the stream, and when it was all said and done, Paul took his stream back, is what he did, and he took himself back away from all of that. And everything that happened here was because of rumors this, rumors that. That's what started everything. And people bought into it, you know what I mean? And that's why they're on the other platforms. That's why the other people are there. Some of them bounce back and forth, and you've heard me say it 1,000 times. I don't care who you watch, go watch. I don't care, just don't talk smack about anybody's stuff, because that ain't cool. It's like talking behind somebody's back kind of a thing. If you got something to say it, get it out of you. We can go from there. I'm not one to sit here and talk about, the other platforms, whether it's Thomas, Angela, I don't care. Pick one. You know what I mean? I don't care. I didn't talk nothing about any of them. I don't need to. I wish them well. I hope their stuff works. I hope they're teaching somebody something instead of just sitting behind a wheel and everybody watching them drive. I hope they actually learn something, because that is what the Truckers TV was created for people to learn from us. So if those people that are on the other platforms are not learning, then I'd say it's pointless. All you're doing is you're entertaining yourself, So what can I say? What happened to Jeff and Fred? That was a personal thing that actually happened with him. I'm not going to go into all the details of that stuff, but it was his personal choice. And that's what it was. I mean, it's not that he didn't want to. There were things that happened, and for him, for his own personal, had nothing to do with Truckers TV per se. So that's what it is. If he wants to come back, he's more than welcome to. So there's no ifs, no heads, no buts, right? What can I say? Yeah, well, Paul and Chris and the rest, there's a few that were here, and I'll say this: all the ones that you've seen that Chris come back now, Paul's come back, and all the ones that are here now, all of us, we get along just fine. I mean, all the drivers in here, even the new ones, you know what I mean? We talked, everybody has their own situation, I mean, everybody's got their own life other than just here, you guys have the same thing. And we tell you all the time, the drivers want to know you, they want to see what you do, whether it's, it's your pictures, your backyards, your whatever it is that you do. You see us constantly with the things that we're doing, and we're trying to make this a two-way street so that we get to see you as well as you see us, interactive, right? And, a long time ago, before this, what you see now, the other drivers that were here, this is what we were trying to do, the same thing that we're doing right now. And they didn't want no part of it, just no part of it whatsoever. All right. And so it took this long for it to come about again, and it is what it is. I mean, but you can tell that we're always in the background. We're always doing something, right? Yeah. The prodigal son returned, right? I mean, that's kind of what this is, the people come and go, drivers come and go, I just look at it as long as you're learning something, what can I say, right? What can I say? So that's it. I mean, my memories are not what these guys can show you. What my memory that I put on the fans page are little bits and pieces of trinket. You may see me in this truck this time, another truck, and next time you may see, I may be driving a Peterbilt, I may be driving a Kenworth, I may be driving a Volvo, a Freightliner, International. All my videos are just little clips of bits and pieces of stuff that I've done. I only did those for my family and my friends just to show them, where I was at, what I was doing. It was the easiest way, other than trying to talk on a phone, I could just show them on a messenger video. I could show them a 20 minutes, 30 minutes of where I was at. You know what I mean? That's what I did. The cat lady, that was Jeannie and Ray. They are no longer here because of the things that happened with them on Truckers TV. Part of it was the language that they used. No offense. I can't tolerate somebody calling anybody the N-word on here. I cannot tolerate somebody threatening to kill animals. I can't tolerate that. And the platform they're on now, they're happy with it, and I'm happy for them. But that is what led to them not being here. That was it. And those were the complaints by a lot of the viewers that were on here, that kind of thing. And so we dealt with it, and that's what it is. You know, what do you say? Yeah, I know lightning in the background. I'm watching it just like you guys, right? So that's what it is. I mean, that's, you know, there's been other drivers on here that you guys have never seen. You know, I mean, like I told them, when they start on the fans page, I'm the first one that ever gets to watch anybody. I put you on there, and I want to see what you got. You know, that doesn't mean everybody else is watching. It means I'm watching and I'm listening. It's just like an online job interview, you know, and I try to be as fair and impartial as I can possibly be, you know, and that is what I do and how I do it, you know. And I start everybody off slow. I start them off in the fans page where you only got a few people, not like sticking them out on the main page where you can have 10 million people watching them, you know what I mean? Right? Right. Oh, wind and rain, you know, oh, that's always the bad part. That's always what tears stuff up. The lightning isn't really what kills stuff. It's the after effects, the wind and the rain, right? The flooding, all that, everything that happens after the lightning, right? Yeah. Yeah. You see the stuff that, I mean, when these guys are driving and you guys screenshot their stuff and I see the pictures, I'm amazed because of the views. The thing, it's, I don't even know how to explain this. It's like what you see, I get to see, and I get to see it through your eyes. You know what I mean? Like we used to say before, this is Truckers TV. This is our lives through a lens. And you guys just took a screenshot of part of that. You know what I mean? And now that gets saved into the pictures for Truckers TV. So anybody gets to see this for years and years to come. And some of these pictures are just insanely crazy, just beautiful. You know, oh my, from everything, from the rivers, the lakes, the trees, the clouds, the snow, the blah blah. I can only wait until like this winter time comes and see the screenshots that you guys capture, you know, with all the drivers, right? I mean, can you imagine what we're gonna see? You know what I mean? When the rains start coming and the snows and the frost and all that, and the crops start, you know, going to the ground. I mean, can you imagine all the photos, the screenshots that you guys are gonna get? I mean, tell me another platform that does all the things that we do. And if you tell me that it's not good, I'm gonna say bullshit, you know, because it is. All right. It's a positive thing. It's not negative, you know what I mean? Right? Wow. I lit my cigarette again. Still puffing on that first one. You know, I can tell you this. There's been so many people that I have downgraded this whole platform, all the drivers, all the rest of it, from the very first day it's ever been created. I've seen a lot of bad things that have happened out on the road. You know, people driving by accidents, people driving by this, driving by that. I'll say this: from the time that we started this to what we are now, we never really envisioned how it was going to go. Okay, we had to deal with everything as it came, and so I look at it like this: we have done so many positive things for so many different people, right? We have helped more ways than people can possibly imagine, and we don't even get to see the outcome of the stuff that we've done. You know, whether it's, you know, you paid a meal forward to somebody, you don't know if that person went out and bought a meal for somebody else. You know, helping people Christmas time, you don't know if they fed other families. You know, the homeless up there, and you know, that we've given meals to, clothes to. You don't know if they went out and got jobs. We don't know the extent of all the stuff we've done. We just know that we've done these things, right? Right? So, I mean, you think about that, that is because of all of you here. You know, when you're donating your stars and you're doing all this stuff, and we take that and do all the things that we do with it, you know, whether it's helping the drivers, whether it's paying it forward to the viewers, whether it's paying it forward to somebody that they meet, somebody down the road, you know what I mean? It all depends on what happens and how we do the things that we do, right? I don't know if she's going to drive tomorrow. I think so, but I'm not sure. That's the girl that has, that is Amanda. Amanda is the one that has MACD. I've actually met Amanda, and I have met Paul. I have met Jerry and Nancy. I have met Dennis and Star. I have met Jeannie and Ray. I have actually got a drive-by from Yolanda when she was here. So I've met a lot of the different drivers here, talked to them many times throughout the year and a half that this has gone on. You know what I mean? Right? I mean, you know, in some cases, you guys become, you know, family and friends to everybody that's here. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what it is, because it's an outreach of everything that you do, right? I mean, you probably talk to some of these people on here more than you talk to your own family. You know, some of these people here more than you talk to your neighbors. You know what I mean? But there again, I'll say it again, reiterate. Open the door, go outside, because that is where the memories are made. You know what I mean? Nope, I didn't get to meet Johnny and Brooke. They had actually come through here on the 40, and I could not. I just couldn't stop to meet them, and because I was hurting that particular day, and it was raining, and I didn't trust my legs enough to go drive in the rain to go up there and meet them and then drive all the way back here. So I'm sure it'll happen again, because they're always driving everywhere in the country. You know, that's kind of the good thing about driving, is you never know where you're going to be until you're there, kind of a thing. Right? So, I mean, you know, I look at it like this. I get to see them every day and talk to them, come in there and you know, be in their chats or whatever, and I know the things that they're going through, because I've been there, done that. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, you know, like Dennis. I mean, he's made his way to me on purpose so many times, because he wanted to meet me. You know what I mean? Me being an admin on here, I think that's kind of funny too, because some of the other platforms have now started meeting their drivers, doing basically they're just like copying what we do, because the people see it here, and so they want to meet, you know, all the other people from the other platforms, kind of a thing, which I don't really care. But I'm just saying it's kind of ironic that all those people, for all the drivers that we have here, they didn't interact with any of the people that we have here to meet any of them. They just, now they're stuck on one person, kind of a thing, you know, and they may have other drivers that live close to them, but it's like, you know, I don't know. I feel sorry for a lot of it. You know what I mean? I really do. I really do. You know, yeah. I mean, you know, you can copy a TV show, but it's never going to be the same original TV show. You know, you can remake the Brady Bunch and, you know, all these other, you can remake it, but it's never going to be the original, you know? And the funny thing is that the original, it's not like we're doing reruns here. You know what I mean? It's not like we're not here, because we're still here. So the things that happen, and when somebody tries to do this and that and the other, and I see it and I'm like, wow, you copied it. I get it. Hopefully it works for you. You know, hopefully everybody enjoys it. But it's like, you know, do something original, do something that's never been done before, you know, do like what we did here with Truckers TV, something that had never been done before, and keep doing something that had never done before. Right. Yes, I am one of the admin on Truckers TV. I am probably the longest admin. Me and Telly started within three days of each other. So, I mean, it's pretty much what it is. We've been here, both me and Telly, forever. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of how it is. And it was all by accident that everything happened the way that it did. But bottom line, me, Dennis, and Telly, we clicked from the word go. We had the same things, same views on everything, same just everything, you know. And I know you don't get to see Telly and talk to him like you get to do me, but I'm telling you, he has the same views on a lot of the stuff. And when he comes in, sometimes, you know, he'll tell you exactly what it is. He'll do just like me, and he really doesn't want to do that. That's kind of why he doesn't come on and do lives like what I'm doing right now. You understand? Because you'll get him and he'll go, you know, and he'll let you have it because he sees the things that happens in the background and he tries to separate that. You know what I mean? How you doing, Diane? So yeah, I pretty much run Truckers TV. The things that you see on here is what I help do. The things that you see on here is what I help create. The things that you see on here, I help keep the people safe. I've done videos on how to help, you know, people protect their phones, PCs, you know, computers, whatever. You know, I've helped people stop the spammers from coming in and getting to their pages, to stop all the friend requests, how to report them, how to do this, that, and the other. I am always doing something to help people. And I've spent 3-4 hours on the phone with people, getting them secured. I've helped people get their money back that had got hacked and had their money taken from them. You know, those are just, I mean, some of the many things that I have done on here, you know. Let's see. We gave her Marlboro Special Select. They taste like lights. More than I did Pall Malls. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this, Robbie. I still roll my own every now and then, and I really do. And when I roll my own, I smoke less than I do if they're store bought. Okay. And it's the same thing, same filter, same this, same that. And I mean, I roll them with a zigzag. You know what I mean? It's not like I go get the tubes and then do it that way. You know what I mean? That's what I've done. How you doing there, Tanya? I'm sitting here getting cold right now, believe it or not. Oh, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, Brian. Yeah, if your phone works, you don't need to have a mic and a webcam to get on here. You literally click that link. The link has 2 different parts to it, one for a phone and one for a laptop. And as long as your mic and the phone and everything works on your phone, you can come right in. Literally, there's no questions. You come right in. It has an echo feature on here to where you can click the echo feature. I mean, once you get on here, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But it removes the echo that you would have for being on a phone, a regular microphone, a phone instead of a Bluetooth or whatever. So you don't need any of that to join this chat at all. You don't need it. You just need a phone. That's all you need. Click the link that says for phone. And if you got a computer, you click the other link, and that's all there is to it. You know? Yours says browser won't allow. When depending on what kind of browser, whether it's Safari or Mozilla or whatever, when you go to this page, what you do is you go to where it says copy link, and you copy that link in your browser. Okay, that is how you do it. If you have Google Chrome on your device, which is what this platform, which is mainly everything, uses, go download Google Chrome and it'll work, period. If you have Google Chrome and it does not accept it, that means you have something else going in the background that is stopping it from going to a third-party website, because that's what that is. Would it work with a Fire tablet? Yes, it would work with a Fire tablet. This platform right here works with Android and iOS, which is basically Android and Windows, if you want to call it that. So it's this right here works with every platform. You just got to know how to do it. Okay, and if it does not work, that means you have something in the background that is stopping it from working, and that's how that is. That is what that is. Okay. Not feeling well. Been in bed all day. Man, if you get some crazy COVID stuff from being over there in that casino over there, you know, I'm gonna yell at you. But what can I say? You already know what you need to do. Eat good, sleep good, get up and you know, exercise, get that junk out of your blood, out of your body. Keep doing what you do. If you want to lay there and die, well, that's what's gonna happen. You know, you want me to sugarcoat it for you? Because I'm not. I feel bad that you feel bad, but bottom line, you know, I'll drag you out of bed. You come over here, I'll pull you by the hair, I'll get you up. Come on, we can do that. I'll pick on you till you get up. You can yell at me all day long, but I'm still gonna get you up. Right? It's food poisoning. Well, then I tell you what you do. 2 cures for something bad that you ate, if you haven't thrown up yet. 2 things. It's either going to be the carbonation from a soda or the milk. That's all it's going to be. The carbonation will make you get sick, right? And if it's the other kind, the milk will make you throw it up, and then it'll be out of your system. So that's it. A carbonation. I don't care if it's from a beer, from a soda. The carbonation will churn that stuff in your stomach, right? Is what it'll do, and it'll make you sick one way or the other. Out of bed, sitting at the table. So what is it you think you need to eat since you had food poisoning? What is it you think you need? I mean, what is it? Something to drink, something to eat, something to, you know, take your head's pounding, whatever it, you know what I mean? Your body tells you what it is, right? Can't imagine how hot it is in the kitchens. Oh yeah. Nothing. Come on, you got to have something. Even if you don't feel good, you got to have something. Some crackers, bread, soup. You know, you got to have something to snack on, Doritos, whatever it is. You know, peanut butter jelly sandwich, piece of toast, bread, bagel. You got to have something. Water. Oh, don't give me no water junk. Your body doesn't live off of water. Your body lives off of food, right? Your body lives off of food, not water. Okay? See, you're going to go try soup. See, even though it's water, you still got something in there, don't you? See, you gotta have. Where's that kid of yours, man? He needs to make mom some food. Take care of mom for a little while. Come on now, right? I do that all the time. Everybody tells you the same thing. The saltine crackers. You know why saltine crackers are good for you? Because it has the bread and the crackers, depending on what kind they are. Some of them are made out of yeast, some of them are made out of flour, and or bread, depending on what kind of bread. But it is the salt in there that actually is a preservative thing, same as the salt that's in the chicken in the soup. That was the same stuff that what it is. And that when they give you the soup has a little bit more stuff, whether it be the noodles and the pieces of chicken in the soup, right? That's a little more content, but it's starchy. All right, so all those little things, but you got to eat something, period. I don't like the sound of food right now, but yes, you need to eat, right? Yeah, dry food, exactly. That's the dry food, right? You get the wet food, crazy stuff, you know? I don't care. Have a cheese sandwich. Have whatever it is. You already know what it is you want to eat. All you got to do is eat it. That's all you got to do. That's it. Right? That's it. Right? You want to put the little broth cubes in some hot water and have some broth or have some tea or whatever it is, You know, you already know what it is you want. All you got to do is go get it. You know, I told you I'm not gonna. I'll sugarcoat it if you want me to, but you got to have a, you know, spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Right? Okay, there you go. There's my song for you for today. I had to put my thing down for a minute here, and I'm telling you, I'm getting cold. I'm getting cold sitting out here. 9 o'clock at night, my time. I'm starting to twitch. Mary Poppins. Right? Yeah. Oh my God. I'm actually doing good, Tanya. How are you doing, other than being sick? Where's my jacket? My jacket's inside. I've been sitting outside since I got on here. What? I don't know. I don't even know how long I've been on here, but it was daylight when I started. So I don't even know. Oh, El Paso. Oh, I'll tell you, when you're in El Paso and you go up north a little bit there, and they got that strip mall. I can't remember that freaking highway right now. It goes north from El Paso there. When you go up that highway and you keep running that highway north through El Paso, and you come to that little strip mall, I used to stop there at this little taco place or Mexican food place or whatever you want to call it there in El Paso. Anytime I ever stopped up there, there was a few places like that I would frequent when I got to El Paso, and I had to stay for the night, kind of a thing, because I knew that the food was good. Just constantly. I was always looking for good food. Always. So yeah, okay. I've been on off for over 5 hours. I told you I could talk. See what's the temperature here. Give me 2 shakes. Let me go take a look, and I'll tell you. Right now it's 66. That's what it is right now. Yep, it's 66 right now with about I'd say about a 10-mile-an-hour wind. So yeah, I'm a little on the nipply side of the horse, I'll say that. And this little T-shirt that I'm wearing, and these little, shorts, if you want to call them that, because they're swimming trunks, is what they are. All right, Brian. We'll holler at you, bud. Yeah, 11 o'clock Arkansas time. Yeah, you sleep good when you get there, right? Wait, what did just Tanya say? Before I went to sleep with you guys, Janet was on there. That was a long time. What do I do all day? Atypically, I do it different things. Just depends on what I'm doing and when. I mean, sometimes I'm out here walking around. Sometimes I'm out here helping my buddy build stuff. Sometimes I'm, just depends what I'm doing. Atypically, I'm sitting in this same place when I'm outside because there's not too many. There's only really one of the chairs in the house that I can sit on because the other ones hurt me. They're either too hard or they're too soft and they sink. It just hurts me to where this is a solid metal bench. It's not going to change. It's not going to sink. It's not going to twist and turn, that kind of thing. So it has, a handrail on, for the side for being a metal bench so I can pick myself up. And I realize you think, when you ain't got no legs, you got to have a little help up sometimes there, So that's what it is. So. Yeah, this Florida person would be under a blanket. I'm telling you right now, when I lived in California and I would go out to the places to where it was like minus crazy weather and I'd get out there and they'd be walking around in shorts and a t-shirt and I'd be like bundled up like a freaking Eskimo. Right. So, what can I say? Yeah, it all depends. I mean, there's stuff to do out here. I guess you could say I could just do it when I want to do it. When my buddy's got stuff like doing this motor out here, once that's all said and done, we'll find something else to do, No, I can't do a chair recliner. If I put my legs up like what you do when you sit in a recliner and you kick your legs up, what that does is it cuts off the circulation to the back of my legs from your butt all the way down because of me being bent, just like I'm sitting in a chair now. And there aren't any recliners out there that I have sat in a very long time. I used to have one at my house to where I could almost recline vertically. That's how much it went back. I mean, it was almost vertical, kind of a thing, or horizontal. Okay, yeah, horizontal, where I was laying flat. And the most of the other ones, when you kick your feet up, it may lean you back a couple of inches, but it kicks your feet up, and that pressure being on my feet and my back of my thighs, my calves and all that, it stops the blood, makes me hurt really bad. Yeah, well, you should have seen when it was, just me and him doing the thing we got to do. It is what it is. If I had to do it myself, I would. Yeah, we got the new bolts, got the new injectors, got the new all the stuff we need. He put the call it the electronic portion of it, which controls your distributor, your oil pump, all that in the side of the block, like a distributor would be, but it's on the side of the block. He got that in there today. It has to have a little pin that you drop through it to get it lined up for top dead center, that kind of thing. So we're putting it back together, and here in the next couple of days, it'll probably be dropped back in. We'll start slapping the rest of everything, and then fire it up and go there. All right. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna let you go because I'm freezing my butt off, and I am gonna go in the house because the wind is picking up, and I'm like in this little baby T-shirt thing here, and I got goosebumps where goosebumps shouldn't be. Let's put it that way. And I can't even light my cigarette. I gotta put my cigarettes down. So if any of you want to come on here, I don't know if the stream will stay up and running because I think Dennis is the one that's in charge of this. I'm not sure if he's going to be driving anymore tonight, but hey, you never know. Somebody might pop on, right? Yeah, I don't want to play Shrinky Dink anymore, okay? It's called, if you're a guy, it's cold outside if you're a guy and your pecker wants to crawl up inside your ass to stay warm, okay? Yeah, I'll take that as a thought for you for bed tonight, okay? Anyways, we'll talk at you guys later. You all have a good one.